Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes.
It's down there. Hey guys, I just wanted to let you know that there is additional seating downstairs in the rotunda and in the TCK training rooms. So any of you individuals that are standing, you will be able to go downstairs into those rooms and have a seat. And you still will be called for public participation and everything as well.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, if everybody would find a seat, we'll get started in a minute. And Carissa, do you know if everything's squared away downstairs? Okay. They have monitors?
Yes, they set that up this morning, so everything downstairs should be good to go.
And there are some public speakers down there probably.
Yes, we have ushers ushering their carts from down there to up here, so they will be able to speak as well.
Okay. All right, well, welcome to the November 19th Volusia County Council meeting. It's good to see everybody here. This means that there's a lot of items on the agenda that you're interested in. Let me just make a few announcements before we start with the Pledge of Allegiance and an open prayer. There will be apparently a lot of participation, and because of that, I would just ask for everybody, you get 3 minutes. I'm not going to cut your time back, but I'm going to ask you to please stick to the 3 minutes, and please direct your comments to the council on issues that affect Volusia County. We can't solve all the problems in the world. I guess we will start with that. We have a lot of mayors in the room as I look around, so welcome all of the other elected officials from around the county. Maybe you'll be getting up to talk, I'm not sure, but if everybody's ready, we will start with the invocation from Rabbi Paul Falk with Ariel congregation in Orange City. If you would like to stand, we welcome you to do that. And I would also add that the invocation is open to any faith group in Volusia County. If you would like to participate, just send an email request to K, the letter K, green, like the color, at volusia.org. I thought I saw her walking over here, and you will, she'll get you set up, but your faith group is welcome. Thank you for coming.
Avinu Hashemayim, our Father in heaven, we come before you first and foremost to offer blessings. Blessings that we live in a country where we get to enjoy things like freedom. We bless you for the reality that we're in Volusia County and we are just surrounded by such incredible, beautiful natural resources. We thank you for the individuals that are here. We also thank you for those that are serving us, that have stepped up into that role and responsibility and bear it in light of all the individuals they stand for. We lift up the decisions and everything that goes on. We ask that the decisions are made about what's best, and we know that they're going to be. Again, we offer to give you praise, and we thank you for all that you do. We offer these things to your hand, every decision, everything that goes on, and we seek your will, for we know that it will happen if we seek after it. Amen, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Wow. What a beautiful sound that was. Thank you very much. Do you have more speaking requests? No, sir? Okay, what we're discussing up here, since everything on dais is public information, is there's a lot of people downstairs that want to speak that are still sending cards up. So we will, we'll have, she estimated, that maybe 50 requests for the opening public comment, which is an important part of what we do. So we will, I'm going to give them some time to do that. Okay. Do you
want me to take the roll?
Pardon me?
Do you want me to take the roll?
You can take the roll, and in just a minute, we're going to move ahead of the agenda a little bit if it's approved on item 1, just to get started, and then we'll come back to the general public comments as soon as we have all the cards. But Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt. Mr. Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Santiago.
Here.
Mr. Dempsey. Mr. Johansson.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. Okay, on the first item, item 1 is approval of the agenda, and we actually have a public comment on that, correct? Not yet. First, let's get a motion to approve the agenda with a slight change that we're making now, that we'll do this in the consent agenda if we need to, and then come back to the public participation, because it's just not ready yet.
Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be more appropriate if there may be a motion to approve or deny the agenda. Let's hear from, if you're going to allow the public to speak on that one item, let them speak, and because it may sway some members of the council or not, even to make a motion.
Okay. Keith Chester.
Keith Chester, DeLand, Florida. This agenda tonight is just too long, and there's too much crammed in to the consent agenda. I was up till 3 o'clock in the morning, and y'all know I'm a political junkie, and I go through these things all the time. For the citizens, this is too much. You can see the room's full, and downstairs is full. It's your job to do the people's business here, and it's your job to do it out in the open where we can all hear and see what's going on. And having an agenda like this, there's too many mistakes going to be made, too much is going to be skipped. Let's all be honest, when that $1,111,500 was approved for 4 homes, that was an oversight, because all of y'all even said it after the fact. And that happened because of the consent agenda. We need to really do a better job. I understand the idea of moving these meetings along, but when you're doing the people's business, this is too serious, and there's literally millions and millions of dollars involved here, and the people's lives are at stake. People are hurting. So we need to be a little more thoughtful how what we're gonna put on the agenda and how much. And if you had to do 2 meetings, that's probably what you should have done to make up for the one you had to miss, because it's just too much. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay. In light of that, does someone have a motion?
Mr. Chairman?
You apparently anticipated that.
No, not really. I had no idea what he was going to say, and I actually partially agree with you. And Mr. Chairman, before a motion's been made, I'd like to see where the council lies, because I'm concerned with item number 4 on the agenda and whether or not we should proceed with it as it's scheduled, primarily because of some of Mr. Chester's comments, right? Too much information, millions of dollars. That's a very complex item that unfortunately we have no information on as a council. We have zero documentation from staff, whether it's from our engineering, the public works department, from our legal department. I'll speak for myself. I don't have enough information to make a decision on that because of the methodology that was used to put it in there and the communication that happened there. We weren't really properly prepared for this. As a council, we normally get, and I know there's some new faces here, but we normally get a lot of background information. We get statistics, we get all of the reports that we need, and we have time as council to meet with staff, some internally, some externally, to discuss and ask questions regarding each topic. Well, we weren't given that privilege here, and I get there's probably several people here that want to speak for or against this, but I think we would do you a disservice without knowing the facts and sharing it with you. What are we actually evaluating to make a good decision? As a council member, I don't have that, so I'm very concerned. I would rather that topic be properly prepared and vetted through staff and information disseminated to you all and us before the meeting. That way you all can come prepared, we could be prepared. I would be for removing that item from the agenda and scheduling a workshop so that.
Okay. Please hold your participation yet so we can complete the debate here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think for the reasons I've outlined, we have to do good governance. And without information, we cannot operate purely on emotion. It is wrong to you that are for or against this. It is wrong to the other 499,900 residents of Volusia to do it in a methodology that is inconsistent to any way we do anything here. We need information. I'm not saying no or yes. What I'm saying is we need to do it the right way. This is not the right way. And though I didn't fan the flames to get a lot of people to come here for this, you can blame the folks that fanned the flames and did not do this the right way. But in order to do this the right way, we need a workshop that we can dedicate specifically to this topic and have all of the information for everyone that has a opinion on this so that we can make our right decision. That's where I am, council. I just want to do it the right way. I don't know how you all feel, and I'd like to hear, Mr. Chairman, from my colleagues if they think likely. If not, we'll proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, before I speak, does Jake Johansson?
So I share the same thoughts as David right now. Fortunately, as a retired guy, I found out that it would be on the agenda and contacted a lot of professional agencies, a lot of engineers, a lot of land development people that I know to try to get a handle on this, to be a little bit proficient in talking about the moratorium or the proposal and what actions need to be taken. I got a ton of information in that period of time and had meetings with many of the people in the audience or representatives of people in this audience in preparation for it. Am I prepared? No. But I think there's a lot of people here who can shed some light. However, I think it would be more beneficial if we did it in a collaborative workshop where we can abuse all those engineers and their knowledge out there, and I'm saying all of them, and come up with some reasonable solutions that may or may not involve a moratorium. I don't know at this point. So I would be amenable to discussing a workshop. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thanks, Chairman. Yeah, let me jump in just for a moment. Councilman Santiago, what kind of timeline are you thinking? To me, that's important. And while you're thinking about that date for that timeline, I'm hearing what the last two speakers said. There's some that I agree with that you've said. The thing I don't like about changing it is, look at this room. I mean, these people showed up today, and many of them want to have this conversation. That being said, I think there's merit when I'm hearing my colleagues say, I need more information. I need more time to grasp this huge decision. So that weighs heavy on me, and I appreciate that you both shared that. I'm hopeful that we'll hear from, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, but the other council members where you are with it, because quite frankly, I'm going to end it with this. I could do it either way. I can talk about it tonight and handle this now, or if we want more time to let our staff and both sides share all of their data with us and information, I'm great with that also. David, do you have a time?
Yes, you can answer.
You know, I would say either 30 to 60 days. I think staff can get some more information to us. It's, but, you know,
Chairman,
you got to control the meeting.
what's your point?
When there was a hand clap, you stopped the audience. When they booed, you did not. Please be a little bit cognizant of that and maintain discipline for both sides. Thank you.
Okay, I'm completely cognizant of it, and I appreciate the First Amendment right. I think they are in order.
If I may finish?
Yes.
I'd like it to be for the record that comment was noted by me. Thank you very much.
Everything we say is by the record, it's recorded. So, David Santiago.
So I'm cognizant of the fact that the audience is here to speak, some pro and some, against it. But I still think we do them a disservice because we don't have any information. Troy, there's zero up here. We have there's too much rumbling, Mr. Chair, it's distracting.
You're distracting the speaker. Please, less rumbling. Just let us speak up here without responding and acting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to hear from all of them. I don't have a problem. I'm not scared for the topic. But what I think is we're wasting people's time by talking about a topic, their time. We'll stay here all night, but without having real information. So we can't have any dialogue amongst ourselves with any real factual information, pro or con. It's more of a doing the job and doing the job effectively, not from hearing from the members of the public. 'Cause I'm sure if it's important to them, they'll come back. And I encourage them to come back. But let's have conversations with good data and information and experts that we can make questions to and then make a decision. That's all it is. It's not denying anybody the opportunity to speak. Let us do it with good information. Thank you.
Okay. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning with Jake and David. I think this last election kind of spoke volumes to everybody up here on the dais that I think everybody in the county recognizes that flooding is a major issue in our county. It definitely woke me up because it's okay. I've always suspected it, obviously being on the west side, but maybe everybody else here maybe has a new vantage point. I think we're all interested in fixing the flooding problem. Nobody's here trying to shirk our responsibilities to you all, but my understanding is we have new studies that are going to be done in all the cities. NRAC has just now undertaking the flooding issue. I think they've had a few meetings on it so far, so I think we should let them maybe do some more, let them speed it up, the process, because to me, a building moratorium is, that is a very drastic remedy. There's going to be a lot of jobs lost. So there's a lot, obviously flooding is a huge issue, but massive job losses are also a big issue. So we got to look before we leap into a moratorium, and I wish we could do a workshop like Mr. Johansson suggested and have a viable debate from both sides and really spend a lot more time chewing on the bone before we actually vote on something, because I'm not comfortable with voting for a moratorium or not, or trying to address all the purported flooding issues tonight, just because I don't think I have enough information yet as well. So I would rather put this off to a workshop and have a lot more information from NRAC and other agents or experts before we vote. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Don. In a minute, I'll give you an opportunity to make that motion if you like, or somebody up here. But I put this on the agenda as the chair for a reason, and I've been talking about it for months. And while you may call it fanning the flames, okay, you are, there's no flames to fan. There's only floodwaters. And it is countywide, and the cost, the human cost, is incredible. And I've read the letters from the various chambers, from attorneys saying that, about the job loss. Honestly, I think that's a fear tactic, and I believe that it is, it's the same thing that we hear every time that we try and move this item forward, to actually deal with flooding with something concrete that can make a difference. The cost to this county, if you want to talk about the cost, are incredible. It's costs that we can't keep up with now. We can't solve this problem monetarily. And every day that we delay this and allow development to continue as status quo It just adds to the cost to the county, and it adds to the cost of the suffering of the people that you see out here, some of them that have lost everything. You need to drive down some of the streets and see the 8-foot piles of furniture and clothing and personal belongings that are waiting for the trash because their houses had 4 foot of water in. We cannot keep putting this off. And the reason we need to do this item is so that you do have information. That's the whole purpose. We're not going to vote on a moratorium today. It would have to go back to the county staff to write it, but you need to hear the reasons of why we need it, what could be accomplished with it, and that's a debate the public needs us to have. So I will adamantly oppose putting this off once again. If the best I can get is to postpone this for a workshop's not a bad idea, but part of it for me is going to be time. If it's February, I'm a hard no even on that, but we need to complete this item today. Apparently, there's enough people in the audience. There's enough people in the audience that understood this well enough to show up from the item that was put out. We have a serious problem. We have a list of things that we could discuss to ask the county staff to go back with and come back with a moratorium that accomplishes those things in order to lift the moratorium. Maybe they'll come back with another idea. I don't know, but the reason we need a moratorium because this keeps happening. We push it down the road and we get no concrete measures. And every day that it continues, I did a tour of Lake Winnimisset today with the St. John's Water Management District. Never flooded before. A beautiful lake that you can see 8 feet to the bottom, and it's a polluted mess because of all the development around it, and all pumping their water into it from Diamond Lake and St. John's Water Management District there. And I asked him, do we have places to put the water? You know what his answer was? We don't know. We're going to do a study. It's in process. It'll take 4 or 5 years. If we go 4 or 5 years and just keep building around the lakes and springs and our watersheds, the beauty of Volusia County, the health that we are partially responsible for everybody here in 202.2, 202.4, we have a responsibility to act on their behalf for the health and safety of the environment and the citizens. And to kick it down the road again, I understand why you're doing it, but it's a mistake. We need to deal with it and send county staff something today that they can deal with. What do we even know to put on a workshop, David?
Is that a question?
It is a question.
I think we should have that discussion at one point, right? And
when is that point? Please, let us continue the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The problem, Mr. Chair, since you asked me a question, is you should be transparent with the public at the same. This item got put on the agenda. We have very professional, competent staff. Some of you might not like them for whatever reason or another. He didn't talk to anybody in our legal department about this.
That's not true. You don't know that.
Oh, well, then I'll tell you that the information I maybe got was wrong. There was no real, according to the information I have, there was no real genuine consultation to this agenda item, because I know our staff would be very professional and start preparing and having good dialogue with us and getting information. Nobody here, including myself, is saying we don't have a flooding problem. Not saying it. You used the word, it's responsible, right? We should be responsible and do it the right way. not by emotions. We need more information, and I think you said we do, and I'll acknowledge that. But the way you went about this was to do exactly what you see here today in that chamber downstairs. You sent an email to all of the cities saying, come fill the chambers. And I know you said it, fill the chambers because I need your help. Because these guys, I can't speak for everyone, they're gonna wanna do it the right way, right? Not in the emotional way. I respect everybody's flooding issues. I respect it. Okay, I get it. You all know what I think. But our jobs are much more responsible than that. We have to take the right road, Mr. Chair. That's it. Let's have the conversation. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chair, I move that we remove item number 4 and direct staff to talk with members of the council to prepare for a workshop and bring information to us on the potential of a moratorium, including data as to where the flooding occurred, basin information, as much information that the staff can provide us to make an educated decision, a dialogue to consider a moratorium. That's my motion.
Chairman, may I just say something to Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you mind with your motion to add within 60 days and a 4 p.m. start time in these chambers?
I so move to amend accordingly. I think that's enough time to get the right information.
Okay, so your motion is to move item 4 to a workshop, to a date yet not established, but within 60 days of today?
Yes. 4 p.m. meeting.
A workshop or a county council meeting?
4 p.m. workshop.
Okay. Okay. That's the motion. Does it have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, I'm gonna clear the queue for a second, and anybody that wants to discuss this, come back in. But I need to deal with something before that, because I believe that you're accusing me of something nefarious. That's all right?
No, go ahead and explain.
Okay. Well, you just did several times. You accused me of fanning the flames,
Oh, yeah, I did.
sending every city a letter telling them to fill the chambers. That's just patently false. I sent every city a letter and asked for their support, and there's a reason I did that. It's because I want the cities to be on the same side of the desk as all of us. I don't want to impose something on them. I want us to work together. That's the only way this is going to work. And that's what I sent to all of these, to every city, every councilman, every commissioner, and every mayor, asking that we would work on this together. I did not ask them to fill the chambers. I've asked the public, as I'm out speaking to the public, please come and share your story, because this is what moves us to action. I'm sorry, but that's what we have right now, is the public demanding that we do something instead of just saying, I'm glad you've changed your mind on flooding, because from that chair before, you asked me what flooding. So
I've never said that. I've never said that. Find the videotape and bring it up.
I'll be glad to take you on a tour and show you the flooding all over the county.
Bring up what I said one day. Continued lies.
Okay. Okay. So we have, we're on item 1, approval of the agenda, with a motion to move item 4. Is that it? Only item 4? Anybody else want to move something else? To move item 4 to a workshop within 60 days. I want to hear a date on that at 4 p.m. When can you get a date if this passes?
Well, you have to set as you go into next year, you're going to have to set your calendar, which is what's done on the first meeting in January. We can make an approximation and then get back to you here in a few minutes, if that's what you'd like to do. But I think we'll have no problem with 60 days. We'll find a date within 60 days, and it'll be a 4 o'clock meeting. And Mike was going to speak at it, but just a finer point. You mentioned workshop. you may want to do a special meeting versus a workshop. That's something you might want to determine.
And then the public can participate and we can actually vote on something.
That's
Can
correct.
actually take action.
I'm okay with that. I would amend my motion to make it a special meeting if the second of the motion would step.
As a seconder, I like that better. Yes, I'll agree to that.
Okay, for debate on that motion, Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. At this point, I'm just going to kind of reiterate what George said. I felt that it was important. We have a lot of people here that want to speak on both sides of the argument, and I didn't want them to go home and then in a workshop find out that they can't speak to their issues. And I was going to say, do we want to even hear them tonight?
Yes, if this is moved off,
and that's them speaking. But go ahead.
I was going to answer your question because it's a great question, and I appreciate you answering it. If you have more to say on it, go ahead and
I was
conclude it.
mid-sentence, but yes. So at this point, though, I don't think that it has merit during this discussion, because if item 4 gets pulled, then there is really nothing to speak to. It can't be spoken during this motion and second, because this motion and second is just to pull item 4, not to talk about the actual subject. So I'm willing to go with a special meeting if it comes to that, and allow them both sides to speak.
Okay,
one other thing, I would like Councilmember Santiago to know that I, in fact, through the Volusia League of Cities, invited every mayor and every council member here, every every Volusia Building Industrial Association member that could make it, every contractor, every chamber, and anybody that's associated with development, because I do not want just one side of the story. I want both sides of the story, so I can make a logical vote if I had to. So that's why they're here, and I hope they come back if we end up having a special meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, I want both sides too. And however, if this item, if anyone is here to speak on an item, they have to speak on that item number. If they have something else to talk about that affects the county, they can speak in the opening comments. So if we pull this off the agenda, I am going to allow these people that came tonight to speak. If they want to talk about flooding, that's an issue that affects our county, and they have every right to do it tonight and not be asked to come back in 60 days. They can come back again.
Would that be at the end, sir?
No, that'll be in the opening comments that we're waiting for all of the tickets for. The public participation.
I thought we just did public participation before we did the...
We haven't done any public participation yet because she didn't have all of the paper. We had one on Agenda 1 by Mr. Chester. Okay. Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of brief comments. First, to those that showed up today and those that are listening online or downstairs, this is one of the reasons why I love local government, is because we show up, or you show up, and we do the work for you. These are rented seats, I've said that before, and you show up because it's important to you, either side. Chairman, I'll just tell you, I had a constituent reach out to me and, sort of angrily want to know, why is this on the agenda? And I said, the chairman has put it on the agenda. And then I let him know, and that's his right. He's the chairman. And when you look at our rules, our chairman can do that. If the rest of us want to get something on the agenda, it's a little trickier, but you're the chairman. So I respect that. And my next comment will make 50% happy and 50% upset, but I'll just publicly say this. I applaud you for bringing this up and having this discussion, and I'm going to tell you why. That last meeting that we had, it was brutal to listen to the 30-plus comments and hear the horror stories about the flooding they've had. We live in this community. These are our neighbors. We see this stuff. We know what people are going through. So I'm appreciative that we're going to have a conversation. In that same vein, I'm extremely appreciative of Mr. Santiago to bring up the idea of, hey, let's get more information about this. Let's get this right. Let's not do this, on the fly right now when we don't have all of the information that we need. If it was somebody not doing their homework up here, shame on them. But that's not the case. That's not what I'm hearing. So that's why I seconded the motion. I think we can have a very good, healthy discussion in the very near future, which is why I wanted a timeline on it. I don't want this to go on and not happen. I love whoever came up with the idea that we make it a special meeting because the public needs to participate. I'll just tell everybody. I had someone yesterday call me and they wanted to know, where am I on this issue? And I said, I don't ever tell anybody how I'm going to vote before I'm going to vote. And I don't know where I am because one of the biggest pieces is the public input. And it's happening time and time again. I hear something from the public and I think in one way and it changes my mind. I think Don Dempsey's changed everybody's mind up here at least, a half a dozen times in the 2 years that we've been together. No, seriously. I mean, I'm calling you out on it. It happens. So, Chairman, I wanted you to know, wanted the council to know, wanted the public to know, this is a discussion we need to have. I'm glad we're going to have it. I'm glad it's going to be at a time when there's more information for all of us to have time to digest, and that's where I am. Thank you.
Councilman Don Dempsey.
Yeah, and I also agree with everything Mr. Kent said. The only thing that I might add is, well, for one, right after Milton, after the last two hurricanes, I set up a town hall meeting, and hopefully, you all are welcome to show up. On December 5th at 5:30, right downstairs, we're going to have a town hall meeting, hopefully to answer a lot of questions about flooding. It's a District 1 meeting, but everybody's welcome to come. I believe the chair is coming, I heard, and I hope everybody else could come because I know you guys have a lot of questions and you're wanting answers from your county government. And so some of the department heads will be there, hopefully to answer any questions and explain to you what we're going to do. As you may or may not recollect, under the Transform 386 allocation of the grant money from HUD, I was pushing for more of that money to go toward infrastructure, but I understand there's a lot of limitations from the Department of Housing that ties our hands. So now that we have a new Trump administration, a Republican-controlled House Senate, maybe it'll be a different dynamic when we're dealing with the federal government. Maybe they'll loosen the purse strings a little bit on the next $300 million we get for Milton relief. And maybe they'll allow us to put a lot more towards infrastructure as opposed to special one-off housing projects like we had to do with Transform 386. So what I'm saying is I'm optimistic that there's a lot of creative options that we may have, both from the feds all the way down to our local budget. But I mean, the town, I'm sorry, 5:30. 5:30 to, I believe, 7:30 is when it's going to be. It's a couple-hour meeting, and hopefully we'll be able to answer a majority of y'all's questions. I'm sorry? Okay, I'm sorry. And I kind of agree. I'm not, Jeff, you're the biggest proponent of this flooding thing. You're the squeaky wheel that'll get flooding addressed, I believe, on this council. And I don't think anybody doubts your sincerity for trying to fix the flooding issue. And I'm not voting to kick this down the road just because I don't want to talk about it. I really want to see how the new Trump administration and how HUD may deal with us better with how we can handle that money we get for hurricane relief. I really want to see more to infrastructure and all the flooding of these neighborhoods, how we can use that money for those purposes as opposed to these individual houses who have weather damage. I want to help the neighborhoods. So I just think it's a much better idea to have a special meeting like David and Jake proposed and everybody else. So I'm voting to postpone it for that reason only, not as any type of slight on you, because I do think you have the best interest of everybody at heart. Thanks.
Yeah, I never thought that, Don. With you and a couple people, I think it's been stated that it's been David obviously wants to stop this. We just had that settled in an election, David, and so Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. So typically adoption of your agenda is very routine, quick action by the council. So technically, it's a ministerial act. You do not have to have public input, but you may. So if you have public input on this, the issue, the thing to address would be whether it's on this agenda tonight or not. But I understand from hearing the chair's comment, and I think you're correct, that if members of the public want to speak on items not on the agenda, they're free to do so. And so
That's correct.
They may have more liberty to address what they want to address at that time.
Thank you. And we are going to have one more public comment on item 1. There was 2, but
Debate, the last point?
pardon me?
Debate.
What about it?
I'm next queued up.
Okay, I think I'm next queued up, but
Oh, I thought you spoke.
I'll tell you what, I will.
Go ahead.
No, I will defer to you, but let's hear from the last member of the public. Did you bring her down, Ann Ruby?
They called her name in the rotunda
Okay.
and in the training rooms, so unless she's here.
Okay, so we'll let
Ann Rogel?
Mr. Santiago go ahead and make his comment while we wait for Ann Ruby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, for your benefit and for members of the public, I take no pleasure in bumping heads with you, Mr. Chair. We got the circus, that's okay. But yes, exactly, that's how you're acting. I listen to everyone here, so you need to behave too as much as I would.
Okay,
But,
let's
Mr.
stay
Chair,
in order, please.
I'm trying to, Mr. Chair. But
You
let me
don't
finish what I'm
call
saying.
out the public and call them names.
Job. It's your job. Anyway, let's continue. Where I was going with this, I take no pleasure in bumping heads with you, Mr. Chair, and the audience needs to know that. But just a minute ago, you said that I said I wanted to stop this. Those words that never came out of my mouth. You could play the videotape back. You say we want to work together, right, to get this done, and I want to. Never did I say, well, let's not have this and just kill this. I want to. But the way to work together is to work together, Mr. Chair. Right? And the way to work together is that you don't leave this dais and I get calls from people where, and I'm just telling you, maybe hearsay, so I'll give you the benefit of that, where you're calling the majority of this council corrupt and other names. It's difficult to work together when you do that, or whoever might do that when they leave these chambers. Working together means genuinely working together. The process, you know the process, Mr. Chair. If you'd worked through the committee and worked through this process, hey guys, what about this? Let's take this on. I don't think there's been, I shouldn't speak, but I can't recall one time where, generally speaking, we talked about an ideas and we said, no, we don't want to talk about that. We said schedule it. So, and I get it that we're on the heels of the completion of a campaign season. A lot of things are said in campaigns on all sides. But I want to work on it, but I want to work on it the right way. That is it. I have a history of working with tons of other elected officials. This is the first time I've ever bumped heads like this. But I want to do it the right way, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And you can talk to all the colleagues I've ever worked with. I want to work for solutions. Let's just work together. That requires both. And I'm willing to do that. And I'm willing to participate in it in a professional manner. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
look, that is exactly why I put it on the agenda, so we could discuss it together and work together. And then, so to have you come up and say that that's exactly the opposite, it's what we just went through with the entire campaign when your purpose seemed to be to disrupt this meeting so that then you could go out and say that Brower's not a leader and he can't conduct a meeting. I'm sick of hearing it. So
I've never done that.
okay, so let's work together. That's the reason I put it on here, so we could discuss it together and make some decisions that will be hard decisions that some of the cities have already done. Did Ann come up yet? Ann Ruby, you're going to speak on item 1, the agenda.
and Ruby 137 Park Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida. So I missed most of the discussion on pulling item 4 because you can't hear anything downstairs. But I did get the feeling that there was going to be a vote on holding a special meeting after more information was gathered. So I'm a big fan of gathering information. Rather than just give staff a vague gather information, I think it would be good to do, I'm going to read off my phone notes, get parcel information and maps, parcels already under development agreements, vacant parcels available for development, parcels protected from development, and parcels currently being developed. So that way you'll know, if you're talking about a moratorium, what you're talking about. The other thing I would suggest is that during a moratorium, you do a study of building requirements in other areas that have successfully addressed flooding. Do a study with recommendations for future building patterns, community patterns, and site plans, and take a realistic look at the increased frequency and severity of rain events. How do our standards need to change to accommodate this? We can't control the increased frequency and severity of the rain events that are coming. And we can barely control how we respond to what's already in place for development. The only thing you can control, the only thing where you have input, is how you develop in the future. And it really needs, I appreciate you want more information. That's great, but make sure you get the right information. Make sure you get the information that will truly have an impact. And I think that starts with doing a survey. How much land are you talking about? How many parcels? And I think you need to do a study on what those changes might need to be. So that's all I'm urging, is that if you're going to do a study, do it with some, I don't know. I lost my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll get information, and just so the audience knows, had we done item 4, all of those things were listed on there that the council could have picked to send back to the staff to bring us more information on and discuss. There was a long list of solutions and studies that we need to do, and information that we could generate. So that's all on the item. So to hear that there's they didn't understand what we were doing is disappointing to me. Okay, Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. And usually I don't engage or note anybody in the public or any of our speakers, but I happen to agree with Mr. Ruby, and we're often on the opposite sides of the aisle with a lot of things that we encounter here in the community. But I believe she's absolutely correct, and there's a lot of passion and anger justifiably in this room. And I just want to make sure that we stop and think of the right solution to this serious issue, and not just a solution that's going to lead us back, like we see time and time again, 6 months, a year down the road, and it's compounded and it's worse. So I'm glad we're taking this item seriously. Chairman, this is a serious issue, and I don't know, just in observation mode, I don't know one council member or that I've seen up here not take this seriously. In fact, we've been trying to dedicate quite a bit of money to this problem in planning. But to steal a quote from Mayor Fred Cleveland of New Smyrna, we do have to apply math, science, and logic to what we're doing, so that we don't encounter these problems time and time over again. Preparation is going to be key. In order to have a successful meeting or a successful discussion on a topic, we have to have information. We don't have that right now to make any sort of discussion, and to be buffaloed into a vote or some sort of action item. I believe at this point it would be juvenile, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. George Rechtenwald.
Yes, 2 dates are coming up here that want to consider. First being December 17th, would have been a meeting anyway that had been previously removed.
Date's no good for me, everybody. I'll just put it out right now. I just asked staff if we were meeting on the 17th. They said no. I said, great, because I had an event I was dealing with. 17th is out for me.
The other date would be January 14th.
January 14th is perfect for me.
Okay. We haven't voted on the item yet, so we'll make that the date certain, January 14th, and we'll see if it works. Danny Robbins, are you still up from the last comment?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Then just to wrap this up before I call for the vote, because I'm hearing it from both sides, that I don't view this as being juvenile. I've toured the homes that you can't even breathe the air because of the black mold. I've seen the problem, and in my tour today with the St. John's Water Management District, he relayed some information, one about the study. Where do we put water? We don't know. It's a problem right now. That was part of this item, had we discussed it, that we could send that back to staff and to bring us the information. So I'm not going to keep belaboring that. But the thing that he said that really got my attention was that the service that they use to look at weather down the road, he said, we are expecting 60 to 90 years from today of very wet weather in Florida, just like we have, with maybe a brief pause in dryness. So this is here for the rest of our lives. We have to deal with it, and we need to deal with it as quickly as possible. I did not expect anybody to vote on a moratorium tonight. The vote would have only have been to go to the staff with a list of accomplishments that we wanted to see made before a moratorium could be ended, created by everyone up here, not just by me, but all of us. So hopefully we'll get a chance to do that January 14th. I don't see anybody else that wants to speak. So I'll call for the vote to move item 4 to a special meeting at 4 p.m. on January 14th. Any other comments? All in favor, say aye. Did you have a comment before I call the vote?
Yeah, if we can set that date a little bit, I think the motion is to postpone it for within 60 days. I'm still looking through my calendar to make sure the January 14th works for me. We can certainly vote for it before the end of the night. On that vote for that part, I mean, make the date selection by the end of the night. But in the motion, it's not, the date's not there, it's just within 60 days. By the end of the night, I could have that confirmation on the 14th. Yeah.
So you might not be able to make the 14th?
No, I don't know yet. I'm working through my calendar, so I'm waiting for a reply from my assistant. So.
Okay. Okay. So that was not part of the motion. I asked the county manager if he would give us a date. He was kind enough to get on it and do that. But apparently that's not, January 14th is not accepted as part of the motion.
Mr. Chair, procedurally, the motion is in place, has been seconded by someone, and that motion does not include a specific date. The motion that you're going to call roll on says within 60 days.
Is that?
If I may finish? I said that before the end of the night, I'm certain that we can select the specific date. The 14th might work. I'd encourage us to vote on the motion, and then we will settle that date before the end of the night. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seconder is all right with that?
I am.
Okay. Well, okay, that's the motion. I'm really not very comfortable with it because it's sometimes hard to work around your schedule.
Chairman, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
This is the guy that wants to work together. You see, and I've been calm here, but this is the guy that wants to work together. This is who he is.
Order.
Jesus Christ.
Chairman.
Yes.
As the seconder, let me explain why I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it because it's going to happen within 60 days. We've made that very clear to staff. We all agreed, and we're getting ready to vote on that. So within 60 days, it's going to happen. So, does it happen by the 14th or the 19th or the 18th? But within 60 days, we've said we're going to have this meeting, and it's going to happen. I trust Councilman Santiago when he says publicly, I'm just waiting to hear back from my assistant. If this date works, by the end of the night, I'll be able to give that to you. So as a seconder, I'm okay with it because I know it's going to happen within 60 days.
Okay. All right, all in favor of the motion, which is to move item 4 to a special meeting within 60 days. Is 4 p.m. still part of the?
Yes, that was the motion, and that was the second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So we're moving this to a special meeting. Okay, now do we have all of the?
Was that vote 6-0?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, we're one short. Do you have the public participation forms yet? Okay. As I call you, please come up. Please make sure a microphone is near your mouth so we can hear you. The podium goes up and down, and somebody can help you with that. You're aware of how that works. And please stick to 3 minutes. And first we have Tracy Anderson. And if you would, when you come up, just tell us where you're from. You don't need to give your whole address for safety reasons, but tell us where you're from.
Hi, my name is Tracy Anderson. I'm from Holly Hill, Florida, and I love my community. I have been flooded 3 times, 2009, 2022, and this last time. I've had to rebuild 3 times. When I bought my property 37 years ago, I was not in a flood zone. Now I'm in a flood zone. I'm in a big flood zone. What has happened around my house after 2009, which was a 100-year storm, okay, which keeps coming now every 5 years. What had happened is we decided to build townhouses behind my homes. Now, when we built the townhouses, we built them up, so they're about 5-7 feet above our streets. They built a huge retention pond, which that's great. My street and the 3 streets next to me are the secondary retention pond. When that overflows, because the canal goes into the retention pond, it comes down the street, and I have a river that comes through the front. I am flooded all the way around. When the water stops going down the street into the one drain, I have 20 minutes to leave my street. 20 minutes. Think about that. Now, I know you all want to wait so many days to make decisions on things. If Sarah had shown up today like it was supposed to be, I don't have 30 or 60 days. I come from a time when we were responsible for our actions. Baby boomers. Not one of, there's a few of us left. We're in a society now where nobody is responsible. Nobody takes responsibility. We have studies. You have studies out the yin-yang. What good are the studies if you're building these townhouses and we're flooding? Whoever did that study, you need to get their money back because they don't know what to do. You can have 30 studies, but the action speaks. Sir, I voted for you because of that one issue, and I'm a super voter. And believe me, I go out and talk, and baby boomers, we're very strong, as you can tell. But I'm telling you right now, I want somebody to be responsible for what's happening. I do not want to move. Nobody's going to buy my house. I want to live there. I'm going to be 70 in 3 years. I can't start over. I cannot start over. Please remember that. Half the people, more than half the people cannot start over. And I don't want to. I love Holly Hill. I love the community. They have great people there. But darn it, Volusia County, why don't you become the leader of something different? Tell people, you know what, this is a county, we're going to put our citizens that live here first instead of the citizens that are coming in. So please, please, when you think about this stuff, think about these people. And 8 feet of stuff in people's yards, yeah, you're right. It's horrible and it's heartbreaking. All I'm asking for is your help and remember the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call several names in a row so that we can get, if there's anybody downstairs, we can get them up. Next will be Paul Richardson, followed by John Nicholson, followed by Virginia Bennett.
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege, I just wanted to announce that January 14th does work for me.
Okay.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLand. We had an election November 5th, but I would like to say thank you to Volusia County Supervisor Elections Lisa Lewis, her entire on-site staff, poll workers, volunteer poll watchers, and for those divisional elections. They came together November 5th and gave us the best election in the entire country. Volusia and Florida citizens can be assured that we have the greatest election system in America. Say what you want about Jeb Bush, but he set Florida on a path that allows our citizens to have faith in our elections ever since the 2000 elections. I also hope that the Florida legislature re-examines early voting after that historic turnout. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to be here for item 10. I just want to speak briefly on. I hope you guys vote and approve it. It's been an honor and a pleasure being on the Cultural Council of Volusia County and your representative in that regard. And I hope to continue with the grant, and as we've been debating it recently, and on the Cultural Council for a long, long time to come. And I thank you for the privilege and honor of serving on that council. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. God bless Volusia County. God bless America and her eternal ally, Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. John Nicholson, followed by Virginia Bennett, followed by Keith Chester.
John Nicholson, Daytona's Beachside. On your agenda, you have item N, the Breakers Park splash pad. They want to take it out and put in a playground. I've been there 40 years. It's in front of my house. They've had 2 playgrounds there, and they've taken them both out, and they are yet to put them back in. One has been 30 years waiting for them to put it back in, and the other has been 17 years to put it back in. So I'm asking you to make sure that a playground does go in that location. Secondly, item U, Troy, you're going to be talking about airport parking. So I'm sure that you're going to allow free parking for residents of Daytona Beach at the airport. If we can have free parking on the beach, we could have free parking at the airport. Just an aside. Secondly, with regard to the election, all right, as you all know, I backed Jeff because of the camaraderie that you guys have done. I mean, the previous councils, what they did to Heather Post, you would not want, all right? They pick on somebody, and you never get anywhere, all right? He's the chair, and I've been waiting 4 years for him to act like the chair and lead a bunch of cats scattering all over the place, trying to make the best deal for the county of Volusia. It's very hard, all right? So give him some slack. I ask George, please, when Jeff comes up with these ideas, talk to him what's gone on in the past, what he's allowed to do, what's going to get the rest of the council upset, all right? Because the council, believe it or not, folks behind me, they have a way of doing things. And if you have somebody come in, throwing the baby out with the bathwater, it's making it very difficult. You saw it tonight. We spoke an hour whether we're going to delay item 4 or not. We spoke for an hour. You could let everybody speak in that period of time. So at this point, Jeff, you've got to work with him. You have to lead. And you, please give him some slack. Hold him to the fire like you've held yourself. But please do it. We need it as a county. A lady's been calling me about anti-Semitism. Gave me several examples. So I went in my library. I have a book on the Holocaust. Everybody knows about the Holocaust. It's ancient history, but unfortunately it's not. So I'm asking you to have something said, something proclaimed, that we will not allow somebody to be discriminated against because of their religion, the color of their skin, the language they speak. You have to make an issue of it. Thank you.
Virginia Bennett, followed by Keith Chester, followed by Catherine Levinson.
She's not here. She had to leave.
Virginia had to leave. Keith Chester, followed by Catherine Levinson, followed by Charles Gabberty.
Before the clock has started, I want to remind you all, you haven't voted about the consent agenda to pull items.
We will, after public participation.
Oh, okay. All right, very good. There's an old saying, if you fail to be prepared to fail. The county and the cities in Volusia County have not been preparing. Over a year ago, probably 2 years ago, I started saying core governmental responsibilities, and I started saying we need a plan, a holistic plan for now and into our future, and how we're going to pay for it for core governmental needs. For many decades, I've watched Volusia County further and further handouts. And it started, well, Sunrail, I've used it yesterday and today, but let's be honest, Sunrail was put in place. They didn't have a clue how they were going to pay for it, but it was voted upon. And now we've got $9 million a year that's going to be going out plus that could have and should have been going to our core needs here in Volusia County, like flooding. So everybody in the audience that's concerned about flooding because their homes are flooded, or traffic, or the need for sidewalks, or litter, or how shabby some of our right-of-ways look, these core governmental needs, core governmental responsibilities, they have to understand that so much of their money and money that has come in from the federal government that could have went to those core governmental needs has been earmarked to handouts, to socialist-style programs, to things that really are not what's core to Volusia County government. And many people have backed this. Some of the same people that gave you Sunrail, gave you the Cultural Council, gave you Children and Families, and all of those things, they all sound good when they're put into place, but they never go away and they keep going. And some of them, you are taking our money from us by force, because if we don't give you the money you tell us that we got to give you, you can take our homes and property. And then you're choosing who to give it to. You're making our charitable contributions for us. That's not right. That's not what government was intended to be when it was formed. I think that the recent presidential election, like it or not, has sent a message. 60% of the voters in Volusia County voted they did not want a $1.7 trillion program of handouts. They did not want $25,000 going to new home buyers. They did not want school loans being paid off by people who are out there working the trades and busting their butts. Y'all need to heed that message, what 60% of the voters said when they voted against those things. So while this room is packed full of people asking you for more and more and more for their causes, understand there's a lot of people that are against it.
Thank you. Catherine Levinson, followed by Charles Gabberty, followed by Suzanne Schreiber.
Ready?
Catherine, yes.
Catherine Levinson. I live in Orange City, unincorporated, the outside part. I live on a lake that's never flooded, ever. I have no insurance for flooding. FEMA has come out and said that it's a man-made problem, so they won't cover any damages. I've paid $25,000 to have dirt put in so that my house doesn't flood. What I mean by that is I saw the flooding coming up because we flooded after Milton, not during, after. So for 2 weeks after Milton, water was went through 1792 where the road broke. You know where I'm talking about. And it's still going in today. I have video of it from today. So the water went in, still coming in, and the water rose up in our lake at least 15 feet high and probably 200 feet in. So the water that I've been on, the dry lake, dry lot I've been on, is now flooded. And the dirt that I put in was 25 loads at my back door to prevent the water from coming in my house. It is working right now. But if Sarah would have come, it would not be working. And I would be in a house that was, like you said, black mold. That's a problem because the Orange City Council and their manager have decided that the water didn't come from them, but it did. St. John's Water Management, they haven't done anything because they feel like it's you guys' problem, not ours, and not theirs. The congressman that I contacted, Webster Barnaby, he is supposed to be talking to you guys because this is something that's preventable. It should never have happened. We had 2 little ponds, and now we have a gigantic lake that's overflowing the bounds of it. So much so that it's flooding down into other people's property that are not even lakefront. So we're all suffering, all of us in this area. What we would like for you to do is pump the water out because the water was put on us sneaky in 2017 when a county person got a permit without advertising in our area. They went to Daytona Beach, which is 35 miles away, and posted it there, and then it got approved. So since 2017, the water's been sneaking and our lake has gone up, up, up until 22, when Ian came, it almost flooded us, but we didn't really know why. And then in this one, afterwards, it was obvious what happened, and we found out the problems. And it's really county. The county got the permit, the county let the Orange City develop the way it is, and they have put their water on us. And that's really unfair. We're a private lake, we're a private community, we have nothing, we do nothing, we don't bother anyone, but yet we're getting flooded. And I foresee that the homes that are down below me in elevation, they're all flooded. And that's really terrible considering we've never flooded before and we don't have insurance and FEMA disavowed us. So now what? Yes, I voted for you too because I need this done.
Thank you.
What lake did she say she lived on, Mr. Chair?
Miller Pond, it's now Miller Lake.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's in Orange City.
Charles Gaberti, followed by Suzanne Schreiber, followed by David Hill.
My name is Charles Gaberti. I live on Wingate Drive in the Westminster Woods subdivision of DeLand. I'm the treasurer of our homeowners association, and I'm here representing our homeowners association tonight. I'm talking about stormwater and retention ponds. Our system is a series of 3 retention ponds and several French drain systems. I had pictures which we're not going to be able to show, which would have made this make a little more sense, but I have pictures of 2 of our retention ponds after a hurricane, and they are pretty, they are working just as they were designed. Our 3rd retention pond is directly across Blue Lake Avenue from the county retention pond that's at the corner of Blue Lake and Victoria Trails Boulevard. I had a picture of that area so that you could visualize it for those that may not be familiar, but if you've driven down Blue Lake, that's where all the roads been covered with water for a month. Our 3rd retention pond was designed to hold the stormwater from Wingate Drive and a few hundred feet of Old Pond Road and the Wingate cul-de-sac. When the county pond at Victoria Trails Boulevard is full, it overflows back through the gutter drains on Blue Lake Avenue and flows across the west sidewalk and directly into the 3rd Westminster Wood retention pond. When our pond filled up from your overflow water during Hurricane Milton, it backflowed through our street drains and it flooded Wingate Drive and Old Pond Road to the point that we had a high water rescue vehicle have to come in and remove a 94-year-old neighbor. I had a picture of that also. Water continued to rise as the water came across Blue Lake for more than a week after the storm had passed. Our HOA took action to save homes as the water went up yards and into homes and driveways. The HOA brought in pumps and spent $12,488 saving 7 homes. I'm here tonight to ask that the council reimburse my homeowners association for that $12,488. and I'd like to know how we move forward doing that. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Suzanne Shiver, followed by David Hill, followed by Reverend Sean Proctor.
Good evening, Suzanne Shiver, Ormond Beach, representing Dream Green Volusia. In November of 2023, we pulled water samples from Green, Blue, and De Leon Springs for a PFAS Forever chemical study being done by the University of Florida. In September of this year, we received the study results by email from the UF team. The study on PFAS in Florida's freshwater springs was published in Science of the Total Environment. The following is read directly from the study. To the best of their knowledge, this is the first comprehensive study highlighting PFAS in Florida springs. PFBS, perfluorobutane sulfonic acid, was the most detected PFAS across all springs. The 3 most contaminated springs were all within a 10-mile radius of Deltona. PFAS were detected in the spring vents and runs. 7 sites exceeded the EPA's drinking water maximum contaminant level for either PFOA, PFOS, or both. As a summary of the abstract of the study, the state of Florida contains over 1,000 freshwater springs fed by groundwater that provide 90% of the drinking water for inhabitants. Freshwater springs are regarded as some of the cleanest water sources left on Earth. But recent studies regarding the extreme pervasiveness of PFAS across the globe have called into question whether PFAS have infiltrated these vital water sources. In this study, 50 freshwater Florida springs were analyzed for the presence of 29 PFAS. The springs with the highest concentration of PFAS were Green Spring, Blue Spring, and Gemini Springs. Green Spring, as the highest concentration, receives backflow from the lake in times of low groundwater discharge, causing a potential mix that impact the delicate ecosystems that inhabit this spring. Second highest concentration of PFAS is Blue Spring, located in Blue Spring State Park. Due to the spring's protected area, it's unclear where the potential PFAS source is coming from, but a likely source is considered the St. Johns River. Third highest concentration in PFAS is Gemini Springs. De Leon Spring also came in the top 10 with high concentration. The summary provides an explanation of PFAS in consumable water, as well as 7 springs exceeding surface water levels for fish consumption, posing risk to residents, visitors, and wildlife in freshwater springs. There were some springs that had no PFAS in the test. A copy of the study will be emailed to all council members and Mr. Rechtenwald. In 2022, we did a PFAS test with Cyclopure Lab through our organization from residents' unfiltered tap in Deltona and Lake Helen. The results coincided with the University of Florida results. Thank you for your time. Also, Tim Bailey received this study via email. And for the remaining few seconds, we support the moratorium, and we want the Pollution Board, which is this council, to look into the pollution of the water of our springs and our water bodies. Thank you.
David Hill, followed by Reverend Sean Proctor, followed by Karen Clark.
My name's David Hill. I live on Miller Road in Orange City, Florida. I'm here about Miller Lake, the flooding of Miller Lake. Miller Lake used to be 200 feet from my property line. Now I have 20-foot deep pond in my front yard, and I've lost an acre of land. This all started in 2017 with a permit by Royal Oaks Professional Center, approved by St. John's and approved by the County of Volusia. This system, this permit allowed for a storm drain to be put across Tremont Drive to drain Royal Oaks Professional Center parking lot. Royal Oaks Professional Center has an exfiltration system under their parking lot. It's designed to take the water in and distribute it out. It hasn't been doing that since its installation of the storm drain. The exfiltration system is next to Wawa Lake. It's at any given time, this system is 10 to 20 feet below the water in Wawa Lake. All it is a conduit for Wawa Lake and all the groundwater traveling underneath the Royal Oaks Professional Center parking lot. This lake and this system is like a water tower. If anybody would just go and look at the storm drain across Tremont Drive, you would see The water is just like a river rolling through there, and it's been doing it for 7 years. It's taken the capacity of Miller Lake to handle a storm event, to handle it. It won't handle it. In addition to that storm drain across Tremont Drive, an illegal drain was put on Wawa Lake and hooked into the storm drain across Tremont Drive. There should be penalties for that. The permit under paragraph 1 says if any deviations that are not so authorized may subject the permittee to enforcement actions under chapter 373 of the Florida statutes. I've pointed that out to St. John's, to the city and the county, and nobody will do anything. You have the tools to make a change. Paragraph 17 of the permit says, if any adverse impacts result, the district will require the permittee to eliminate the cause. It should be evidence of what's happened to Miller Road. So please call St. John's and say, hey, this was a bad idea. The technical staff reported that permit. The county gave a letter of no objection to put that storm drain under Tremont Drive because they felt they had the capacity to handle the water. The capacity was long since taken away. In summary, you approved this drain that has taken all the capacity of Miller Lake to handle a storm event. We have been flooded every day, 24 hours a day, for 7+ years. You have a responsibility to stop it. You are liable for the taking of our land with your approval of this permit. Ask St. John's to abandon this drain.
Thank you. Reverend Sean Proctor, Karen Clark, followed by George Figueredo.
Thank you, council members. My name is Sean Proctor. I am the pastor at the United Church of Christ of New Smyrna Beach, and I'm here just to give you a little break from talking about flooding, to find something else to talk about. But I'm here with faith, fighting against injustice towards humanity, and we have 34 congregations of various faith traditions that are involved with our network, and we brought 40 people here tonight, and we will talk about flooding, but I specifically want to talk about the $400,000 that's been left out of the funding for the First Step shelter in the next year. And I know that my understanding is there was a 5-year agreement to keep that funding in, and those 5 years have expired now, and it's been chosen to take that $400,000 out of the funding from the county to the First Step shelter. I understand there may be some difficulties with people having problems with leadership there, for example, or people having problems with the way places run, but taking away money from First Step shelter will only hurt the wrong people. It's not going to harm leadership there. They're still going to have their jobs. What it's going to do is it's going to decrease the number of beds that are there, which is already a lower capacity than what we originally wanted. And when we take more beds away, it makes it even more difficult for us, for social workers, for pastors, for other people who are trying to help people receive housing. It makes it even more difficult for us to access the services that are provided at First Step shelter. 94% of the people who have been housed from First Step shelter over 2 years ago are still being housed. That means that the outcomes are good from First Step shelter. We do not need to lose the funding there. We need more beds there, not less beds there. We have a great need for it. We have over 2,000 kids that are homeless in Volusia County in the school systems. We need to have ways to address the homelessness problem. We have very few here in the county. We don't have nearly enough resources. So I'm asking you to consider putting that back in the budget so that we can more properly serve the least of these. So, thank you.
Thank you. Karen Clark, followed by George Figueredo, followed by Pamela Walker.
Hello, I'm not talking about flooding. You have enough of them. I want to thank Lisa Lewis. I was a watcher for one of the presidential candidates, and I was there from 8 in the morning until 5 or 6 at night. You guys have a great staff. She trained them well, and you have nothing but kudos on that. Even the crazy drunk that was outside, they kind of subdued him. I want to thank the tree debris people that are stationed out of the West Volusia over by the Humane Society. They're doing a great job. And once I told Mike Chitwood that the guys were going way too fast, it's amazing. The next day, all those vehicles coming and going was slow, the way they were supposed to be. I want to thank them on that. The word discussion is in the description of item 4. So discussion is just hearing people and talking, listening. So I know that it went off on a tangent and got changed, but on the special meeting, we'll be able to speak as well. That's what I wanted to know, because I know when there's certain classes you can't speak, you can only hear. And why wait 60 days, but that's all over with. I'd like you to also think about, not now, about an animal shelter like it's in Orange County, because the new contracts, when a shelter gets a contract, it used to be animal control delivered the animal to the shelter. They took care of it for 3 days because that's what the requirement was. But I think it got changed where they now have to adopt out. And that's the part of that contract that's a little worrying, the shelters that already got the contracts, just to let you know. So it's not a bad idea. You already have the vet. You already have the staff, and it can be used for on-the-job training, because it's a several billion-dollar industry for animal care, for shelters, just the whole animal industry is several $billion, and you can take advantage of that. There are not so much taxpayer dollars. There's a lot of grants. There's a lot of businesses out there that would gladly fund. And we have the property. There is property out there. Plus, you can also have a park where you can take in the horses. And I remember that during that year, somebody borrowed my one truck to carry horses into another shelter area, just to be safe. So it was available. So think about that. Possibly doing an animal shelter, and I know there's a group of people that we can help. And that's about it. I feel sorry for all you guys. Oh, my God. Thank you.
Thank you. Jorge, followed by Pamela Walker, followed by Kathy Thompson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time. Mr. Chairman, congratulations on your election. Make no mistake, the rest of the board, this man has a mandate. The entire community of politicians, they even recruited a Democratic sheriff to go after him. And the public spoke, and they gave him a mandate. So we expect you all to surround him with support and show some respect. He's a good man, and he cares about us. All right, I'm here to talk about flooding. I don't like being mean. I'm a nice guy. Here's the problem. My children and my grandchildren are living in the equivalent of a septic tank. My son and his family are practically trapped in their house. I've said that before. I'm not gonna belabor that. I don't want anybody to lose their job. I used to be on the consulting, engineering, construction side. I know I don't want anyone to lose their job. Certainly, county staff's not going to lose their jobs. Okay? So my comments are not aimed at these people. I would love for development to happen. Fix the flooding. I know you've got a project underway, but I know how projects go. They take 18 months, 9 months, however long to study them, another year to design them, another year to get financing. It's 5 years before you have anything. Please, George, let's accelerate this process. Let's make it go faster. The faster we find a solution, the sooner we stop talking about moratoriums and very difficult things like that. Okay? Just be aware. All this flooding, you all have liability for this. Somebody falls down and gets hurt, gets bit by a coral snake, commits suicide because they can't take it anymore. They're going to come after you as well, and civil immunity is only going to get you so far. And I'm not trying to lecture you, but it's a reality. I have one last thing I want to talk about, because I'm allowed to talk about as it relates to flooding anything. I am very disappointed with one of your staff members. His name is Mr. Bartlett. When I first came here 3 years ago, before this was a crisis, I was told he would be my contact. When I went to him, he said, well, staff can't do anything. You need to convince the board. I said, okay, started working on it. Then I reached out to him. He talked to me about one item. Later on, I reached out for an update. I left him messages. He didn't return my calls. My wife had a discussion with him. He got belligerent and aggressive with her. I don't appreciate that. She didn't appreciate that. So tonight I said, why did you ghost me? He said, well, I figured we had nothing to talk about. How does he know what we have to talk about? All I wanted was an update. I told Mr. Reckenwald he's going to discuss things with me from now on, and he's been very responsive, and I appreciate and I respect him. But I've lost confidence in Mr. Bartlett. I know he's leading this study, or he's a great part of it. I don't know that he's a fair judge of what should be happening. I wasn't going to bring him forward, but he treated me tonight like garbage. Have y'all heard that before? Treating someone like garbage? Oh, he smirked at me. Disrespect I won't tolerate. I'm done. Thank you. Good luck, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Pamela Walker, followed by Kathy Thompson, followed by Donna McDowell.
Yes, I'm here again to talk about animal control. I've been displaced since Ian 2 years ago, and I have emotional support animals. The animal controls, I mean, they don't do their job. They harass me. I wrote a letter to the sheriff department about, I guess, them trying to put me in jail about my animals. I'm doing everything I can to keep them. And they took them to Halifax and they adopted them out. So I don't know, they sold them because that's more what they're concerned about, money. That's what they're concerned about. So when you see homeless people out here with their animals, they take care of their animals. They eat before their animals eat before they eat. You know, so this is the issue with animal control and their officers, Riggins and, what is her name? Officer Taylor, very rude, harassing people. Thank you.
Kathy Thompson, Donna McDowell, followed by J.C. Figurato.
Kathy Thompson, resident of Ormond Beach, but most importantly, president of Daytona Playhouse. No surprise to any of you. I just wanted to come today to personally update you on our second ECHO project. A little bit of history. In 2013, we got a letter for some lawyers saying that we were receiving a bequest from a former patron and volunteer. We heard it was going to be about $35,000, and it turned out to be $350,000. I can assure you, in the 78-year history of Daytona Playhouse, we have never had a donation of that size. May never again. But that allowed us to apply for our first ECHO. Now, we had hoped to renovate the entire building with that money, but unfortunately, the cost was going to be $1.2 million, which was $400,000 more than we had. So we broke it into two phases. We addressed first what was most important to our patrons. We wanted to give them updated bathrooms, since the original bathrooms were built in 1955. Along with other amenities. So our total focus, and a lift to allow easy wheelchair access for them. But the plans were in place, and we'd gotten zoning approved, which we would need to do phase 2. And then, of course, the pandemic struck, and that delayed us a little while, but we continued to work on it. And as soon as we could, we applied for our second ECHO, and we were approved in December of 2022. Now, the cost for just the phase 2 now was $1.2 million. So that shows you just how much cost and construction has increased since then. But our ECHO application was approved thanks to you. We completed our children's show for that summer, and we closed our doors on July 1st. The project was to be completed in December of 2020. What year are we in? 2023. And we started our season a little late that December. But there were lots of challenges: supply chain issues, delivery delays, worker shortages. But Pack and Associates, and in particular the late Pat DeMayo, were determined to do their best for us, and we were able to remain open. So we ran a full season while the construction went on. And at the end of June, our construction project was actually completed. We now have ADA accessibility both to the front and the back of the theater. We have an elevator, costume area, true rehearsal hall, new dressing room. It is an absolutely wonderful facility, particularly for the children this summer who were the first to get to use our new dressing room and rehearsal hall. So I want to thank Daniel Marsh, Joe Markham, Echo Advisory Committee, et cetera, our heartfelt that, and thank you to the citizens of
you.
Volusia County.
Donna McDowell, J.C., and David Kremer.
I'm standing in for Donna McDowell. My name's Elizabeth Pompey, and I live in unincorporated Port Orange. Lots of what I came to talk about had to do with the moratorium, but anyway, I'll, oh, sorry, okay. Congratulations on the elections, everyone. I wanted to speak to the council and say, now that the elections are done, can we please work together and get things done for us? The people in Volusia County, including those that live in the city, spoke loud and clear on this election day. The moratorium I felt was good. It would stop the building until the flooding issues are solved, not just cancel the building. It will just reopen them after we decide what's going to happen with all the flooding. You hear all these people and you hear it over and over. Next, the most important thing is to stop building on our wetlands. That's what's killing us. Our wetlands are supposed to collect the stormwaters, then it filters it down into the aquifer, which is our drinking water. So if we keep putting retention ponds in, the water just washes away, and here we are with a water shortage now because we have no wetlands, because everybody's building on our wetlands. Where I live is a perfect example, because Town West built on wetlands. They put their retention. I'm now their wetlands. I've said this before. Our wetlands are our greatest asset here in Florida, and we need to protect it. The next thing that I became aware of is this resolution authorizing a deferral of impact fees for single-family homes. I can't even believe this is being considered. I know it sounds good, like maybe the individual that's going to go build a home is going to benefit, but what I see is the developers are going to benefit. And right now, there's no shortage in developers wanting to build around here. The large developers make the money, build poor infrastructure such as roads and sidewalks, and then move on to build the next, leaving us taxpayers to pay for repairs of the shoddy work. Town West is a perfect example. I know it's in the city of Port Orange, but development is still the same. I think maybe there should be a bond put by these developers that come in and build and have to do this. And then if there is a problem, because if you walk downtown West, the roads are falling apart and the sidewalks are falling apart. And it happens over and over. We, the people in Volusia County, get stuck with that bill because we have to pay the taxes that cover it. I'm not even sure why the council is even considering that. It only benefits the developers, in my opinion. It's under the guise of a strategic goal of increasing efficiency and effectiveness of government operations. I don't see where waiving fees increases that. It just seems to be a catchy title to give back to those that are destroying our country, our county, excuse me. The next item I would like to speak back is the K through 12 development in Tomoka Farms Road. No.
J.C., followed by David Kremer, followed by Pam Teeter.
Well, I'm back. You guys were expecting it, I know. George, I've left you a half dozen messages. I'd love a call back. Love to talk about gaining access to our house, which we are still driving a side-by-side or a large truck out of. So if we could have a conversation about me and all of my neighbors, that would be great. We need some help. First, I would like to ask that we revisit that FEMA money that was allocated towards HUD and low-income housing and repairs. I know it can be used for infrastructure and stormwater management. I think that conversation needs to be brought up and addressed. Second, Mr. Santiago, you pulled up a picture after I walked out of the room that was very, very inaccurate. And I'm asking today if you have any information or anything else you plan on doing when I leave. We do it now, and we have that conversation. I have brought you facts, and I have brought facts and facts. I brought facts with PhD professional stamps on it. You have not asked me one time to actually look at it. Instead, we insinuate that I am leading an army of people and I have a BS issue that doesn't exist, which I do. I'm here. Let's pull the picture up. Let's talk about it. Let's review it. 3 hurricanes happened within the month before the picture you showed.
Property recovered within a couple of months. We are over a month, probably almost 40 days after this hurricane, and I still have a river flowing into my backyard, which is flowing into my front yard, which is flowing into my neighbor's pasture, which is flooding us out. Today, I have a river and it hasn't rained. Okay, that is dam seepage. That is from improper water table elevations being set, and that is reclaimed water being pumped into these retention ponds to maintain artificial pond heights for beautification and for irrigation. Okay, in another neighborhood next to us, they have a deep water well on a float switch that was set at 6 feet over the normal water table elevation. Okay, that ran for almost 5 years per the company that installed it. Okay, the way in the St. John's permits that water leaves that pond is through lateral infiltration and irrigation. When you call St. John's, just to get clarification on the verbiage that they use, lateral infiltration is water seeping through the pond. Okay, these are water table elevations that were set over the pre-development findings in the bound report by 6 feet. Okay, Victoria Park, within the last 2 months before the storm, brought in 200 million gallons of reclaimed water to maintain beautification and irrigation. So when you want to say that I don't bring facts, let's talk about the facts before you insinuate that. Thank you.
Thank you. David Kremer, Pam Teeter, Elizabeth Pompey.
Dave Kramer. I also live on Miller Lake in Orange City, and I am flooded. I have lost many acres of land. My wife and daughter have had to move out of the house. It's surrounded by water. The power's shut off. You can see the water coming up through the vents. It's uninhabitable. Now, we've had 14 inches of rain, but as you've heard already, that turned into 7, 10, 12 feet of water on a lake. That shouldn't happen. Now, this isn't the first time being here, physically here, 2017, 2019, 2021, for the same issues of the water being pumped and being drained into Miller Lake. And each time Volusia County they specifically said we're not going to do anything. And just a few years ago, St. John's River Authority, they actually got all the entities together. The City of Orange City, the City of DeBerry, the Department of Transportation, St. John's River, and they all agreed they could pump that water out and get it to DeBerry. That was a few years ago, which would have got us out of this problem. Volusia County was the only entity that refused to do it. They said, we will not provide a pump and we will not provide resources. I was actually told by Ben Bartlett that I could buy the pump myself, and then they'd look into it. It also, another time, one of the county engineers, David Hamstra, he came onto our property and said that we'll stop the pumping and stop the drainage. So the county's known about it. This has been going on since 2017. So what's been done since Milton? On Miller Road, the county has built a temporary one-lane road that, fortunately, I'm on the Shady Lane side. I'm the other side of the lake, and I don't have to use that road. It looks extremely dangerous and unsafe. Now, the Volusia County is also, I've been told that they literally put a stick in the mud, and that's how they're monitoring the lake. So I'm not sure what kind of design and engineering and science is around that, but I would expect a little more to be done than to say we don't see the water rising because we put a stick in the mud. So what are my expectations? They've pretty much been met over the last 8 years. I expect nothing to be done. I expect good solutions to come forward and the county not to do anything. So I'm gonna do what the county's done to me for years. I'm gonna shut up, I'm gonna turn my back to you, and I'm gonna walk away.
Pam Teeter, Elizabeth Pompey, and Ronnie Hull.
I don't think there's probably a lot I can add to this subject of flooding.
However, I do want to put a face to this severe problem that the county has. We bought our home in July after moving from North Carolina, and we had no idea what awaited us. The retention pond located beside our home began to overflow into our property before the hurricanes arrived. The water came within 30 feet of our home. We were blindsided by this issue. I mean, who in the world would have thought that flooding would be a regular occurrence that the county would not address? Crazy, huh? Since our home flooded in this last hurricane, we have had to, it's still not livable, by the way. We have had to rely on friends to have a place to stay, driving an hour and a half round trip each day. As we struggle to clean up and repair our home, we have to wonder, is it in vain to fix up our house when the next storm will flood us again? We've been told there isn't anything that can be done, except that you have long-range plans. While I appreciate even that, unless these plans have actual steps to fix the problem and a date to begin, they remain an elusive dream. Do you have any idea how hopeless and helpless that makes us feel? Unless you have experienced the anxiety and trauma of a flooding event, you cannot even imagine. As you go home today, and you prepare to sleep in your bed, please think of those of us who can't do that. As you prepare for the upcoming holidays, and you gather around your table at Thanksgiving, please think of us who can't do that. As you put up your Christmas decorations in your home, please think about the rest of us who will not have that opportunity. Please work on this problem now. Please address it for those of us who are suffering on a daily basis. You want our tax dollars, almost $10,000, by the way, next year, that we will owe. You will help me live in a home and do something about this flooding. I'm just asking you, as a face of trauma, right here before you, please, please help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth, you spoke for somebody else. Did you, Elizabeth Pompey? Okay. Ronnie Hull and Pat Nicholson.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Ronnie Hull. I live in New Smyrna Beach. I'm the general manager of the Volusia County Fair. On behalf of the Volusia County Fair Board of Directors, we'd like to thank the County Council, administration, staff, and employees for helping us put on the annual fair after a hurricane so we can have over 4,000 youth in this county display their projects to our county. Thank you again for all you do. I know you have a lot going on, but thank you again.
Thank you, Ronnie. Pat Nicholson, followed by Thomas Rutledge, followed by Tyler Momberg. Is Pat Nicholson in the room? Okay, we will go to Thomas Rutledge, followed by Tyler Momberg, followed by Fred Cleveland. No, I just called your name and come on down. You were next. You had
Set the alarms off.
My name is Nicholson. I live in Deland. And there was an issue last year, and I started following the council minutes. And I've watched each of you, and I have to say I'm really
disappointed with what I see. You'd have to be deaf and dumb not to see how people are suffering and to see you kick item 4 down the line. We know what you're doing. You're trying to get around it. The same thing you do every time. Let me look at my notes here. If you remember who Barry Fife was, that's what several of you remind me of. It's just aggravating. Our tax dollars are paying your salaries. You are not following your oath of office. You are not for the taxpayers. Look around you. You don't need more study. Your planning department, your building department, your county attorney is not doing their jobs. None of you should be paid. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And then to have the suspension of the impact fee from a developer when the federal government under Biden has already given them money. Don't dare ask the taxpayers to bear that burden. Get a grip and do the right thing. We've had about enough of all this stalling.
Thomas Rutledge, followed by Tyler Momberg, followed by Fred Cleveland.
Sorry, boss, I was downstairs getting through security. Thank you, Thomas Rutledge, Will by the Sea. Thank you for your service to our community, and congrats, Mr. Brower and Mr. Reinhardt, for your election victories. You have seen me before where I was forecasted the machinations and the end result of this election. Admittedly, I was speaking from the hubris of the galactically ignorant. I had no idea what Mr. Brower was up against. Election analysis indicates Brower's absence from the local Republican voter guide was extremely damaging and went against the expectations of the rank-and-file Republican voters in Volusia County. Many relied on this guide and did not understand the process that eliminated Mr. Brower from it. When they found out, the outrage was uncontained. In my opinion, unless there is a change in leadership and this committee comes to alignment with the expectations of Republican voters, it will remain discredited and ultimately unreliable for local races. The word is out and the educational process will continue. The shoo-in for off-presidential year candidates who rely on the endorsement are a thing of the past. It will be easy going forward for unendorsed Republicans to counter it in district races where there are far less voters needing education on the subject. This is most poignantly indicated in the Seat 2 race where a candidate, a lifelong Republican, was not on the guide and almost won. Mr. Miller was so wounded by the affair he switched parties in protest. Had he not done that, he likely would have won easily and been seated here. Another thing we learned is endorsements are worthless. Working polling locations, I never heard, or any other volunteer ever heard, say it was brought up when the voters had plenty to say. On another subject, the road issue, which you've heard from me before, on the 4100 block in Wilbur, the southern end, the trap bags are gone. They were gone before the approximate 1 foot surge hit. From the latest storm, that just normal high tides have taken away. This is really for staff. So the southern end of the 4100 block in Wilbur by the Sea and on Oriole, the trap bags are gone. They're essentially missing. The northern ones are further west and they're still there and working somewhat. Another thing regarding the flooding, listening to developers and chambers of commerce complain about job losses from a moratorium is like listening to defense contractors arguing against stopping wars because it'll hurt jobs. Anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Tyler Momberg, is Tyler still here? Can somebody turn off their phone? Tyler, okay, Fred Cleveland, is Mayor Cleveland still here? Yes, followed by Ava Castellano, followed by Catherine Pante.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. First of all, thank you for your service. It's not volunteer, but it's pretty close based on what you're paid. And thank you for taking a breath. And I can only tell you that I have heard the stories that you heard tonight from New Smyrna residents about our flooding, the hue and cry to do something, to act. Please unite our cities so we do no damage to our neighbors. Please seek the cooperation of our nearby counties on this, what I call a regional or statewide issue. Leverage the county manager's contacts, the Army Corps of Engineers, our U.S. Congress, and our governor's office to get the billions of dollars it's going to take to remedy this, and the time that it's going to take to get it right the first time. Measure twice, cut once. We have a community of low-lying areas, not the least of which is Corbin Park, where 50 homes get flooded every time. We beseeched your generosity and your wisdom on approving the grant of the $368 for this Corbin Park project. Lastly, the arts. It's the only surviving evidence that our culture will have for future generations. Please remember that when it comes to your budget vote, for a couple of reasons. It's an economic engine times 5 for the people that attend. And it's a worthy government service to the residents and citizens and businesses in the area. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. And thank you for your commitment tonight amongst amazing pressure. You have an unenviable job, and I'm proud to serve with you. Thank you.
Ava Castellano, followed by Catherine Pante, followed by Carla Black.
Hello, I'm Ava Castellano, and I'm representing the Athens Cedar regarding item number 10 on the agenda. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a freshman at DeLand High School. I'm a member of the IB program, have a 4.5 GPA, and I'm the class of 2028 secretary. I've been a student of the Athens Cedar Youth Academy for over 4 years. I was a part of the Footloose Junior cast last year and a part of the Legally Blonde cast this year. I have also been in improv for a majority of my years at the Athens Cedar. On top of all of my time spent at the Athens Cedar, I'm also part of the DeLand High School band and have done dance for over 5 years. As you could probably tell, I'm very, very involved in the arts in our community, and the impact of this has been immense. In my life personally, I have experienced more creativity, focus, and social awareness. I am also not the only one to experience such things from participating in the arts. The arts have had a major impact on the person I am today and the person I will eventually become. This grant keeps many things going in the arts community all throughout Volusia County. It would be devastating to see these opportunities slowly diminish for kids exactly like me who love the arts. It would be even more disappointing to see someone like me who plans on continuing being an active member of the arts program not being able to participate because of budget cuts. I'm also a junior counselor of the Athens Cedar Youth Academy. This has been a very fulfilling experience, getting to see younger kids who are exactly like me enjoying and being fully immersed in the arts. It's an incredible experience to watch these kids learn, grow, and play through the arts. On top of everything, the arts have built a very strong community for me and has given me a safe haven where I can truly be myself. I have built so many incredible friendships and would be extremely saddened to see this outlet possibly be taken away from these younger children who are just starting out. The arts have given me, and so many others, the confidence to participate in many other endeavors outside of the arts. In fact, I wouldn't have the confidence to be here in front of you today if it weren't for the arts. The arts are an incredible thing that should be kept alive for everyone. When deciding on this grant, I implore you to think about everyone, but especially the children that this can have a large impact on. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call on the next person, Ava, it was good to hear from you, but I need to remind the audience, if you're going to speak on a specific item, please come up during that item. This is for, this part of public participation is for items not on the agenda. Next, we have Catherine Pante, followed by Carla Black, followed by Pat Joslin.
Catherine Pante, Daytona Beach, protected address. Good evening, Council. Accessibility of council meetings needs to be addressed and can be addressed in our charter under 306.2, location of meetings. Our county council meetings are not accessible to all Volusia County residents, especially those who reside on the east side of Volusia County. The east side of the county is home to an elderly population and folks who live in Midtown, an underserved community. In addition, residents in Ormond Beach, Ormond by the Sea, Daytona Beach Shores, Ponce Inlet, etc., many of our residents cannot attend meetings because of transportation issues. These tax-paying residents deserve a seat at the table to have their voices heard. Our charter grants the authority to move the location of our meetings as long as it is advertised in a newspaper of general circulation 1 week prior. The county owns the Ocean Center, so there is no place, space, and cost are a non-issue. I propose on the basis of accessibility for all residents that the County Council hold one of the 2 monthly meetings at the Ocean Center, which has plenty of space to seat many residents as well as parking. I also propose that we maintain an evening meeting to start no earlier than 5 p.m. as people do have day jobs. I add this specifically because our at-large councilman has requested that both meetings be held during daytime hours. That action will severely limit the working public's access to attend council meetings. Now for a U-turn to address the Daytona Beach Regional Chamber of Commerce Facebook post on their opposition to the countywide moratorium. The chamber claims several thousand jobs will be lost in the construction and building industry. This is blatantly false. Many folks, and I was one of them, who could not even hire a contractor, a roofer, et cetera, to put our homes back together post-storm because people are backed up for months with work. It took 1.5 years to put my childhood home back together after Ian because I was waiting on subcontractors. The most concerning thing mentioned was the hundreds of millions of dollars lost revenue for the county. Wow, just wow, is that all these people think of is their lost millions after pumping $500,000 into a county chair race to take out the one councilman who really hears us and wants to address our countywide flooding issues. To that I say, what about the thousands of dollars Volusia County residents have lost due to flooding? The increased cost of insurance that many can no longer afford to have? What about our neighbors who have to file bankruptcy? Those on fixed incomes, those we made homeless. Not once in their Facebook post did they mention the safety, the health, or security of our residents. Only pure greed at the loss of millions in revenue. To the chamber, I say, how about you reach out to your business partners and instead of creating gentrified parks of concrete to funnel some of those dollars to our infrastructure needs in our county. Redoing our antiquated 100-year-old storm and sewer drains makes for a whole lot of construction jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Carla Black, Pat Joslin, followed by Stephanie Cox.
Good evening, Councilman. I am Carla Black from Orange City. I'm here to discuss our public safety and the protection of our quality of life. I've been following the stories of our residents, our family farmers, and small businesses that had never been in a flood zone prior to the construction of the fill and build communities over a watershed that popped up in and around their proximity to them. I find the retention ponds unsightly and ineffective at doing their jobs. I find some of the residents are stuck in continuous standing water that has never been addressed. They have no dry path to their homes, nowhere for children to play, nowhere for animals to graze, and they are very much at risk for deadly bacteria and mold. We also have residents that previously were not in a flood zone who are flooding during not only named storms, but also typical summer storms. Many don't have the appropriate insurance coverage because it is difficult to obtain and extremely costly. They are also at great risk to their health and well-being. For our public safety, we should stop the 6 and 8 feet of fill over watershed development projects. We should require low-impact development policies, implement requirements of the county and municipalities to upgrade stormwater management, and clear debris in conjunction with our municipalities. The flooding is not in my backyard. I'm in unincorporated Orange City. But I do care about this county. I care about the people. To quote a favorite artist, we've compromised our pride and sacrificed our health. We must demand more, not from each other, but from ourselves. Let us think of this before rushing to approve rezoning for another 250 home fill and build project over watershed. I stand with the moratorium. You've delayed it and I'm satisfied with that, but I will come back and I will discuss it, stand with it. And I thank all of you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Joslin, followed by Stephanie Cox, followed by Reverend Anthony Starnes.
My name's Pat Joslin. I live on Taylor Road in DeLand, Florida. And this hurricane, they closed our road, and they closed it for 3 weeks because it was flooded up to my knees, Mr. Santiago, if you've not been out there. And neither has our district person that I've seen. They've not come. So what I came to say today, I don't think I can say. I listened to Glenn Beck. No, it wasn't bad, but I listened to Glenn Beck, and Glenn Beck says, do the next right thing. Do the next right thing. All of you sitting up here. The only person that's ever been to our place is Mr. Brower. Mr. Brower has been there multiple times to check on us and to make sure we are okay. Nobody else has. He checked on our neighbors that had only been there. I was gonna cry. Our business has suffered because of Victoria Trails, Victoria Reserve, Sawyer's Landing. They built up 6 to 8 feet. If any of you will get yourself out and go look at our neighbors on Rockingham and War Admiral, the road that's not, the property that's not finished in the reserve, they've got an 8-foot wall of sand. An 8-foot wall of sand. You guys have been listening to JC for 6 years, you've done nothing. It's time to get off your butts. And like I said, the city of DeLand last night, get your thumbs out of your butt. Approve the moratorium, put in the infrastructure that should have been there before we started building. This should have not happened to us. We live in X elevation. X elevation does not flood, except for when Victoria Park and all of those subdivisions built 8 feet up. So all of you guys that are against this, straighten up, as my mother used to say. Straighten up or I'm going to take you behind the woodshed. And the other thing I would like to say is, I think you need to ask the community to be on these committees. You need to ask us what the answer is. You need to allow us to be on the committee, because putting only government people on the committee ain't going to work. And what time is the 5th of December, Mr. Dempsey? Thank you. We did not even know that in our district. All of us sitting downstairs that couldn't get in today, we had no idea that you were having a town hall. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Cox, followed by Reverend Anthony Starnes, followed by Pasternak. Stephanie Cox here. Going twice. Reverend Anthony Starnes. Rob Pasternak. Is Rob here? It's not on that row. Chelsea Pasternak, she here? Yeah, she's right here. Rob, are you speaking? Rob, you were ahead of her if you want to come down and speak first. So it's Rob, Chelsea, and then Missy Herrero.
Thanks for the opportunity. I'm Rob Pasternak. I'm here speaking not on my own behalf, but also on behalf of the residents of Volusia County who flooded, and specifically for my friends and neighbors of the Jamaica Farms Village. First of all, congratulations, Mr. Brower and Mr. Reinhardt, on your recent re-elections. The people need you now more than ever. We need your leadership, your hard work, your dedication. We need your cooperation and your focus to be on the community and the people that live here. We are representatives to do the right thing for us, those who live here now, not for a contractor or developer to make their next $1 million, not for the prospective families who might move here, or for the businesses that may come in the future. We need the infrastructure handled now for the people who live here now. Many of us are still feeling the impact of development that's already happened, and we deserve to have an infrastructure that works so we don't suffer from repeated flooding. What we need is attention to this infrastructure deficiency and flooding matter specifically. Attention like the idea of a motocross track got from county staff and elected officials alike. Remember that? A lot of information, a lot of effort, and it went nowhere, and it wasn't to benefit the many. Thank you all and staff for your recent work to schedule the upcoming county meetings and for the special meeting that was just taken care of tonight. To address the flooding and other disaster-related concerns later on the 25th and 26th of this month. Although we need a lot more done than just talking about the problem to see results. It's a small step in the right direction, but what I've been hearing from Ben Bartlett of Public Works is that we just need to order more studies. Yet there probably isn't any money to get that work done. The studies are going to indicate, just like in the past, there were plenty of studies that are currently still in the county offices where the work they recommended was never completed, such as the B21 2009 study. Shouldn't impact fees pay for the impact of development? Because in my neighborhood, there's been a noticeable impact. So regardless of what the engineers say, the new developments on Town West, specifically for my neighborhood, are definitely impacting the older homes and local residents of Jamaica Farms Village that happen to be at lower elevations. That's why we must have the moratorium on new building until we have answers and actions, because ordering more studies can't be the only action. If new developments are allowed to be built at higher elevations draining to existing infrastructure, it would be the additional expense of the existing residents, as we've all recently seen. I just don't see how any of you could vote to remove impact fees for builders when we've seen the impacts firsthand so recently and repetitively. I feel if new building is allowed with these flooding concerns not being met, it will show the people where their loyalties lie.
Thank you.
And look out for the people, not special interest groups. I'd like to recommend an agenda item to look at the possibility of echo funds for considering a motocross track. Let's do recreational storage out there, take care of a lot of people. I might have lost some time up front. I think the timing worked.
Chelsea is fine. Chelsea Pasternak.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Chelsea Pasternak. I also live in unincorporated Port Orange in the Tomoka Farms Village. I want to also congratulate Mr. Brower and Mr. Reinhardt, who aren't here tonight, on their election and another term. I'm hoping that with new terms and a new year comes camaraderie amongst the council, along with new ideas and new outcomes that provide responsive and fiscally responsible services for the health, safety, and quality of life for the citizens of Volusia County. To be a community rich with resources and opportunities today and for generations to come, as your mission statement states. I'm hopeful that the 7 of you will work together in collaboration with local municipalities. With that being said, I'm here to speak on a couple of topics, time depending. The first one is going to be that we support the moratorium. I know that's going to be pushed off, but I don't know why we can't have at least discussions on things. When we had Hurricane Milton, I've been here to speak to you guys several times before, but when Milton came through, we had 5 feet of water on Halifax Drive on the west side. The only access to our properties was via boat or kayak. You know, my children couldn't even stand out there. It was up to Rob's chest. When we're talking about the deferment of impact fees, I know it's an agenda item, but these fees help with new or expanded public facilities that will directly address the increased demand created by that development. We, the people, need help, not another savings for developers who are already set to make a profit. So when you vote today, when you vote on items such as this moving forward, think of the people. I heard them sitting outside since it's a packed house, but those who are suffering, they're directly affected by your decisions. The final item I want to cover is regarding something called City Lights Church. It's located within our rural Tomoka Farms Village. They applied for a special exemption request to turn this once home, newly turned into a church, into a K-12 school. That isn't supported by our local plan. This is going to go forth to the Planning and Land Development Regulation on December 19th and then come in front of you in February potentially. But there's a huge restriction in the stormwater flow just north of this property, which adversely affects all the homes. Further to the north by keeping the stormwater higher for longer. The flow from the west of 415 must converge and then pass under the old Daytona Bridge, consisting of only 2 attached 8x8 box culverts. And this restriction has been known about for at least 15 years. Overall, there's a lot more infrastructure that needs to be upgraded before anyone even considers something like this. You've heard me up here on multiple occasions, and I've emailed you all the B21 watershed management study from '09, where the big ticket items weren't completed. More building is not the answer, not to mention a school of this size. The 415, it's a 2-lane highway. The roads and traffic patterns can't support it. We need your help. Together we stand, divided we fall. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Missy Herrero, followed by Ilana Kraft, followed by Tim Palmer.
That's what it's about, right? Hi, my name's Missy Herrero. I live in Ormond Beach. I love to see those kids staying up past their school bedtime to be here to participate. That's how much people really care about what's going on. Thank you also for having the alternate meetings at 4 o'clock. It really is nice for the residents who work that they can come and participate, and I think that that's really essential for our community. Wow, we listened to everybody say they wanted to work together tonight. I really hope that that's where we're moving. I've been here on and off for the last 4 years and really been disappointed in the unprofessional behavior and on the council that really undermines accomplishing anything for the residents. We all lose when you guys can't find a consensus. We take for granted certain innate rights as residents of this community. The right for our homes to be protected from adverse effects of new developments built in our communities is one of them. A lot of people are here because they're suffering the issues of flooding. The people behind the scenes, they want to delay talking about this current problem and how it's affecting our residents are kind of been pulling a lot of the strings on what's happening, but the people who really are being affected are here today. The lack of infrastructure is not only present in flooding issue, our roads are overwhelmed, our schools are overwhelmed. I talked to a neighbor who teaches at Hinson, and she said she has 37 kids in her class, 37. Our hospitals are overwhelmed. If you've been unfortunate enough to bring a family member to a local ED, you've most likely experienced how overwhelmed the staff and facility are. There's long waits in the ED, and there's limited beds. If you've been even more unfortunate to have a family member who needs hospice care, you'll also find there's a shortage there. It's essential that we shore up our resources to take care of our existing residents before more development, more land code changes, comp plan, zoning, and density changes. In my limited experience from attending city council meetings, I've watched developments be presented to the local municipalities, and the engineers, with all of the education that they have, they present their plan of how they're going to contain their water. And none of the discussion ever there's no responsibility on how it's going to affect the existing residents. And I think that that's an essential piece that needs to be changed on how we look at new developments. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Ilana Kraft, Tim Palmer, followed by Earl Hunt.
Good afternoon. My name is Elena Kraft. I live in Ormond Beach. So I would like to take my time today to highlight some of the details that were conveniently forgotten about today's agenda item, which Mr. Brower did provide to everyone. So to start, there was a very specific term in today's agenda item, and that word was discussion. I considered negligence not to discuss real solutions to the devastation many Volusia County residents have experienced over the past few years. And the term controversial has been used to describe this proposed temporary moratorium. There is nothing controversial about pausing development in order to ensure all future developments meet specific conditions to prevent and minimize flooding. In his proposal, Mr. Brower outlined the following criteria as conditions to lift the temporary moratorium. There's 3 of them. The first one is to require low-impact development standards. By definition, low-impact development provides a sustainable approach to land development by mimicking natural water cycles, reducing stormwater runoff, mitigating flooding, and preserving natural habitats. That is not controversial. In fact, it sounds like the only responsible and humane thing to do. Developers shouldn't be vilified in this discussion, but they should be held to a much higher standard than they currently are. The way developers are clear-cutting and paving over Volusia County shows complete disregard for the residents who live here and who have to suffer the consequences of their profit-driven tunnel vision. I can assure you that the overwhelming majority of Volusia County residents would support an initiative that places a temporary pause until developers are required to build responsibly. That's why everybody's here. The second condition Mr. Brower included in his proposal was to prohibit the current practice of draining wetlands. As we all know, the main purpose of wetlands is to store floodwaters. There is nothing controversial about prohibiting the filling of wetlands. The fact that Volusia County has a page dedicated to instructing developers on how to obtain a wetland alteration permit is quite shameful. As stated on the county's website, and I quote, "If the application meets the requirements of this division, the wetland alteration permit will be issued." There should be no requirement that justifies the filling of wetlands in Volusia County. Again, not controversial. And the third one was to ensure that every municipality has to reevaluate their stormwater management practices and maintenance. Nothing controversial about that. It makes perfect sense that the county and the cities pause new residential developments until they update their stormwater master plans. So he presented 3 rational solutions to prevent flooding. You have plenty of time to review them prior to this meeting, and residents fully support them. Just ask them. And what you did today was just basically kick this topic down the road. Thank you.
Tim Palmer, followed by Earl Hunt, followed by Debbie Dalbo.
I only need a minute. Danny stepped out. I want to thank him for his quick response to a concern that we have. I also want to thank Diesel and Jeff for what they're doing with Edgewater. By the way, I'm Tim Palmer from Volusia County. And what they're trying to do and cooperate with you on this concern. I have just one thing to say, and that is I am astounded that council members would come here unprepared to talk about a problem that has existed for over a decade. That's right, I'm not going to use the whole time. I appreciate the need to consult with the experts, but you don't work for the experts, you work for us. Jeff, thank you for giving a time for we the people to speak.
Hey, if you'd hold your applause, we could get through a lot more names here. Earl Hunt, is Earl still here? Debbie Dalbo, and Eric Colson. Is Earl still here? Debbie Dalbo, Eric Colson. Is it Eric C. Olson? Okay. Sorry.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Eric Olson. I'm raising sixth generation of my granddaughters, of residents of Volusia County. And I don't say that to impress on you, but or to impress you, I say it to impress upon you that I care about my community. And I have cared about my community. 52 years old, born and raised in DeLand, Florida. My great-grandfather came to this town a long time ago. So, we've seen a lot of things happen over the years. Currently live in New Smyrna Beach. The flooding's a nightmare, right? It is a nightmare. We know it is, right? It's changed. I've seen flooding in 35 years ago that didn't flood, or that flooded 35 years, doesn't flood now. We've got areas that didn't flood 35 years ago that flood now. Changes of patterns happen. But one thing I can tell you is we've got a lot of rain. 25 years ago, we were in this room talking about how we were in a drought and we didn't have enough water to have clean water for our kids, right? So we started water-wise ordinances and we spent a lot of money, time, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars we spent changing dynamics of construction and toilets and water valves. And we did all that because we needed to save that water. Now here we are talking about how we've got so much water we don't know what to do with it or where to put it. The water table is extremely high. I took pictures and posted this weekend on a house where the river is 4 feet above main high water line, 2 foot above the dock, right? I've never seen that in my life, ever. We got a restaurant in Ponce Inlet, that on Saturday had 2 inches of water in their building, right? The only time it's flooded before is when we had the hurricanes. We feel for the people that are flooding, and I'm glad you guys aren't voting on emotion. It's very important that we don't vote on emotion. You need critical thinking in these times of despair and these issues for these people behind me. But I'm going to say things that's not going to make some people happy, and I'll say things that make some of them happy. I feel for the flooding victims. I've been flooded before, not in the last few storms. It's a horrible feeling to go through. I can't even explain the nightmare during that storm, much less after the storm and the damage is done. But you can't exchange that sad feeling we have for those people that are suffering that for foreclosure signs on the houses that's going to happen when you put a moratorium on construction. Nobody in this room can say they don't know somebody that's in construction that depends on construction for their livelihood. I've depended on it in my career, in my life. I'm a family of carpenters, builders, and farmers. We all live in harmony, like we should all be living in harmony. We have to find an answer for it. The problem wasn't caused by these guys right here. Sorry, it wasn't. It was caused by people before you. It was caused by people, bad apples, guys that weren't making the best decisions, the right decisions. And it's your responsibility now to make sure we make them. But exchanging the sadness that we have for the people that are flooding for foreclosure signs, bankruptcies, suicides, and loss of jobs is disgusting at best to hear those words said. Thank you.
Jim Paytas, I think it's maybe just John Paytas, followed by Allison Root, followed by Gigi Galloway.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving us at least a couple minutes up here to talk about this. Eric said a lot of the same things that I'm going to say. I've been doing this my whole life, born and raised here 59 years ago. Proud of it. I've been doing this my whole life. My whole family's been doing the same thing. I had a lot of employees here that we represented when it got pulled off. There's a lot of people that left. So, when we have a special meeting, I'd love for you guys to hear a little bit of that because you're not even going to hear the tip of the iceberg. I'd say there's 5 or 10% left since it's been pulled off the agenda. Flooding, we went through some flooding ourselves, just like Eric said. My family's been through it just this last month. The moratorium is just going to make the situation worse if you consider that, because now you got flooding victims that we take opportunity away from them. We take funds out of we take money out of circulation, and what happens then? We don't want to make the situation worse. Talking about having a special meeting and really sitting down with experts and discussing this thing and absorbing it. I'm a home builder and developer. Got into development because I had to, because, you know, I got to get my piece to build a few houses to try to fit the American dream for folks. We're not here to make a ton of money on one house. I'm from here, right? And a lot of the folks that you'll hear from our group are here. And, you know, it's whenever the folks that we employ are from here, right? We're not from out of county, we're not from out of state, we're here, and the money stays in circulation. Take it out of circulation, then you've got a whole other list of problems. We got way too much to learn. Comments about building communities high, building over wetlands, stuff like that. Tells me again, there's a whole lot, because there are things that we are forced to do as a developer that puts our communities high. I mean, there's so many things I'd rather not do as a developer that are in the rules and regulations that we are forced to do. Everybody up there knows all this stuff. That's why we need the time to talk about it. We need education, we need studying, we need compromise, and we understand that, and we'd love to sit down and talk about it. I know I've got a lot to contribute, a lot of education and stuff that we've been through. Engineers were here. I heard you call a couple names. These guys decided they're not going to talk now. There's a lot of folks that you need to hear from to understand it. And the last thing I'll say is, thought we postponed this, and I'm only here this late because we pulled it off the agenda, but I've just sat through 50 people that have been talking in support of a moratorium. And again, the motion's high, and we understand that. We need the time to talk about it from both sides, and you need to learn every bit we need to learn before we make a decision that could possibly make the situation worse. Thank you.
Allison Root, followed by Gigi Galloway, followed by Price Hood.
Allison Reeves, I live in DeLand on the southeast corner of Blue Lake and Taylor. Been living there, built our house there 30 years ago. Was nothing out there at the time. They hadn't even paved Taylor from MLK to Blue Lake. I've had a front row seat for the last 30 years. I've seen everything that's gone on. Every time they keep adding, the flooding gets worse and worse and worse. Start with, I've called 3 of y'all, tried to get up with it, get appointments, phone calls for the last few months. There's one person called me back, Mr. Brow right there. I called you, and I called you, my representative over there. Didn't even know anything about you having a town hall meeting until you just said it. Been calling you, trying to set up meetings. What's the deal? You can't call nobody back? I mean, we're having flooding out there. All these people are hurting. They had to shut down Taylor Road, had to shut down Orange Camp. Blue Lake, they shut it down for a while. It's sinking in the ground. It's about to have a big sinkhole there. Is anybody doing anything? You talk about having a workshop, a study. Where are you going to study? Orange City, DeLand, Daytona? There's one common denominator in this whole problem. Do I need to bring Elon Musk in here to tell you what's going on? The only thing I've done today was able to kick the can down the road another 60 days. Typical politicians. Y'all have a good day.
Gigi Galloway, Price Hood. Mr. Chairman, can I get his name again? You called Allison Root, and that was
I'm
not
Allison Root,
Allison
and I
Root.
didn't just speak.
Who just spoke, sir?
I'm not sure.
It was Jim
Reeves, Allison Reeves.
Allison Reeves. Thank you.
I'm Allison Root.
Okay.
You let me know. Am I good?
You are good.
All right.
It wasn't.
I'm going to keep it very brief because obviously it's been a long night for everybody, and it's only going to be longer because we haven't even got through the first thing on the agenda. I would just like to take the time to say thank you to the County Council for extending the time. A moratorium isn't something that should be taken lightly. It isn't something that you should rush into. I know it's been discussed at different times throughout the years. But again, it should never be a knee-jerk reaction. It needs to be something thoughtful and something that, because there will be jobs lost. There are 50,000 people who reside and commute to Volusia County each day to work in construction. The 7th Congressional District of the United States, which is our southern portion of our county, is one of the top 10 for construction workers in the nation. The statistics are out there. So to say that it won't affect people, I guarantee you it's going to affect that kid right there who's trying to get a license in construction. So yes, it will. We're encouraging our children to take construction programs here in Volusia County, electrical, HVAC, all these programs that our school board is dumping money into. For what? To send them away? They can't work here. If you have a moratorium, where are they going to go? So I just want to thank you guys for taking that opportunity to really think of the impact that this will have on our residents here in Volusia County. Thank you.
Gigi Galloway, followed by Price Hood, followed by go ahead, Gigi.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, first of all, thank you all very much for being the Mike Tyson and that other guy that has to stand up and take all these punches. It's easy for people to throw punches at you when y'all can't throw back, but I just want to tell you, as a former athlete, I look at y'all as being my sports team, and I want y'all to win the national championship, and I challenge y'all to learn how to work together and work better together, because we need y'all to show true leadership. You know, I've lived here 42 years, and I'm going to tell you about a part of where I live that's been flooding since 42 years ago. You know, let's stop putting the blame on the developer, and let's realize that Nova Canal was built probably, I don't know, 40s or 50s, and there's only 3 ways that water can get out: Holly Hill and now around Port Orange. I feel the pain. My house has flooded twice in 42 years. My partner just had 2 feet of water. His house is next to the power station, Jake, down there at Port Orange. 2 feet of water, right next to where? The Nova Canal. I challenge each of y'all. We brought in over $1.1 billion of tax dollars with money that we can get. Where is our pumping systems? I grew up as a kid in Texas, and we had massive pumps. Massive pumps. New Orleans, massive pumps. Go back and look at aerial photos up in Ormond Beach when the airport was a naval airport. Meisner Branch, the other branch up there. The ditch, the creek was dug out, 20 feet deep, 20 feet wide. There's trees this big in it. My tax dollars say that somebody is supposed to be paying my tax dollars to clear those creeks out. I got a property on Melrose that has flooded 3 times in the last 4 years. DOT widened the road, covered the ditch up. The water has nowhere to go. Do we ever check DOT? FDOT widened the interstate. Right there, the flyover, Airport Road, all back up in there. Go look at the culvert they put. They're unloading 100,000 square feet of water after every rainfall. It doesn't go to the east side, it goes to the west. Maybe that's where that 5 feet of water came from. I think what we need to do is take the reason I say tap the brakes on the moratorium is we need to take a slow process and look at all the people involved. It's just not developers. Let's go to DOT and find out where they're putting their water, because their ponds don't meet what developer ponds needs are supposed to be. So with that, thank y'all very much, and I look forward to the next meeting. I have more comments for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Price Hood, followed by, I think it's Jane Dowdy, followed by Joni Gonzalez.
Good evening, Council, Chair. Just wanted to say thank you all for being here tonight. My name is Price Hood. I reside in South Daytona, and I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Daytona Beach Area Association of Realtors. You received a letter in opposition from me earlier this afternoon, written by our president, and I just wanted to read that for the record today. Dear members of the Volusia County Council, the Daytona Beach Area Association of Realtors adamantly opposes any development moratorium in Volusia County to address flooding concerns. Specifically, a county-wide moratorium on residential development would have a harmful impact on the local economy, community, and housing supply. From an economic perspective, there are many negative repercussions associated with a residential development moratorium. a reduction in the pool of over 20,000 Volusia County residents working in the construction and building industry today, potentially harming property values, disrupting ongoing development projects, creating uncertainty for investors, and possibly not addressing the underlying issues successfully if a clear plan and timeline for resolution aren't implemented successfully. Essentially, a residential development moratorium could interrupt economic progress while not providing an effective long-term solution for flooding in our area. A cool down in economic progress can directly reduce tax revenue that's used to fund essential public services. Like much of the United States, Volusia County and Florida have a housing deficit. A residential development moratorium will exacerbate the area's existing housing shortage while creating an affordability imbalance for the foreseeable future. Prospective homeowners and renters will be forced to seek housing in an already overburdened market. At a time when this area desperately needs additional housing units, we implore the County Council to investigate alternative solutions that balance smart growth and responsible development. For example, infrastructure and resource management could be improved through more strategic and sustainable planning and zoning adjustments rather than an outright ban on development. The Daytona Beach Area Association Realtors strives to be a resource to the Volusia County Council on all real estate matters. We are always ready to participate in discussions that work towards solving our area's challenges while keeping the sustainability and prosperity of our community moving forward. We appreciate you all scheduling a special meeting to further discuss this, and we look forward to being there at the table. Thank you.
Is Jane Dowdy in the room? Followed by Joni Gonzalez, followed by Nancy La Riviera. Riviera?
No. Hi, my name is Jane Dowdy, and first of all, I'd like to thank Jeff Brower for coming out and looking at our lake. I'm a resident on Lake Winnemusette, have owned the property there for over 20 years and native to land. I was really going to do something else different because we've had a lot of the people that were here left because we were all here for the moratorium that Lake Winnemusette is definitely in favor of. We've, the flooding around our lake is horrible. The Crestwind, the Victoria, all of the areas around us, we've just become a big cesspool. What was once, and Nancy La Riviera will follow up, a clean lake is now murky. Since Milton, I have a brown sludge, not phosphates. You know, we've had that before from fertilizer and all that comes over. This is, at first I thought it was pollen because it was just a brown film that we've never had before. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's all on the west side of the lake, which means it's coming from the east side because of the breezes that come from the coast. We have a wonderful breeze. However, it fills the west side of the lake with all that junk from everywhere else. There were some other, I think the ladies following me will show some pictures and tell you how bad the impact is that Victoria Hills is, and we are certainly in favor of a moratorium until something can be done, because as the gentleman saw today, the landfill has put everything above the lake, and the natural drainage is non-existent anymore. Again, I was supposed to be last, but anyway, I'm first, but I just want to thank you for your time. Thank you for coming out, Jeff. We really appreciated it. And we met with St. John's Water District Management, and hopefully we'll find some kind of resolution, but we'll be here again for the moratorium meeting if we're allowed to speak at that. Thank you.
Joni Gonzalez, followed by Nancy La Riviera, followed by Jack. You know who you are, from DeLand on Westchester.
I'd like to start out today by sincerely thanking our chair, Jeff Brower, and St. John's Water Management Executive Director, Mike Register, along with Chief of Staff from St. John's Water Management, Brad Purcell, for coming out to Lake Winnemusette today. I've been a property owner there for 30 years. We toured the area with my neighbor, Jane Dowdy, that just spoke. We took them to approved developments in the city. They're allowed to let water leave their properties and overflow into Lake Winnemusette. East of us on Martin Luther King, the new development Lakewood Estates has 2 ponds that directly overflow into Lake Diamond. Lake Diamond directly overflows into Lake Winnimisette. The DOT allows runoff from 44 to go into Lake Winnimisette. On the east side of our lake, we have the new Cresswind development, who, could you please keep playing my pictures? The Cresswind development, who clear cut almost everything for their 600 plus homes. We get dirty runoff constantly to the lake from Cresswind. Recently, we found that Cresswind had 2 giant Godwin pumps with 12-inch hoses directed to low area that flows directly into Winnimisette. Each of these pumps can discharge 3,030 gallons of water per minute. They were running 24 hours a day. I could hear them from my home. At the time, the ponds in Cresswinds were all very low. One was almost empty, yet they directed their dirty water to us. They move the pipes now, but who's supposed to watch for these things? The properties around the lake are all flooded still, and we can't afford any more legal runoff. The only way for Lake Winnimisette to go down besides evaporation is a 1928 man-made canoe trail on the northeast end of the lake. It's overgrown and doesn't flow well. The canoe trail is platted, but it's not dedicated, so the county has its hands tied up to help. Currently on the lake, 40 of the 45 docks still sit underwater. Many of the docks are popping up and breaking off. Insurance doesn't cover docks. My neighbors have lost their yards, outbuildings, storage sheds with other contents. The use of the lake has stopped. The entire lake is a no-wake zone for who knows how long. The new surrounding developments have all been allowed to give us their overflow. It feels very unethical. We are the gateway to the land, and this beautiful spring-fed lake sitting in the entrance has become a drain for everyone. The new developments seem to get it all while we sit flooded, having to suck up the reality of what they've caused. Something has to give. Thank you.
Nancy, and then Jack.
I do lake watch for the Civic Association, and I brought some, I broke my glasses.
Ma'am, you would need to be able to speak into the mic. Ma'am, if you could hand the documents over to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just give them to Carissa and she'll distribute them and then use a microphone.
Glasses don't fall apart. Okay. Nancy LaRiviere. I'm currently the president of the Lake Winnimisette Civic Association. Thanks for your time. The University of Florida has at least 35 years of data on Lake Winnimisette. For about 16 years, I've been collecting water samples and taking Secchi disc readings monthly. In my almost 4 decades on Lake Winnimisette, I've seen it deteriorate from a crystal clear sandy bottom gem into an increasingly tea-colored water body. Coulter Homes has been pumping unfiltered water directly from their construction site, as you just heard, into a culvert that drains into Winnimisette, which I believe is illegal. All their runoff is supposed to be filtered through their retention ponds. They bypassed their retention ponds. There's supposed to be littoral plantings around all the retention ponds before houses were allowed to be occupied, and that's not being enforced currently. Coulter, their lawyers, the city, the investors who sold the land all promised that this would never happen, but already it is, and the project is not even done. It's quite new. Secchi disc readings on Monday, November 11th, 2024, showed the worst visibility in over 38 years, just 8 to 9 feet. A year ago, I was getting readings of 12 to 15 feet, and a year before that, I would sometimes get 20 feet of visibility. I had the lake water tested at the local health department recently, and the sample was found to be high in coliform. Currently, the lake is suffering the effects of flooding from all sides, partly due to recent rains, partly due to Hurricane Milton. The big difference is, in the past, thick forest south and east of the lake would suck up excess water from the storms. Cresswind development has resulted in the removal of tens of thousands of trees. Fill has been added and pavement laid down, so now the water has no place to go but into the lake and into people's homes. I've been on this lake for 37 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen a home on the lake actually flood.
In addition, there was a 2-week-long deluge that came across State Road 44 from Lake Diamond, which is now surrounded by new development. This project, the Crestwind project, is being constructed on the last remaining natural recharge-discharge area supporting the lake. There's a clear trend line, and you'll get outlines for this, showing nutrients increasing in our water. The result is eutrophication, which leads to harmful algal blooms, dead zones, fish kills, and ultimately a green scummy pond from what was once the clearest, cleanest lake in Central Florida. So one, I'd like to know what you're going to do about enforcing environmental regulations, because Coulter is not following the rules that were set before them. Lake Winnipesaukee Civic Association, our experts and lawyers have been providing information for 30 years to the county and to the city of DeLand on the effects of overdevelopment. I say err on the side of caution. Don't kick the can down the road. We can't wait till January for action. A moratorium is the right thing to do at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Jack's Sajaviak? Am I anywhere close? No, okay. Followed by Shannon Kruger, followed by Joe Dublack.
Hi, my name is Jate Sachawanich. I'm here to speak for my mother, Sungban Sachawanich. I grew up here in DeLand. Our house has been in South DeLand in unincorporated Volusia for 46 years. I received a phone call during Hurricane Milton at 3 a.m. from her, and the problem was that water was entering her house. I decided not to come down because we had been fine through all the hurricanes. And I stayed on the phone with her for 3 hours while she frantically lifted stuff off the floor onto tables, trying to save as much as she could. Right, it's been 46 years and no flooding has happened at our house. So what's changed? The population of Volusia County has increased from 200,000 people to 600,000 people, I just researched. So that does mean that there are a lot of developments. So I reviewed the master plan for Volusia County, like for capital improvements. I only saw that, from what I can remember, one related to stormwater in Port Orange. So I think that the master plan is not adequate for the county. As you can see from the flood of people, pardon the pun, who are coming to speak at the county council meeting. In 2004, 4 hurricanes struck: Francis, Charlie, Ivan, and Jean. And during that time, we did not have flooding in our house. I can relay the story of Glen Eagles, which is a couple minutes away from our neighborhood, and homes in that area got 6 feet of water inside, and they required rescue. The stormwater infrastructure at our property consists of a French drain, and then there's a ditch which runs behind our house, and then there's additional culverts which feed into it. So with the development of, including, I think it's Bentley Green and other properties, including all the Victorias that are east of us on Orange Camp, that means that water is flowing to our property. I think we need some kind of lift stations or something to add to the county master plan to help save us and all Volusia County residents from all this flooding. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon Kruger, Joe Dluback, Ken Meister, in that order.
Hello, my name is Shannon Kruger, and I'm a Volusia County resident. I live on the edge of the land, sort of, in Brandywine. But I'm not really here about that. I came here to because of so many people that I know personally that have experienced situations with the flooding and their family members. And then to be here, I got here pretty much on time, as I'm sure all of you have been, so it's a long day. And very quickly, it was pretty much put off that, oh, we're going to wait 2 more months before we even talk about doing this, the moratorium. And the problem is, clearly, the regulations and the processes that we have now do not prevent these problems. If we go for 2 more months, under the regulations that we have, how many more developments are going to be passed that clearly are just going to exacerbate this problem? It's a serious, serious problem, especially with the larger developments. Clearly, that's where a lot of the big problem is coming from. The concerns for local builders and people that are saying, you know, there aren't enough jobs if we have a moratorium, it's a temporary moratorium that was asked for. Temporary, while we figure out what's the right thing to do. We shouldn't be adding to the problem in the meantime, and that's my big concern. How many big developments could be approved under regulations that clearly do not work? We have so many, almost everybody except for the few people worried about lining their pockets, almost everybody here has spoken about how over the last few years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, all of these things keep happening over and over again, and we all know it's not going to get better, it's going to get worse. So to put in new developments under the current regulations, even 2 months worth, could seriously hurt more and more people because it's clearly not working. What's been approved, what's been set up, all of those things don't work. As to talking about, oh, we'll have a loss of a few jobs, and there will be, and I don't want to say few, but think of all of these people that need to now have work done on their homes. So there's all those construction jobs, all of those kinds of jobs are going to be out there for people that are going to need to have their homes fixed. Yes, the big developer, big money guys aren't going to be able to make money during this time frame, or at least proceed forward with what they're doing. Any new stuff, obviously anything that's already in the pipeline, we can't stop, but we shouldn't be approving anything under the regulations we currently have because they don't work. Thank you.
Joe Delubac, followed by Ken Meister, followed by Danielle Latona.
Good afternoon. Joe Delubac, New Smyrna Beach. Mostly clarification regarding both the moratorium and other items that are before you. What is the impact of county actions on city activities? Do your decisions that you make apply just to unincorporated property or the entire county? If not the entire county, how do you help those that are majority of citizens living in urban areas? Regarding the moratorium, be sure to add, if you do pursue that, be sure to add teeth. Not just new projects, but all. Not just commercial, but also residential. After all, we all have rights, not just the developers. Thank you.
Ken Meister. Be followed by Danielle Latona, followed by Robert Coleman.
Hello, my name is Ken Meister. I live in Wilbur by the Sea. And 2 years ago, my house was lost in Hurricane Nicole. And it's been a 2-year challenge to go through permitting at the DEP and with the county and to start to rebuild. And that's not why I'm here, though, because we're finally starting to make some progress. And frankly, I think the county's been very helpful throughout the process. And I want to thank Jeff for coming out so often to check on how we're doing. But the issue right now is that it took myself a year and my neighbors a year to build a seawall to start to protect our homes against the next hurricane. And we finally have built those seawalls, but we have a large problem in that the county has right-of-way right next to us, a 40-foot right-of-way, and there's several of those down the beach that house the walkovers that go to the beach, and all those right-of-ways are are naked and unprotected. And so what is happening is that as all the residents now are building their seawalls, all that water from the next storm is going to be hitting that right-of-way and taking out not only that property, but roads and eventually then our homes that we just rebuilt. Jeff came out this weekend. We had a high tide this weekend, a king tide, but we didn't have a storm. And we saw that the water was already rushing through the right-of-way into the sandbag, into the trap bags, and creating lots of potential damage to our homes that we just had built the seawalls. And this problem is going to be much, much worse during the next storm. We tried before we built our seawalls to work with the county, and I'm going to look at you, Michael. We tried to work with your team to build a seawall across the right-of-way, and we were going to pay for it. So we weren't asking the county to do this with their own money. We said we would pay to build a right-of-way, to build a seawall across the right-of-way so that all then of the county's property was protected, and we could not get to an agreement with the county. We tried for about 4 months. Some of it was over who was going to pay for the landfill behind the seawall, but most of it was legal mumbo-jumbo that we couldn't get through. And finally, I had to go ahead and build my seawall, and then my neighbor did the same. We're going to have a really big problem here in the county on all of those walkovers next summer when the next storm hits. We had, like I said, we had a king tide this last weekend. The storms were the seas were pretty rough, but it wasn't anything near a storm. And those trap bags were in big trouble. And you heard one person this evening already speak of that they didn't have their trap bags. This is a problem that needs to be fixed. I'm just giving you a heads up now that someone should take this pretty seriously because we're going to have some issues in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Troy Kent? Is your name up by accident? Yeah. Okay. Danielle Latona, Robert Coleman, and
Danielle Latona. I live in Holly Hill, Volusia County, and this is my first time addressing you, so I'm going to give you a courtesy, is what I was taught, and give people an opportunity to listen to everybody here tonight. The reason I'm here tonight is, like many others, flooding. I have lost my home 3 times. I've carried my mom, paralyzed in a wheelchair, 5 feet to 6 feet in the air with my neighbors in past knee-deep water. I just carried my 18-month-old grandson in a life jacket. My city, whose some are here tonight, when we went and asked questions about culverts and LPGA, the reservoirs, the canals, the county's responsible, the county's responsible, the county's responsible. We don't know who's responsible. We don't know. We're going to find out for you. So I'm asking you, if somebody here can tell me, whether it's in an email a week from now, in the city of Holly Hill, what is the county actually responsible for? So the residents can address the city with facts. We are tired of the blah, blah, blah. We are tired of hearing the blame. Oh, it's the county. Oh, it's the county. Oh, it's the county. If it is the county, I'm asking you to fix the problem. The biggest investment in my life is gone. Gone. I cannot sell my house. I have to tell people, which I already would because I have morals, that my house is flooded 3 times. I worked my whole life to be able to have what we call the American dream, and that is to own a home. And to the people here in the construction field, this has nothing to do with you. I painted for 20 years. I know many contractors, but I'm going to tell you the problem. The problem is most of the contractors are building developments. And we have flooded since 2009 when Alabama built the townhouses. I didn't buy a house in a flood zone. I did my homework. I investigated to make sure I wasn't in a flood zone, and I became a flood zone. And now I am the reservoir. And so are my 30 neighbors 3 streets over. Please, if I can find a contractor, because there's so many, because everyone I call says they don't do residential. They only do commercial. So I will wait outside, and I would love to have the help of anybody at this point. Thank you.
Robert Coleman, Elliot Meadows, and Dottie Snodgrass.
Hey, good evening. My name's Robbie Coleman. I'm a 4th generation Volusia County resident. I live in Ormond Beach. I am a commercial general contractor, but I will help you if I get your number after this. When my dad was growing up here on Dunlawton, when you got to Nova Road, past that was woods. So we've been here a long time, and this community has grown and has developed. When considering a moratorium to fix something that we don't know how to fix, I just want you to take into consideration the ramifications of that. The jobs are not just construction jobs. Yes, it's contractors, subcontractors, architects, engineers, attorneys. There's all sorts of people who are connected to the construction industry. And I kind of found it disturbing hearing some of the comments tonight about people losing their jobs and that kind of not being that big of a deal. It's a big deal to me. It's a big deal to my employees. It's a big deal to my subs. Construction jobs, a lot of them are really high paying good jobs. It's the way that we get students to come back after college. It's what brought me back here. So residential construction drives commercial construction. That new grocery store down the street that you love to go to is not going to be there if there's no houses because the demographics don't work to put it there. I think everybody here in the audience and in the county commission understand that there is a flooding issue that needs to be resolved. I just think an overreaction of stopping all residential development is going to cause a lot more destruction. And I think the action definitely needs to be taken, but in isolated locations, not everywhere in the county floods. So there was a comment earlier today, unemployment and job loss is not a fear tactic to me, it's reality. And if construction is halted all over the county, you know, that new electrical airplane company, they don't have anywhere to put their people. They're not coming here, they're gonna go somewhere else. Thank you for your time.
Elliot, followed by Dodie Snodgrass, followed by Eric Rainbird.
Hey everybody, Elliot Meadows. I've been here since 1981. I'm on both sides of this issue. I own 50 rental properties. I build 50 houses a year, and I live on Lake Winnemucet. So I understand all of the flooding concerns from all aspects. Appreciate everything you guys are doing too, by the way. But I want to say one thing to everybody here tonight, that if we do a moratorium, it literally helps nobody who's flooded during these last 2 storms. The moratorium does not stop my residents on Lake Winnemucet from continuing to flood. They will continue to flood. So, you know, as I drive around town on a daily basis, going to my different properties and my different sites, you know, I see overgrown ditches. I see, just like Gigi Galloway said before, I see areas that are supposed to be draining that haven't been maintained. Another thing that a lot of these people don't think about is I talked with a gentleman named Ryan Solstice at the city of Edgewater, and he pointed out an interesting fact during the Edgewater moratorium talks, which was since 1964 when Edgewater was started, and I built a lot of houses in Edgewater, the stormwater that was used was approximately 1% of the total land area. Now, on all of the new developments since, I don't know, 2002 or 2003, they've been using a 30% stormwater calculation. Now, obviously, we know that the houses in Edgewater are going to continue to flood until they can actually have a spot to run that water off. It's going to happen. Same just like in Sleepy Hollow where my dad lives. We've never had water my whole life, and now all of a sudden there's water at his front door. So I'm on both sides of this issue, but if we have a moratorium, so what, my family and my brother and my cousin and my uncle, we don't work for a year? And I understand what these other people are saying. Well, you guys can go and you guys can fix houses and you guys can remodel. And yeah, we would do that. We would have to. We would be forced to do that. But we're going to change the rules of the game in the middle of the game. I've already purchased 10 lots. I'm a small builder. You know, I make a couple $100,000 a year. I purchased 10 lots in a year or two in advance. You guys can't all of a sudden say, oh, hey, you can't build now. Well, these are infill lots in a city. So yeah, you're going to say, well, these big developers are flooding us and this and that. And some of the people on my lake are right. We shouldn't have Cresswind, and listen, I know the Coulter guys. I'm friends with them, but we shouldn't have Cresswind's water coming on our lake. It shouldn't happen. So we're going to have policing of the actual rules and regulations that we put into effect, or else what are we even here talking about? If we're not policing the rules, then all of this doesn't even matter. So let's police the rules, let's maintain the ditches, and we can chew gum and walk at the same time. Let's figure out what to do about the flooding and let guys like me still be able to support my daughter who's going to get her master's degree at Stetson. Thank you, guys.
Jody Snodgrass, followed by Eric Rainbird, followed by Dana McCool.
Hi, my name is Dodie Snodgrass, and I live on Green Street in South Daytona, which is now the new man-made retention area of Volusia County. I'm here today to demand a halt to all new building and development on the original swamp and retention areas of the county, which were created by man, but which were created by God and Mother Nature, not meant to be filled in and built upon by man. I've lived in Volusia County my entire life. In all of these decades in the area, we have never seen this type of flooding that we are seeing now. A natural engineering study has already been done over the last 2 years by the firm of Ian and Milton. It has been proven that all of the building that has been permitted by the county and the surrounding cities within the county on the east and west sides of Williamson Boulevard, as well as east and west sides of I-95, the original and natural retention areas of the county have caused this issue. As well as an inexcusable poor planning and permitting. I have now become aware that the county only has 3 drainage systems that empty into our Halifax River and then into the Atlantic Ocean. One of these outlets is in the city of South Daytona, and it is called Reed Canal. This canal is the responsibility of Volusia County, and it is flooding our homes, as well as the old drainage system pipes that are also clogged and cannot handle the amount of drainage that the city of South Daytona is now forced to handle. I drive Reed Canal daily, and I have for over 24 years. In all that time, I've only seen workers and equipment clean that canal one time over the last 2.5 decades. Have any of you ever seen this canal or walked beside it? I have. On Saturday, I walked from US 1 all the way to Nova Road. In front of and behind the barricades, I took pictures of all the trash, car parts, and tons of vegetative debris that is clogging up the canal. I also saw huge pipes that run under Reed Canal Road that are completely washed away and crumbling under the pipes. I saw duck bills that have not been maintained and may not be functioning properly, if at all. I was appalled, disgusted, and so very disappointed in the county for not doing its job of maintaining this vital drainage system for our county, and especially the residents of South Daytona, who have now flooded in our homes for the 2nd time in 2 years. My suggestion is to do an immediate cleanup of this canal, fix the crumbling and washed away pipes, flush and clean out the pipes filled with debris that run into the city of South Daytona, and also help the city of South Daytona rebuild their inferior 12-inch pipes of the 1950s that are also crumbling, broken, clogged, failing, and useless.
Thank you.
I have solutions to these problems as well, and I'd love to share those with you, and I'll see you in December.
Thank you. Eric Rainbird, followed by Dana McCool, followed by Nicole Burgess.
Thank you, guys.
When I moved to Edgewater 25 years ago, I didn't think that Edgewater meant that that's where my mailbox was, on the edge of the water. I sit on the Planning and Zoning Board, and Chairman Brower, thank you for coming out to I think 3 of our meetings now. Thank you for every mile of driving that you've been doing on our behalf. I sit there in a chair smaller than your chair, and I listen to these developers and their lawyers, which kind of intimidate us, and their engineers constantly telling us that, oh, well, we got a plan set up, and by law, we can't leave any more water. No more water can come off than when we were first there. Meanwhile, 25 years in Edgewater, I'm watching US 1 got water on it now. And been lied to the point where I actually told one of the contractors, I said, I don't believe you. They weren't too happy that I said that, but I don't believe them. We're just watching their results. We're going to have a study. Who's going to do the study? Who's going to hire the study? I can give you a study that can say whatever I want it to say. I took statistics in school. You can make statistics say whatever you want. We're going to have a study for 2 years and 60 grand. So many things to go over. It's kind of sad that somebody makes a statement that, look, Volusia County's flood plan is working. 5 minutes later, Port Orange Police Department's posting a video going down Dunlawton Avenue in an airboat. How is our flood plan working? The people spoke. There was massive money spent against you. You were left off the guide. You still won. The people are fed up. We saw a presidential candidate spend $1.4 billion and she got her clock cleaned. Money doesn't work anymore, guys. Whoever's donating to you, do what's right for us. You're in charge of making us safe. Yeah, the contractors need jobs, I get it. I was a union painter up in New Jersey. I needed a job and I had one. But don't bow down to the money that's being donated, because ask Kamala Harris, money don't work anymore. The people are backed into a corner, we've had enough.
Dana McCool, followed by Nicole Burgess, followed by Father Phil. Is he still here?
Thank you, council. I appreciate it. Mr. Brower, on your win, and also Mr. Reinhardt. You know, I really hate dragging politics into this, because for 4 years I was accused of being anti-development because I took a strong stance as a city commissioner on what was happening to our city. So if we want to talk politics in this, I would point out that our governor turned down federal funding for infrastructure projects because the words climate change was in it, and then DeSantis got $1.5 billion from the state budget, which gutted every single, or just about every single infrastructure project that we had in Volusia County. And it is hard to sit on either side of this debate when there is a lot of partial information given to one side of this subject. We've not objectively sat down and talked about this. I hear the developers and I hear construction experts telling us that this is going to affect their jobs. And here's the thing, I don't want anyone to be unemployed, I just want them to do their job better. Because they're not gonna volunteer to take any money out of their pocket to make sure that building standards are better. That's our job to do that as legislators. And in Volusia County, we have a rich history of development money running this county. We do. I've been on the inside of this and I see it. I know how many developers approached me. I know how many builders approached me in my time as a city commissioner in Deltona. And I'm probably not in my seat right now as a Deltona city commissioner because of that, because of my stance on development. I was not. Until we take special interest in politics out of development, we're going to be standing up here debating. We have failed our residents, and I say that as a former commissioner. We have failed our residents. When we start talking down to them, when we start telling them to behave, we cannot do that. There's a lot of money being spent up here, and you know, it does not help when we have a member of county council who works as a lobbying for development.
It makes us feel that we're not protected, and when we bring politics into it and we start talking R&D, that's further alienating. I don't know of any liberal person out there, or any Democrat out there that wants to see continued flooding, and I don't think there's any Republican sitting up here that wants to see it either. But we need to stop the special interest money. There is developer money going into pockets, and I know that for a fact. And until we regain the public trust on that matter, we're not going to move forward. Thank you.
Nicole Burgess, followed by Father Phil, followed by Amelia West.
Chairman, before she starts, can you pull that up a little more so we can see it on this end? Thank you.
I'm Nicole Burgess. I'm at Daytona Beach, Midtown. I was working at the lockdown crew at Halifax Hospital during Hurricane Ian when I received a call from my husband at 5:45 a.m. on September 29th, 2022, telling me he was making the decision to evacuate the house with my son and our pets. The next time I saw my home, my husband waded through waist-deep water to help evacuate our neighbors who'd been sitting on their sofa for 2 days. This October, I stood in the same spot and took a picture of a different neighbor with her foster children on each hip, trying to figure out how she was going to get to her home that she also couldn't get to. At this point, now that I'm 2 years in to living in Florida and recovering from 2 floods, I tried to figure out what can I do to make this better. So I've been educating myself. I had 3 weeks to figure out that there was this meeting, and I educated myself in that amount of time. I've learned that in 2022, the News Journal reported Volusia County is one of the most flood-prone counties in the state of Florida, with nearly 54% of homes at risk for flooding. Their source estimates the number is going to increase to 68% by 2050. I've learned that the combined damage to personal and commercial properties from Hurricane Ian, Nicole, and Milton totaled $954.9 million. I've learned that Volusia County has been fortunate enough to have the collective input from a group of professionals who donate their time and expertise through the NRAC committee to develop a list of incentives for developers to reduce the risk of flooding from new developments. But I've also learned from our sister communities that none of the developers adopt these incentives. That would be, most of these incentives are low cost or no cost to many developers. I've learned that for the fiscal year 2024-2025, that the governor vetoed $35,682,967 for the communities in and adjacent to Volusia County to address drainage, stormwater, flood mitigation strategies. I've learned that he's also turned away $11 billion in federal funds to reduce flooding for the whole state of Florida. So what can I do? I can ask you to ask Volusia County to mandate low-impact development strategies. That's not a moratorium. I can ask you to stand up to our state legislature and say, why are you turning away funds to your constituents? Because we have elected you to act on our behalf. I am asking you today that if it is political kryptonite to go to Tallahassee, let me be the face of Volusia County to say, we can't do this anymore. Thank you for your time.
Father Phil, you will be followed by Amelia West, and then our last speaker will be Robert Campbell.
Good evening, Chair Bauer and County Council members. I'm Father Phil Egito, pastor of Our Lady of Lourdes in Daytona Beach, and a longtime member of Faith, fighting against injustice toward harmony. We are a coalition of 35 congregations in Volusia County, and I'm here today to talk about flooding and what you, our elected representatives, can do about it. On behalf of Faith and the 50 of us that are here tonight from our 34 congregations, thank you to both Chair Brower and Council Member Santiago for attending our Action Assembly last spring. That night, in front of more than 1,200 people, you committed to fight for low-impact development to be made mandatory. It's time we make that happen. Over the past 3 years that Faith has been researching flooding in our area, we've heard stories of homes, businesses repeatedly flooding, not only in the Midtown area of Daytona Beach, but all along our coastline and inland to DeLand, Deltona, and more. This was not just during hurricanes, but during everyday afternoon showers. We soon realized that our flooding problems had existed for a long time and that they are getting much worse. We have spent years meeting with local and national experts and have concluded that the best thing we can do to prevent this problem from getting worse is to make low-impact development strategies mandatory. This will prevent things like the complete clear-cutting of native trees and filling in of swamps. We are not here to tell you to put a moratorium on all development. We just want you to make sure that when development happens, when permits are given, that proposed development doesn't flood those of us who already live here, or make those struggling with flooding even worse. We want to propose a compromise. It's time to make low-impact development strategies mandatory. We have met with all of you for 3 years now, and this is not a new concept. We have been told time and time again that the incentive approach voted on by you and many other communities in Florida simply does not work. Developers do not use the incentives offered by governments. By mandating developers to use these strategies, you will be protecting us, your residents, your constituents. Please pass mandatory low-impact development strategies. Nothing changes if nothing changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Amelia West, followed by Robert Campbell.
Hi, sorry, I didn't plan on speaking. I don't have anything prepared to say, but earlier, Mr. Brower, you made a comment that hurt my feelings a little bit. You said that someone had mentioned to you about the loss of jobs that would come along with a full moratorium, that it was just you thought it just would be a scare tactic. And as someone whose job is on the line and know a ton of people whose job would be on the line, I'm scared. That's not just a scare tactic. That's a real life situation that has a lot of implications that if you guys come back, if you do all your research and you say this is absolutely necessary, then hey, I'll give up my job because I don't want people's houses to flood. I do care about my neighbors, but I'm also asking everybody to care about people who might not be able to afford their houses if they lose their job. And yes, some of us will be able to snag jobs in a different type of industry or in a different county. But if you have 50,000 people fighting for jobs, because it was said earlier, that's how many people work in the construction industry, we're not all going to snag jobs. And it's not just maybe we can't afford our houses, we can't afford to also patron local restaurants and retail, which I know are already struggling. I just hope that you guys, and I know you guys have your work cut out for you because you're not going to please everybody. And hopefully there's a happy medium, but I would like to think that when you guys come back, that we have a nice clear list of the pros and cons that you can say, this is necessary, this is not necessary, and here is why. Real numbers of we have to do the moratorium or it's not going to work. Can you prove that doing no building is going to prevent flooding in the areas that are currently being flooded? I know that developers are responsible for making sure places do not flood. Is stopping their development going to make things worse? In the areas that are flooding, there have got to be other avenues to address. In places that have been developed for a while, is stopping a new development far away going to prevent flooding in that area? And again, we need plans, but we need you guys to come back with actual facts so that we can say one way or the other. It seems like there are other avenues around it, like holding you guys accountable for stuff that's been done in the past that was not done correctly, and making sure that things are done properly in the future. But thank you for your time. I know you guys have a lot to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Campbell.
Thank you, County Council. First of all, I want to thank you guys for signing up to do this difficult job. guess what are we trying to accomplish here? We all don't want more flooding. I don't think there's anybody who's like, yeah, well, more flooding. But to get there, the tough job is to get to the right answer, not necessarily the popular answer. And, you know, when we look at this, I know you guys can walk and chew gum. So fixing the problem is what we want, right? So doing a moratorium isn't gonna fix the problem. It's not gonna make these houses not flood, nor is it gonna, you know, hurt our economy. So in a way, the moratorium on the agenda really kind of was a distraction from getting to a solution. So now everybody's worked up. There's an easy solution. Blame all the developers. It's all their fault. Not, but there's actually kind of a lot. It's a complex issue. So the FDOT has some responsibility for the flooding. The Southwest Water Management, or the Water Management District, they absolutely have a huge part of it, because they're the ones who are telling these developers that they need to put in 4 or 5 feet of fill, which then causes the flooding. So that's not anything to do with our county. That's Water Management District. So I guess we got to get the right people at the table to be able to get to the right solution, which is, when we look, there's a lot of resources. Instead of spending another $3 million on another study, is it possible that we can get local engineers? Some of the local engineers know it. I mean, I've heard some of the local engineers say, hey, there's an easy way to fix the Midtown flooding. There's already an easement in place. All we got to do is dig it. So we can get some local engineers and then maybe come up with some recommendations and then actually spend the money to fix the problem instead of have another study in 3 more years, go down the track. Another resources for you guys. So there is the Volusia County Association for Responsible Development. There's people there, there's engineers there. There is the Urban Land Institute. They do this a lot, come into communities and do for free, come in and help solve problems. So just use our local resources to get this done. So I don't know if that's possible. We could get a working group to help come up with a solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robert. Candace Kelly or Keeley, Ann Miller, and you will be followed by Lisa Smith.
Good evening, and thank you guys for hearing us out tonight. I stand before you to address an urgent concern regarding our community's future. Jeff Brower has proposed a building moratorium and discussed potential solutions to our ongoing flooding issues. However, I must emphasize that we currently lack a clear action plan. Your constituents who elected you all are dealing with repeated flooding, including myself, of our homes for several years now. While I appreciate the intention behind those proposals, we must ask, how does Mr. Brower plan to fund these initiatives? What's a comprehensive strategy? We risk leaving our community in a state of uncertainty. We need timelines and checks and balances. We've had lots of promises and nothing accomplished. The residents of our county deserve transparency and accountability, especially concerning matters that directly affect our homes and our livelihoods. As county council, you can set minimum building standards and environmental standards, but you cannot tell the cities what they can build. A lot of this is caused by chain reaction. The city can impose additional restrictions and regulations they feel necessary. It is important to note that the county moratorium only affects most rural areas, as they are affected too. This is not the solution for everyone. Today, the News Journal reported that many mayors heard from Mr. Brower for the first time ever. We must all work together towards a solution. The attacks must cease between county council members and city officials. Hoping for any of you to fail is essentially hoping for all of us to fail. We need our county and our cities to work together for all of us. We need a well-defined plan that outlines not only the steps we will take to mitigate the flooding, but also financial resources needed to implement these measures effectively. Engaging with experts, stakeholders, and communities is essential to develop a practical solution to solutions. We need updates weekly and monthly. We need accountability. Let us collaborate to ensure that our future plans are not merely promises, but accountable steps to lead to a real change. This city and county, again, working together. There's no way one of you, not one city, not one person sitting in those chairs, not one of you, all of you are going to have to work together. Thank you.
Ann Miller, followed by Lisa Smith, followed by Janine Kimbrough.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Brower, on the election. I voted for you. I do want to, I was here to support, I am here to support the moratorium, but I will say in response to the gentleman from the construction industry, I wouldn't mind if it's just a moratorium right next to my property, and I'll explain why with some photos. So I got National Weather Service numbers on the rainfall for Hurricanes Ian and Milton, and I found that the average reported for Ian was 13 inches. The average for Milton was 11. So that's 2 inches more for Ian. I just want you to bear this in mind, although I know that Hurricane Milton, the ground was saturated. So what I'm arguing for is, just for purposes of my comparison, let's think of them as approximately equivalent rainfall events. Now, I want to show you, this is our property at the time that Ian hit. This is the back corner of our property. You notice the water comes up to that fence. You can't really tell very well, but there are 3 ramps into that detached garage that are mostly dry, that like the bottom quarter or third is covered. Okay, so now let's move on to the next. This is the same scene from further back after Hurricane Milton. You can actually see that post way down there by where that car is. Hurricane Milton, instead of getting about 6 inches at the maximum in the back corner of our property, we got 2 feet of water across about an acre of property. It looked like a bayou when you looked out of our yard. You can go to the next one. It flooded our detached garage, our detached office. We're still trying to, we have racked up so far $40,000 worth of losses, which I know is nothing compared to people who were flooded in their homes. You can go to the next one, but you can see it goes on and on and on, all the way up to, that's the corner of our back porch. Now, what I want to argue is that those are 2 very similar events, but somehow completely different impact on our property. That's the car at Hurricane Milton sitting on the ramp that was dry in Ian with 17 inches of water in it. So yeah, you can stop now. The question is, what's the factor? Something totally different happened within those 2 years. Our property had never flooded. Hurricane Ian, we got a large puddle. This is the most obvious explanation, the most obvious new factor. The building at the reserve at Victoria, which went in the interim, and the reserve can handle 8.5 inches of water in 24 hours. So the remaining 2.5 inches, we assume that they released it into the wetlands, which tumbled right down to our property. The reason I want to stop the development is, last picture, there's more development going up just north of there. What will happen then? We expect our house will flood. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Smith, Janine Kimbrough, and Brett Gibbs.
Oh my goodness, I know you guys are tired of hearing us. I'm Lisa Smith. I live on Rockingham Lane. Does anybody know what the definition of insanity is? Because this is it. Doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. Nothing is happening. This is my back part of my property. If you follow the fence line up, you can see how high those houses are in Victoria Trails. This house that I live in has been here since 1986. Never once have we had any of the flooding that we have now. I know you're sick of hearing it, but the only common denominator is all of the building. That's it. It's simple. Now, I'm sorry that you're worried about your jobs. And, you know, I'm sorry for my family and my neighbors, who some of them have been fighting over this for 6 years and nothing has been done. So we'll just keep flooding you guys every single meeting and keep discussing this and do the insanity until something is done. Because there's many of us losing our homes. There's many of us losing our jobs because of it, losing our pensions because having to take out to fix the problem. And, you know, we're all hurting, and we're not asking for the building to completely stop into land. We're just asking temporarily until we fix what's broken right now. There's got to be something that y'all can do to help us with that. Can you give the next pictures? I have my neighbor right behind me. This is just yesterday. Go to the next one. You can see that's this front porch is the view of Victoria Trails. This is his lake in the back, which is right adjacent to my backyard, which keeps flooding into our yard. Is there another photo there still? This is his front yard, gets lakefront property now again. And there's one more, I believe. I said it before, I said it at every meeting, it's criminal what's happening to us. Last night when we were at the city meeting, we had one of the members say, oh, well, you know, we get affected too, our power goes out. Okay, that has nothing to do with this. You are not in the same boat as all of us. The builders get protection, the residents need some type of protection, and we need some type of fix because it's not right. So please, let's do something instead of keep postponing meetings after meetings and saying the same thing over and over again. Thank you for listening.
Janine Kimbrough, followed by Brett Gibbs, followed by Anthony Frank.
Good evening. I live in the Man o' War Street in the same neighborhood as Lisa. This is the flooding at our gate, 3.5 feet high. This type of flooding doesn't normally happen to this unless we have a hurricane, but our regular flooding has been happening because of development of Victoria Park. We have had a problem with the drainage ditch behind our house on Taylor Road. What happens during a bad storm or during the hurricane is the water will flow between the property, my neighbor's property and my property, and unfortunately my neighbor's property did flood inside his house this past time. I am asking for help to redo the drainage ditch on Taylor and have engineers work on it because our other neighbor behind our house also flooded in their house on Taylor Road. So we're basically surrounded by flooding now. My husband and I have lived in this place for 32 years, and my husband's a disabled veteran. Our road was totally blocked. We couldn't get in and out, but my neighbor on the other side is high and dry and let us cut through, so we had a way to get out of our house. I had applied for 386 transform. I had talked about that once before. They had reevaluated my case, and I have 401 income that I have used to help on my property, and they denied me again because they didn't deduct all of the 401k income. I'd like to be reconsidered for that. And nobody has come out to see our property. We have had to pump our water from our property back to the drainage ditch, and it's took about 2 weeks, and we can finally have a little bit of a sight of our road. But we're going to need extra funds to try to repair the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Brett Gibbs.
Good evening. My name is Brett Gibbs. I live here in Volusia County. Been born and raised here my whole life. I worked in construction industry here since I was 16 years old. To start, the flooding should be the top priority, period. These citizens that are dealing with this, it's ridiculous. There's no reason that they should have to put up with this. You've heard it over and over. I get it, I'm a broken record. Mr. Brower, while I commend your efforts on what you ran for being the flooding victims, you did it standing on the backs of the construction industry. We're the people that built it. We're the people that may have gotten it wrong for those victims, I understand, but we didn't come up with a design. We're the one performing the work. We're the one you're gonna take food off of our plates. I've heard several people say that the temporary nature of this is just temporary. Construction will come back. You're asking me and my family to give up what I've put my entire career in to a career path, to now give up and change careers because of this moratorium. That being said, what you're proposing, in my opinion, will single-handedly do to the construction industry what COVID did for entertainment and restaurant in this area. Single-handedly. You will put more families out of work searching for new jobs that shouldn't have to be searching for jobs. These are residents that are comfortable in their career paths, that have set lives, that you've heard from multi-generational families that have been construction workers here in this county. So I don't stand in front of you with some sort of magic solution, but I can stand here and tell you that all of these affected people that are currently flooded, that are currently dealing with all these financial burdens of a flood, and I'm empathetic towards it. That is the first and foremost problem. None of you will get any sort of relief from this moratorium. You'll still be flooded. You will still be dealing with all those financial burdens while the rest of the community takes a knee and is sidelined and possibly puts thousands of people out of work due to it. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Anthony Frank. Followed by
on there. I've never been here before. I've been to 2 city meetings with Orange City. I went to the meeting in Palatka with the St. John thing about a week or so ago. And it seems to me, you know, we asking for, I'm from Miller Road, by the way. I'm with the crew from Miller Road and Shady Lane, Miller Lake, which is, you know, basically used to be Miller Ponds, now Miller Lake. Now it's going to be Miller Ocean here pretty soon if another hurricane come through. But anyway, here's the thing. We ask questions like, well, why can't we pump this water out of here? And we're told, because they did do that years ago. I don't know the exact year, if it was 07 or 04 or 06. I don't know. I think it's the year when the 3 hurricanes hit us, you know, one after another. But they ran some pipe back to there's like 160 acres at the end of the road. Miller Road is a dead-end road. There's one way in, one way out. I'm sure y'all are familiar with it because y'all sent out 60 truckloads of millings to give us a 1-lane route getting out of it, and wound up, that did about 1/3 of it, and I think you wound up, when it was all done, about 120 or 150 truckloads of millings for a 1-lane thing with cones on it so you don't drive off in the dark or whatever, you know, because there's like 5 foot of water on each side of it. But anyway, and I appreciate that because I was hopping fences, walking through bear trails to get to my truck on the other side of the water so I could go grocery shopping, and I have to park my truck on the other side of the water and hop fences and crap to take food home. And it ain't easy hopping fences with eggs and not breaking them. But I never broke one. Just so you know, that's pretty good for an older guy like myself. Anyway, here's the thing. What we're told is we can't pump water on private property. Now, there's a radio tower out there in the Miller Road, and I don't know if it's private, if if the state owns it or the county owns it, or who owns it, but it's a radio tower that has a lot of government contracts, and they can't shut down. I think that's part of the reason why they did the lanes, because, you know, for defense reasons, whatever, there's important stuff that those towers are taking care of. They pump back there, and the owner, or who runs the facility, made it clear there's no problem. But there's like 160 acres back there, nothing but sand and dirt and you know, brush and whatnot. So I don't know why it can't be pumped back there, because whoever is in charge of it, they don't have a problem with it. They didn't have a problem with it back when they did it the first time. So I don't want anybody breaking laws. We're not out here trying to get somebody to do something that's breaking the law by pumping on private property. But if that's the reason that you can't do it, I'm here to ask you this. Why won't you enforce the law? Because we're getting all kind of water dumped into our lake by the businesses across the street.
Thank you.
Orange, well, thank you, but
Thank you. Keith Nordham.
Thank you, Chair Brower. Keith Norden from Holly Hill, Florida. Just wanted to thank you all for your service to our community. I've had a lot of conversations with our investor community, with my organization, over 80 private sector investors, and several are engineering firms, local engineering firms, and they would like to help staff as they process this flooding issue, and we appreciate your leadership on this. So thank you very much. I look forward to coming back with my comments on January 14th.
Thank you, Keith. Okay, council, that is the end of the initial public participation. I know everybody probably needs a break. I would like to suggest that we try and get the consent agenda taken care of, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items that will be pulled for a vote. So that could take an hour. So what is your pleasure? Vice Chair Kent?
Chairman, I'm okay to talk about that in a moment, but I wanted to mention something different at this time, if that's okay, if I can have a minute.
You may have a minute.
Thank you. Unprecedented, we normally would do this at the end of the meeting, but since we have so many residents in the chambers right now, Chairman and Council, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion. Hopefully we get a second, we get a vote on this. Chairman, if we have to let people talk on it after the fact, of course, that's totally fine. But our residents expect us to lead. They expect us to address this major problem that many of them are affected with in a hugely negative way. Council, my motion will not cost anything except for staff time. But my motion is to direct George Rechtenwald to come back to this council within 30 days and give this council a plan on how we, with a number, a financial number associated with it, on how we can fix our canals, redig our canals, our stormwater, repipe those lines. These are things that are our responsibility, and I think this is something we can address now. Ask staff to come and look at it, come back to us within 30 days. This isn't moratorium talk right now. This is fixing what we have. When Gigi Galloway got up and talked about that branch, I think what you were trying to say, Gigi, was Groover Branch up in Ormond Beach. And you're right, he's shaking his head, yes. The trees, and I had no idea it was 20 feet deep and however wide back in the day that you have the pictures of. But the trees that I've seen growing in that needs to be cleared out. So, Council, I make a motion that we ask George and staff to come back to us within 30 days, which will be December 19th, and give us a plan on how this county can address the stormwater, the canals within the county of Volusia. Thank you.
I'll second that just for discussion real quick and have some questions for the county manager.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Troy Kent, a second by Councilman Robbins, for the county manager to come back within 30 days with a plan to fix the canals and stormwater conveyance systems. Everybody up here to talk on this motion?
Yep.
Okay, David Santiago.
Yeah, I guess when we go through it, I don't think it's a bad idea. The question is, can that endeavor be done in that window time period? I don't know the answer. Going into a holidays, and I'm sure there's vacations and not make light of the situation. I get it, this is an important topic, but I don't know if you can deliver that.
And not to jump in, but I think George could do it in 2 weeks if we told him to. I was being kind with 30 days.
Okay. I don't know.
Well, it all will go to the extent that you want done. I mean, I'm prepared to discuss later, if you'd like, all the stuff we are working on right this second. I mean, we're not waiting for a discussion, and nor have we, you know, we've been doing this a long time. I've got people that are working these problems today. So I can come back and give you more on some of the other, you know, maintenance issues and things that were brought up. I will say, before every hurricane, every big storm, we put a team of people in the field every single time. And they know exactly where these canals are. We know, I don't know what the confusion is in Holly Hill. They know what we maintain, and we know what we maintain. We have an extensive asset management system that's probably something that is an envy of a lot of places. It's been working for years. So we go on out and we take a look and we inspect those. Now, people see things like trees and overgrowth and all that. Well, a lot of that does not really affect what happens, because we make sure the flow is there before the storm, and then immediately after the storm, we run out for anything that fell in the canal, and we go clean it out as soon as we can. You can't get rid of all the vegetation, because you need the vegetation, unfortunately, to hold the banks so it doesn't slide in. We also do work with St. John's Water Management District, too, to make sure they don't want it to, you know, we're not to the point, but maybe we will, or maybe there's a solution coming forward, but going to concrete slip line ditches, which is what is used in other areas of the country, and may help move water quicker. I will also like to say, though, that in these two hurricane events, the other part that occurred and no one mentioned was you had a significant surge or tailwater situation. So in other words, where the water was ultimately going, the Halifax River, especially as mentioned on the east side, was elevated along with the ocean. So that's coming back up those canals. I think we have South Daytona was here earlier. They have a pretty sophisticated system to prevent that, but it gets overwhelmed when you get over 7-8 inches in those type areas. You're getting past the design of the systems that are out there. So I just want to make that clear that as we go forward, we will be working, and we're working on upgrading things, and I will come back with a plan on more maintenance, more inspection. I mean, after the 2004 hurricanes, we bought and invested in sophisticated camera equipment. We go on out, we regularly camera, and we line pipes, which is something that we've become very, very good at. So sometimes what people might see on the edge may not be what's really going on deep underneath, because we've gone through with cameras and we've lined a lot of things. But again, we will continue that. I'm committed, and so is my team. That's what we actually enjoy and work on all the time. But we'll up those efforts. I'll come back with to the level I can. It's over several million feet of drainage out there. So, but we'll get. I can tell you again what we're doing today, what we plan on doing. Try to attach some numbers to it. The idea about studies, I just want to, because I got batted around a lot. I agree with some of what was said. You know, there's no need in one aspect. We know where the flooding is. Nature has to. That's not what the study's for. The study what we're talking about is really pre-engineering and engineering to where you're going to send the water, or if you can send it somewhere. Because that's another, I can tell you, one of the solutions that's going to come out of this, and it's not going to be popular, but there are places that are not defendable. And then we're going to have to talk about maybe what we've done in the past, like up in Holly Hill and other areas where we've bought out neighborhoods and turned them into stormwater facilities, because that's what you're going to have to do in some of these cases. And others, you'll see here, and I know a lot of people probably will want to leave, but unfortunately, they'll miss out on several $1 million, many millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars projects that are going to go out today before you that are going to address flooding. And some of them will be projects, some will be innovations like connecting ponds with pipes and pumps to move water around better. And there's more technology that's coming out that may allow that to be more automated. So we'll be doing, you'll see those type of projects and more of them as well. So, but yeah, I will come back in 30 days and we'll have a lot, but I'll probably be talking about some of it here in just a few minutes when we get to that item of stuff we are absolutely doing right now.
George, thank you for mentioning the projects that are on the line. And you're right, most members of the public probably don't know that that's coming forward. But I think it's also important to know your motion, I think, is good, and we should do that, and I think they're already doing that. I think one of the other things is how do we leverage the fact, or how do we address the fact that much of the flooding that's occurred, correct me if I'm wrong, George, has occurred in cities. And we often take the blame for that, right?
Well, I'm sure we have to work together. Water knows, it's an old saying, stormwater, water knows no boundaries.
Yeah.
This is something we do have to work regionally together. Those canals that were dug on the east side were dug originally as mosquito control canals. They go back to the 1920s and before with the idea of draining the area to be able to build all of your eastern cities. So we maintain them. They're in the cities. We work together with them. But I think what's kind of exciting about the Transform 386 monies and the other things we've been working on is this went out also to the cities as well as the county. We have offered to take and not only just give out the money, our teams are going to help manage these projects. They'll run through our offices to ensure they make, because there's a lot of federal strings attached to this money, and we have the team that can manage it. I probably will be coming back to ask you, I'll probably have to add an engineer to our staff that'll help with that, but we're prepared to do that. And so I just want to say again, you're going to see some of the best cooperation you've ever seen because of the fact that we are sharing that money. We're using a system where we, people have put in their projects, they've been rated, and they've been given the money, and they're matching that money. And so these are exciting, very good partnership projects, and there's more to follow, and we'll go over that when we get to that item.
Yeah, and in fact, I think today we're going to be transferring possibly $18 million additional dollars.
That's another thing we've asked. We listened to the concerns. I will say, people still, you got to remember, and I'll talk more about it later, the funding source for this is HUD, Housing and Urban Development, and they have an expectation, a mandate really. Part of it has to go to housing. There has to be a good portion, but they were wise enough and done this enough to understand. Well, what's the sense of doing housing in areas that could be affected by flooding? So they allow us a certain percentage to use for infrastructure and for mitigation. And we're going to take full advantage of that. And there are some monies in some areas that once we analyzed it, we said, all right, well, these housing needs were okay. They did not get the damage we thought. So, yeah, we're prepared to ask even tonight to move $18 million into that part of money for further projects that will be coming in round two with the county and the city.
And I'll just leave with this, Mr. Chair. It's going to take the collaboration, because a lot of the things that are shown often on developments, and I'm not blaming the cities, but we often get blamed for projects that we really had no governance over. We didn't decide on all those. Again, I'm not pointing fingers, but it's going to take collaboration. And George, you're the guy to do it, right? To solve the problems and work with the cities.
I'm the guy to coordinate it. We have a great team of people, and it will take some engineering help. I'll take any help that people locally want to provide, along with what we already are contracting for, and on top of that, our own team. But sometimes it takes, and again, people. Yes, we have a lot of internal knowledge, and sometimes it does take a third party with some outside expertise to look at this as well. I mean, again, and I want to stress, I think I said this earlier, we're a big county, and there are reasons of the flooding that are different throughout the whole county. I mean, I will say one common factor that I never heard anyone mention is the rain. These are tremendous rainstorms. These are not little rainstorms. We're pretty good at handling that, considering where we live, in a tropical and semi-tropical area. We handle rain pretty well, but we don't handle rain when it gets up into, above 8-9 inches, and when you're getting into some of these historic numbers. And we'll show that, I think, when we talk. I think I'll wait and we have the workshop and we can go over.
Special meeting.
Exactly, sorry, that's very good. The special meeting on this, because that's where we can really kind of hone in on the data and what's out there. But like I say, the good news, if anyone, we're not waiting for that meeting. I mean, that's going to be part of it, because this is going to be going on for a long time, a lot of work. We're starting right now, we've been working at it, and we're not going to wait to, I'll be reporting on not just what we're going to do, but what we're already doing.
Councilman Robbins. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ken, I appreciate trying to go after an action item that we can achieve today. Just being here several years now, one of the biggest problems that we have consistently, no matter the issue, is funding. Myself and Don Dempsey were on the losing end of a vote several months ago when we were talking about Transform 386. One of the biggest things, if we want to send a clear message, Mr. Kent, to the public, I know we can transfer money out for certain issues, but I want to put it on paper. I want to put it on paper with a vote. I can't make the motion because I was on the losing end of that vote to lock in an additional $50 million, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, in concrete for additional stormwater, to address these additional stormwater needs and provide some relief. I think that's a huge thing, but I don't also want to cut out the other side to this story and not put it, or not make it, excuse me, let me back up, or not put it on the agenda properly to give everybody on both sides of the issue the notice. But I would be an upvote on that. If someone would like to bring that up, it would have my wholehearted support to get money concrete, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and let's go into this workshop or this meeting knowing we have as much funds as possible to address every one of these needs intimately with our constituents, because we all want to solve this problem, Chair, and I appreciate the energy there, and I think we're heading in the right direction if someone else wants to bring that up.
Mr. Robbins, at the end of the night tonight, I will bring that up to see if we can have a vote on it and bring that back so we can have that discussion. I'm telling you right now, I'll do it at closing comments tonight.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, Mr. Robbins just took every bit of words out of my mouth. I was going to make the same motion, but I can't because Danny and I are on the losing end. But it really broke my heart to hear that one lady that lives in JC's neighborhood talk about she went to Transform 386 for what George talked about was a potential buyout or bought out neighborhoods in the past, because I kind of perceive this as one of our realistic options. I'm not in favor of a moratorium. I grew up in southwestern Pennsylvania in a coal mining community where my family all worked for the mines. And when the coal mines shut down or went on strike, it wiped out the community. I lived in an area where the Volkswagen Rabbit plant was. And when they shut down the plant, it wiped out the community. It hurt. And to wipe out they were. But it's just, so I'm not in favor of a moratorium. But if we are going to talk moratorium, that $50 million that was voted on to allocate $50 million towards new multifamily housing, more development, well, let's put a moratorium on that, for a lack of better words. Take that $50 million and don't develop that multifamily housing and put it towards infrastructure, or at least not spend it until we have our workshop, until we can be more responsible with the money than just making more development, more incentives for more people to move in here, for more traffic, more flooding, when we could use that to solve infrastructure. I remember that debate that we had, and I remember it was possible that we could transfer that money to more infrastructure, but it was voted down.
So I would ask that we reconsider that because now flooding is at the forefront. And I think we really need to address that. So I would also second it if somebody else were to make the motion as well.
Okay.
I feel like I gotta say,
I would just.
what I just mentioned a minute ago, I'll reiterate. 18 million of that, which you asked, of that 50, is gonna be on item number 3, if we can get to it. Item number 3 has it, and that's 18 of that 50 right now. Now, then, to your point, I don't think we won't spend the other 32 because we're gonna have these workshops coming up, and then we will, but I do believe, and there's a way we have to do it, again, within the federal guidelines, make it legal and make sure that 10 years from now, when we're all gone, that, and we're audited and everything, that everything does correctly. But I believe we'll get to the 50 you're talking about, and we're gonna start tonight, we're gonna ask for 18 of it right now, and then the 32 will come in subsequent meetings. If you can work with us on that, then we will be in line with the federal regulations.
And if I could add to that, George, thank you very much, and I appreciate it. I'm not saying that we shift the columns necessarily. I'm just saying let's just hold on to that money and wait and see. We've got like I said earlier, we have a new Trump administration. We got the DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. So I think if HUD gives us two.
Well, that's another reason why I don't want to break any rules or anything right now, because we don't know what's coming with the next storm. We want to be in good stead. Just the fact that the county got that money directly, by the way, is a first. Most of the time, it would go to the state, and then the state would divide it across the whole state. We were lucky to do that. I don't know, again, now, to your point, with the new administration, it may go back to the state. It may not be the same system, but what we got, we want to make sure we take good care of, be strategic with it, and that's what I'm asking to do here. And again, that's 18 million on top of 100 million.
Yes.
You know, that you're going to put 60 of it potentially, if you okay it tonight, 60 million out on projects immediately.
Yeah, and, well, okay.
Chairman, may I have 30 seconds, please? Yes. Just because it's hugely important to me to say what you mean and mean what you say and be a man of my word. Councilman Robbins and Councilman Dempsey, I said that I would bring it up tonight for the 50 million. I just want to get a head nod from both of you. With the 18 million that we're talking about, that'll come up with item 3, I'd like to adjust that to 32 million to get to the total 50. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that? Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for bringing that up, George. I was gonna say that I remember when we had the initial conversation about that money that I and I think several other people asked Donna Butler about more money for stormwater, and she mentioned then that I believe she said she could get another 15 million for mitigation. And she has in fact done that, and we are going to vote it on it tonight, the first part of it.
Right.
With more to come, and that's...
Well, also that these studies that we're talking about will come in further meetings, as are, some other housekeeping stuff. We have we were already slated to come before you with our stormwater utility, and the work plan for that as well. So that's all coming in the next, actually starting in the next meeting. So.
Okay, one other question for you. Within the next 30 days, with the canals and stormwater conveyance, in the tour today with St. John's Water Management District, the toughest question that came up was, where are we going to put more water? Especially if this rain continues, and they fully expect it to continue through our lifetime anyway. And they're studying it, but it's going to take 5 years. Where can you put the water? When you bring back that report, will it include any information like that of where we're putting water? I mean, that was a big part of the moratorium.
Not in 30 days. That's what the studies, like I say, that's why we have to invest. And I know people are frustrated, but
No.
They have to have, we have to have a place to put it. And like I say, there'll be, in some cases, there is no place to put it, and that's when you're gonna be looking at possibly, changing an area, buying out houses, and putting in a stormwater facility or park.
Not development.
But that's why each neighborhood really needs to be studied separately, each basin. Ben's got a plan, and we've got more money than we've ever had before for that type of engineering. So before, we were just going to be, doing one basin at a time. Now, with what we have and what the cities are also asking for, we'll be covering a large portion of the area. So and we'll have that mapped out. You can take a look and see. We're going to address these things very targeted into the areas where it's needed. But in 30 days, I don't know where all the water's going to go in 30 days, but we'll try to at least get you what we're doing right now and the engineering and study work that's going to be done here shortly.
Yeah, I didn't think you could do it all in 30 days. What I'm hoping to hear is where the problem areas are, because we know that.
We have that mapped, right? We can take a look at that now.
Is that something that GIS can work on long
already?
Too?
We've got maps. We've got them already done. We just need some refinement, but I can show you. We take the data and we map it. Right, it kind of looks like measles from here, but these are heat maps that are showing the areas where the flooding was reported. And we'll come back again and maybe be able to dial in a little closer on these neighborhoods so you can take a look.
Okay, and that was, again, back to the moratorium, that was also one of the things on the list to talk about with going to the cities, and if we need to do that. But it's not just a county, unincorporated county issue, it's in the cities. Where can they put water? And I think I would like to see us work with them and hear from them what they're doing to figure out where they can put water, where they can move it before storms come, that doesn't just move it to somebody else's neighborhood. Because that was the whole conversation this afternoon at Lake Winnipesaukee, is that we're going around in a big circle.
Our team's already met. We met with the city of DeLand. I believe they're in the audience. I know they brought in some expertise extra to supplement their staff, and I see some of them here in the audience. I won't put them on the spot, but we met with DeLand. We've met with Edgewater. We'll continue to meet with Edgewater. They've had some changes in personnel, but we'll continue to work with them. And again, you'll see cooperation. Public Works people have always been very good at cooperating, and they'll continue. We work together on things like water supply on the west side of the county. We've had extensive work on that, the southeast part. We'll just continue to model that and work with each of those areas, because again, we don't want to do something that works against each other. And the Nova Canal is particularly complex. I think there was some stuff already this week. That's why the Army Corps of Engineers, who we did spend quite a bit of time with a week or two ago, they were in town. They were already studying the Nova Canal. It took years for the city to get that get that study, and the importance of that study is you have to have their study in order to get work done by that agency. And so that is, that I'm happy to report is going to happen. They are ahead. And so I think that study might actually get expanded before it's done, because I think it was centering on Midtown. And I think it really needs to be looked at from Holly Hill all the way to Port Orange.
Okay, thank you. David Santiago.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, I think the conversation about the 50 million, which I think that there's obviously support, and I would support it also, but I think we're restricted, just for the general public's purpose. They should know that if in case you don't see that happen today, we have restrictions by the feds on how much we can change, because this report has already been approved and submitted to the federal government. They have caps on how much you can transfer at certain time periods. So that's why in today's proposal, you'll see in the agenda the 18 million. So you won't see the 50 million come out today based on the conversation, because we have to follow those federal guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Personally, I find George Rectwell to be very competent and very effective at his job. I'm appreciative of that. And I know he said that he would handle this. So just in case any of us were thinking, should we not have a vote on this? I just want to say, even though I give him those compliments and that praise, I like the idea of still voting on this, because I like hopefully a 6-0 vote to let staff know.
Yeah, it sends a good message.
We want, absolutely. So,
On your motion that's on the floor?
yes, sir.
Yeah, we're going to vote on it.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then my only other thing, Chairman, totally unrelated, but you asked about, going through the consent after this. I know that our residents have been here, and we've been here 4 hours and 21 minutes already. I would respectfully request that we do, instead of a 30-minute break, a 20-minute break, but we take that break and we come back at 8:41 after this vote.
Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question to cap this off. Not really a question that has to be answered now, County Manager. Listen, when we come back with this additional information, whether it's for this special meeting or moratorium, I want to touch on the live local and how that would affect, or what some of the effects would be. Even if we did a moratorium, would people still be able to build under the live local? If you can bring that back, just to add some clarity to the situation, I think it would be very helpful and useful. So.
Okay, can we get rid of it? Do you know anybody? Do you know a guy? Okay, I don't see any other comments, so we'll bring the motion for the county manager to come back within 30 days for, he's going to fix all of our canals and stormwater conveyance systems. And that's information that's primary in this process to know what's happening there. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion does carry 6-0. And I asked the question about consent agenda. Mr. Kent, you replied, I think you would like a break right now. Feeling of the council?
I mean, that's right.
Okay. Sorry, Don, your name is up.
Well, I was going to, but no, if we're going to take a break, I'll wait.
Okay. Sorry for the audience, because you have been here for a long time too, but we will take a 20-minute break until 8:43. You gonna be here? Will you be back? Damn. Damn. Good. Oh. I needed you at the beginning of the meeting. Okay, if everybody wants to find a seat, we will get started. Okay, we're already on item 2, which will be for the approval of the consent agenda. So if everybody wants to write this down, the rest of the council, these following items are pulled for a comment from the public and therefore a vote. F, G, H, I, J, M, T, and X. Are there any other items that anyone on the council would like to pull?
Chairman, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Yes, actually, I'm sorry, Chairman, before I make that motion. For comments only, not for a vote, so at the end of this, just comments, AA and BB. For Kent, AA and BB. So, Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as proposed by staff, absent items F, G, H, I, J, M, T, X.
Second, Johansson.
Any other comments, questions? All in favor of approving the consent agenda except for the ones that were just pulled, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And the consent agenda, what's left of it, is approved 6-0. So we will start with item F, and a member of the public that wanted to speak to that. Is Keith Jester, do you want to hear the...
I just want to make a quick...
Okay.
I'd ask that you all bear with me tonight because I have a lot to say about all of the spending. As far as F, that's obviously grant funding, and I'm fine with it, but I think it's very essential that this body and the county start putting out a comprehensive list of everything that this county does, whether it's money that comes through the county or the county spending directly for homelessness, for shelters, for housing initiatives. I learned that the county's earmarked $88 million over the last 5 years. I didn't learn it from the county government, okay? Y'all need to put that out there because I understand that there's groups that are coming and asking for more and more and more, especially for housings coming up. The people need to know what the county's doing. You need to brag about it, what you've already done. It was mentioned about the homeless shelter coming for more money. Well, right here's dealing with homelessness. Y'all have spent millions and millions of tax dollars on these issues, but you're not putting it out there for the people to know. So it sounds like you're doing nothing.
Chairman, motion to approve item F.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item F. Is there a second?
Johansson, second.
Okay, Vice Chair Kent makes a motion. Councilman Jake Johansson makes a second. Any discussion? All in favor of approving item F, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 6-0. That brings us to item G, and we have a member of the public who would like to speak to that, Keith Chester.
If we're talking moratorium, should we be considering this project as part of a moratorium? Should we be giving out federal funds through the county for the purpose of more development when we don't even have our current issues under control? That's what was stated all night tonight. So should we be using government money to further more development that could create more problems?
Okay. Is there any comment or is there a motion on item G? No motion?
Well, no, I just
Don
wanted
Dempsey,
for
I'm sorry.
discussion. Keeping in line with what we talked about with the multifamily development with the 50 million from Transform 386, I'd like to just, again, I don't think this property is that far from Miller Road and all the flooding issues we heard in Orange City. So I would really like to just put a hold on spending this money, see if it's possible, direct staff to see if it's possible to somehow shift this money more towards an infrastructure type program than another, development going. I think people are mostly against more development. And if that money could be better utilized, infrastructure solution, I'd like to see that.
Okay, it's $460,000. Is there any possibility of what he just recommended?
I'll defer to Brad, but my understanding is no. Go ahead, Brad.
So this is previously approved by council. This is the agreement that's coming back because this organization went to the state level with our letter saying you are our local choice project. They won the tax credits, and so they'll bring back a capital stack which will leverage millions and millions of dollars to build these. If there's a moratorium in place, obviously it wouldn't go forward. But if we stop it here, it's dead in the water.
And Brad, can you talk about the funding source?
Sure. This is state SHIP dollars. So this is money that comes back to us from dock stamps when people buy and close on houses, and it has to be used for this purpose.
Okay. Do we have to address his, Councilman Dempsey's concern, do we have any concerns of flooding? How has that been addressed? Is there a plan that,
so this
stormwater management plan we can see?
This, like any other project that would come before the county, will go through the development review process.
Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. Brad, thanks for clarifying. Gentlemen, we've already approved this. There's a lot set in motion on this, and there is no moratorium in place, so I don't think we should act as, and I'm not saying you are, Don, but we need to do the right thing here. Certainly going forward, whatever decision is made, it will be applied, but it's a move to approve. Thank you.
Second, Ken?
I didn't hear the motion.
Move to approve.
Move to approve item G, and the second was by Vice Chair Kent. Any other discussion?
Quick, Jim, just real quick, Brad, question for you. How many apartments is this gonna be? I'm looking.
68, sir.
68, and that's gonna be mid-rise?
Yes, sir.
Yep. All right. Got it. If I recall, mid-rise is better than urban sprawl too, right?
Yes, sir.
So, all right, that's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Questa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Santiago, Mr. Dempsey,
Yes.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes, sometimes you never know. Thank you. That takes us to item H, and we have a member of the public, Keith Chester, who would like to speak on that item.
When this information is put out, it would be good for the public and others to know how many Section 8 vouchers are already available within the county of Volusia to include the cities. How many people are already receiving Section 8 vouchers? And are these new vouchers, or are these for existing vouchers to continue funding for existing vouchers? So, and again, that's information that should be put out so the public knows. So, I'm not crazy about Section 8 vouchers to start, but. Thank you.
Okay. Is Brad here?
No new vouchers. 331 is what we have at the county level that we administer. This is a continuation of the program that we've had. So these are people that are housed already with Section 8 vouchers. It's a fully self-sufficient program that pays for itself through federal funds.
And it's not building new housing.
No, it is not, sir.
Assistance for people.
Yep,
Okay.
yes.
Is there a motion on H?
Move to approve.
Councilman Santiago moves to approve.
Second, Johansson.
Second by Councilman Johansson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 6-0. And that brings us to I. And we have one member of the public who would like to speak on that, Keith Chester.
I'd just like to hear some explanation of what that is, please, so the public knows.
Okay.
I'd like to defer to our community assistance expert, Carmen Hall, if she may.
All right, good evening, Carmen Hall, Community Assistance Director. So this item is a grant closeout agreement. This particular grant, we have already expended all of the funds. It was for rapid rehousing, homeless prevention, and emergency shelter and street outreach with ESG CV dollars. So as part of our coronavirus expenditures and additional funding that we received from the federal government is strictly closing out the grant so that way we can complete the process.
Thank you. Do I have a motion on item I?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilman Robbins.
Second, Johansson.
And the second is by Councilman Johansson. Any comment or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And letter I is also approved, 6-0. J, we have several people who would like to speak. J is reconsideration of award for fiscal year 2024-25 Children and Families Advisory Board funding agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Volusia Flagler counties. We have several people that want to speak on this item. Keith Chester.
I'd like to hear a report on what the findings were with the issues that were discovered at the Boys and Girls Club. I would also ask that you request staff break these different things down. The Boys and Girls Club was a lead agency, half a dozen agencies under it that were receiving funding through, and these are county tax dollars, by the way, and those should be broke out. We shouldn't have lead agencies. Our people should be directly monitoring. It shouldn't be a pass-through. So I'd really like to see that done. Furthermore, I'd like to see this funding. If you look at this, it's been pretty much the same funding year after year. This needs to be moved out to something like United Way to handle. These are tax dollars that are derived from ad valorem taxes. And the first thing, we don't pay those in equally. What I pay in is about $1,000 a month. I mean, $1,000 a year. One of your sons or daughters just buying a house going to pay about $5,000. So as it is, we already are. It's not a fair and balanced tax system that we have. But I'd like to see this funding be eliminated in the future. Not this year. It needs to be a slow process, and it slowly be turned over to something like a United Way. And they're better equipped. This county government needs to concentrate on core governmental responsibilities. This is one of those programs that was started and has never gone away. That's what always happens. And I can tell you, as somebody who was once a grant recipient, you always keep trying to get more. So, and it's easy money. Grant money is much easier money than out fundraising and so forth. So that's what I'd like to see, is the United Way take this eventually.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve.
We have 4 other people to speak on it. But the item, I think, listed the information he just...
It does, and it's not a grant, it's a contract for services, so we go out and competitively bid these services for youth development that would be born typically of the government. So we are outsourcing essentially some of our responsibilities to the private sector. I will say, and I think it needs to be said, that, you know, the email we received from Mr. Chester alleging fraud and unethical behavior at the Boys and Girls Club was false. Our team went in and did a kind of investigation and looked at the, you know, our monitoring, and also understood about the national organization and the issue there. You know, the national organization came in and said you need to have a better selection process, but there was no fraud or unethical behavior going on.
So you did an investigation, not
We did a monitoring.
kind
I'm
of a-
sorry, monitoring. Yes.
Okay.
Which is like our audit. It's essentially an audit that our team does.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dr. Jamie Bracero. And you will be followed by Mary Bruno.
Hey, I'm Dr. Bracero. I just wanted to, come up here and say that I'm a product of the mission of the Boys and Girls Club. So I was a club kid when Joe had his very first club in Deltona, and I've come full circle some 33 years later to be the board chair of the Boys and Girls Club. You know, it's programs like the Boys and Girls Club that has allowed me to do this. It's the thing that's given me the confidence. I disagree that that we're funded just by grants. Over 55% of our funding comes from donors, and that's because the donors trust what the Boys and Girls Club is doing. You know, and again, I'm a product of that mission, and I believe that I would not be where I am today without the mentorship and the things that the Boys and Girls Club provided me. So just want to make that known and clear.
Thank you. Mary Bruno. You'll be followed by Mac Reed.
Good evening. Chairman Brower, council members, Mr. Reckenwall. I'm again here to talk about the Children and Families Advisory Board. Sometimes it's really great to have some history, 20 plus years on and off this board. And I do want to say, to answer your one question about the why, we looked at that one time before, way early on in this process. And it was determined that because these are county tax dollars, that we did not want to turn our county tax dollars over to the Y to determine how they would be distributed. We also, over the period of time, we have done this as RFP. For years, we used to get 20, 30, 40, 50 grants that the board would go through individually and award individual projects. The council at one time said that that really probably wasn't the most efficient way to do this, and that in order to make our providers talk to each other, eliminate duplication of services, do those kind of things, we really needed to get them to talk together more. And that was the original purpose of this RSQ process, was to divide up, for example, this case, youth services, to have a group come together and look at youth services, provide the RSQ to one provider who would work with the group underneath, House Next Door, the YMCA, so that they would be able to streamline their services and not duplicate, and provide the services that were meant for youth. Again, I want to remind you that all of the programs serve our most vulnerable populations. So our youth are the students that really need assistance. We serve seniors, we deliver Meals on Wheels, that type of thing, swimming lessons for those students in 32114 and Deltona that would never afford swimming lessons, and hopefully we've saved a few young people from being able to drown, from drowning. So I appreciate you asking the questions, because I think that's a very important thing. But I also want to remind you that during this time when this item was first pulled, those services were not being funded yet, they were going on. So many of our organizations are laying out that money that they, in order to continue to provide the services for this month and a half or whatever that it's been. So thank you very much for your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Mac Reed.
Good evening, and thank you, Council. My name is Mac Reed. I'm been on the ground here about 6 weeks now. I'm serving as the interim CEO for Boys and Girls Clubs of Volusia and Flagler counties. Thrilled to be here. The community's been very welcoming and hospitable for me coming in and learning a new community. I've had an opportunity to meet with several of you. I look forward to meeting with those that I haven't had an opportunity to meet with yet. I'd actually love to show you some of our club sites and take you on a tour so you can see firsthand the programs and impact that we're having on the kids' lives. The funding is really critical. We're serving 60% of our kids are from single parent homes, and about 70% of our kids are living in households with incomes of $40,000 or less. So these funds are really helping us to be able to meet the needs of the kids so that they can have that hope and opportunity that they need to succeed. You've heard about the other partner agencies that we work with as well, and they're doing phenomenal work in the community as well. So thank you for your support.
Joe Hearn.
Good evening, community, Mr. Chair, councilmen. I just wanted to come speak on behalf of CFAB. I wanted to remind all of you that you guys take the time to appoint quality people to that board to really do a lot of the legwork and the lifting and research and hold, sessions with these providers and really have the time to drill them. All of our members on CFAB really do have input. They all ask serious questions. We just went through a whole survey process. I encourage you to read about it or look it up in the minutes, but it really digs into what these organizations do and the impact that they're having in our community and the stuff that we're helping them with to take the burden off our families, our working families, our families that don't have the money to pay for it, quite frankly. They're going to eventually become a burden if we don't help them a little bit. So I just wanted to recognize that and really recognize the CFAB committee. I also wanted to say that these organizations that we're working with are tested organizations. They're not just fly-by-nights. We get some new nonprofits that come in. We definitely guide them in the right direction, how they can get involved, how they can try to be a part of getting some support to better our communities. However, the ones that are currently listed, United Way, YMCA, Early Learning Coalition, Coalition for the Homeless, all of these organizations, domestic violence, these are all proven agencies that have been in our community for a long time. And, I respect the fact that you take our tax dollars very serious. I'm a Volusia County taxpayer. It's important that we take those very seriously, but don't take away from the programs that help our community be better. And don't take away from programs that help people who need an opportunity to get ahead can get ahead. As with all organizations, Boys and Girls Club is the lead agency. I made very clear to do my research before we recommended budget numbers, any of that, to ask, has this problem happened before? Has there ever been an issue like it? There never has. And anytime any of you have been in the corporate world or any world that has a business, when you have someone who's been a starter of an organization, who's been there 35 years, when that change happens, there's not going to be an easy transition in that situation. So I do ask that you give them some leniency, that this is a one-time situation that's never happened before, and also be concerned about some of the subs that work under this lead agency that do incredible work in our communities. We are right now hurting some of those with mental health in our community, House Next Door, some of the subs that run underneath that. So respectfully, I just ask you to take all that into consideration. Look at the facts, go back and look at some of our meetings, look at all the work that we do, look at how we get all these providers in one space and really drill them on what they're doing, how they're providing, how they're making a difference, and also realize the money that we are giving them is a small percentage to what they have to go out and raise to continue their missions. And I thank you so much for your time.
Well timed. Okay, Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't see anybody else's name, so Chairman, if you don't mind, I have a couple of questions for staff, Dr. Burbaugh, and briefly a couple of comments before those questions. The first comment is to the gentleman that spoke first. Thanks for coming in and being a real-life testimony about the Boys and Girls Club. It was impactful. I appreciate you showing up. The second one is to Keith Chester. I never met you until in here. We've never had a private conversation, but I've said it before and I'll say it again. All your emails make me think, and I appreciate it. Don't know that I agree with your style all the time, and that's in the emails, But I appreciate what you say. It always gets my attention. Now to my questions. Why a pass-through? Why is it like a subcontractor almost? I think it's a valid question for Mr. Chester. Why not the county just give all of these, I'll say subcontractors, the money directly?
Because we want them to collaborate. So this was a program, a model that was put in place after we had a lot of individual organizations coming and asking. And so by doing it this way, I will tell you that my team still, it's just like the primary, where it's a cost reimbursable contract. So before we even put any money out there, we are vetting each expense against the child, against the category to see if it's eligible. We do the same thing for the subs.
Dr. Burball, it's no surprise I'm a big fan of yours. You're excellent at what you do, and I appreciate you justifying that. But for me, you don't have to do that. I know how good you are at what you do and your team, and how you hold people accountable. I guess my concern is, twofold now, is that Boys and Girls Club becomes the holder of the ring that all the subs have to go to get what they want, even though you guys are vetting everybody. That's concern number one. And then always when you sub it out, the general contractor's, making some money on it. So that's my second concern. You don't need to get into that, because here's my next question that I had. I'm real big into any monies we're giving, I like 100% of it to be impactful for who we want the money to help. And this 5% piece for administrative costs, $25,570, so 5% of $571,724. Talk to me about that administrative piece.
So that, I will say that is low for your typical admin, because you can get up to 10%.
For the first time ever, I hate your answer.
Sorry, it's the truth.
I hate it. No, I do. It's almost like, hey, we're lucky they're only doing 5%. I hate this piece, and if I don't get a good answer from it, whoever makes the motion to approve this, if this administrative cost is not taken out, I'm probably a no.
Okay. So I think the expectation that we have individuals administer these contracts and grants without any administrative dollars is, I think that we won't have people apply. And we can have this conversation when I will say that this is a 5-year contract, and this is the 5th year. We will be bringing back, we're going to do a competitive process again. If you want us to decrease that, and when we put it out, we can certainly do that. But I would be remiss if I didn't ask Carmen if she had anything to add here, because I know my comment did not.
Who does that 5% go to?
That goes to the administering agency.
Which is?
Boys and Girls Club.
So why don't we take that on and be the administrative agency and keep the $25,570?
Because we have it would cost us more at the end of the day.
I don't see how, but all right. Carmen,
I can run the numbers for you, and if I'm wrong, I will say that publicly.
So just to add, so the administration costs, they are responsible for going out and monitoring their subcontracts. So that is one component. They also are reviewing the invoices prior to them getting to us. So there's 2 components there. It's also having the lead agency. We always want to make sure that we're having a cohesive environment for these types of services, and making sure that we're not duplicating services and things like that. And that was something, and I think Dr. Bruno touched on it a little bit, in our previous model, when everybody was coming to us, there was more duplication and not as much synergy going on within the different service categories. There's also a lot more service categories. So by going to this model, it's created more of a individual conduits, so that way they're working with these agencies. They're making sure that we're not providing the same things multiple ways, and making sure that the funds are covering all gaps in services. I think another important factor is it is a 5-year contract. So we're actually in the process of reviewing this, all the service categories, what the needs are in the community. And so next time for the following year, it's a competitive process again. Another agency can compete for that lead agency role. It's not necessarily always the same agency, but we do have a 5-year contract to allow them.
Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before you sit down, I'll just ask you the simple question. So, Brad or anybody, one of you, do you, the 5%, in your experience in working with this, do you believe they earn that?
I would say so, because there's a lot of work working with these agencies. So when different agencies come and ask us, I would really like a grant because I want to provide an after-school program. We send them to that lead agency, and then they work with them, and they talk about their next grant cycle, what's going on. There's a lot more. There's a lot of inquiries going on.
They're
It's
almost
not-
an extension of you.
Right.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to approve.
Second, Johansson with a question.
Okay. Yes, you were up next, Councilman Johansson.
Yep. Brad, one of you.
Team effort.
Do you have the people in-house to manage it, manage the process?
No.
How much would it cost to hire somebody part-time or full-time to do this?
Much more than this.
Much more
So
than
one
that.
FTE, if you're talking about an entry-level position with the benefit load, would be more than this $29,000.
Okay. Do we know rough order of magnitude what one FTE at $16.50 an hour would be?
I do not want to speculate. What would, Ryan?
55, 60 grand.
50,000.
All right, got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve by David Santiago, a second by Jake Johansson. Everybody's asked questions. Are there, who's still down there? I have a question for Brad. It may have to come from the director. Did I hear somebody say we raise 50 or 51% of our funds through
I think it was
private
Mr. Hearn, 55%, I
I
believe.
don't think it was Joseph that said that.
It was one of the commenters, correct?
You said that?
Yes.
Okay.
He's the chair of their board, so you probably know that.
Okay.
So yeah, the grant money and the federal dollars that come in is about 45% of the budget, and then we're raising around 55% of the rest from donors and things like that. To your point with administrative costs and money going to CEOs and everything, so I watched the last council meeting where this topic came up. Going back to 2012-ish, Joe had not received a raise being a CEO for 3 years. Then he received a small raise. Then he did not receive a raise again for 5 years before receiving another small raise. And then finally in 2021, 22, and 23 is where we started bringing him up to where someone at a medium level at the 50th percentile should be for his position. So he was grossly underpaid. So we're not taking these funds and throwing them at salaries for administrative staff. That's not what this is about. So if you think about it, not receiving a raise for 8 years, that affected his pension, that affected his way of living, everything like that. The mission in the club is what these funds are going to.
Sure. And because you brought it up, what's his salary?
That's not, I don't know. No.
You don't know the salary?
I do know his current salary, but I don't know if that's.
Isn't it public record? Yes. I mean, it's a nonprofit, right? So it's public, right? I don't understand why you want to answer that
I
question.
don't know. I just don't know if it's the right thing to say right now.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. You're asking for money. It's the right thing to say.
The salary right now for him is $150,000.
Thank you.
One more question. This is a $724 expenditure. You're raising 51%. What would you do if you didn't get this money?
We would have to look at closing potential sites. So currently we have 8 sites, right? We wouldn't have the monies to fund all the sites, so it's going to impact kids. Right now we're in a situation where our clubs, like the one at Lake Helen, we're at capacity. There are 30, 40 kids on a wait list. So what we need to do is grow. We need more buildings, we need more funds, we need spaces to grow. Right now, taking money away, we just wouldn't have. Our main expense is the salary of the employees, the unit directors, the junior staff. That's where the bulk of our money goes. We're a $3 million organization. 2.1 million of it or something goes basically to salaries to run the programs, the after-school programs. The other monies are for transportation, which we know the Volusia County School Boards almost pulled from us this year. Luckily, we have that. There are a lot of challenges we face, but that I think ultimately closing clubs would hurt us a lot.
So you're raising 51% through private donations. How do you do that?
So there are different events that we have. Like we have a Celebrate the Children, which was formerly known as Steak and Steak, which has been going on for 20 plus years. That raises a lot of funds. This weekend we've had our success events through our Blue Ribbon Committee with Kevin Bowler and several different organizations, where we do a poker tournament, we do a golf tournament, and a color run. We just did a color run this weekend over at the Brown and Brown building. So we had a good turnout there. So it's through those funds, and then also just, like I said, private donations from different people that we've cultivated relationships with, that we've brought into the clubs. They've seen what we do. They've seen the power hour. They've seen that the kids that go to the clubs graduate at a higher percentage than those that don't, if you take the same demographics and compare them. So they see the benefits that we're doing. It's very structured now, but when I went, you could come and go in the clubs back in the early 90s when there was one. They didn't know if I was there or not, or if I had left early. Now it's very structured. You come in, your first hour, you sit down, you get help with your homework. And everything is very structured now. There are programs. We're innovating all the time. We're trying to provide more for the students, or for the children that we serve. So it's very impactful.
It is. It's. I don't think anybody up here would argue that it's a great program. But one more question for him. You raise that amount of money through through fundraising efforts. But when I asked what would happen if this went away, you said you would close down programs. Why wouldn't you increase fundraising?
Well, that's always a goal and a mission. That's always on, right? Year after year, we're always looking to increase fundraising.
Okay.
I think they couldn't make up the 571 this year.
Yeah.
So they would have to temporarily close programs and do more fundraising. But the thing about this is this fund's leveraged. We're leveraging our dollars with their private dollars to provide more services. And so it's leveraging tax dollars and getting more bang for the buck. We also have a clause in our agreements that our funding cannot be for executive salaries. It has to be individuals providing direct contact to those club members. So the CEO salary could not be supplemented out of our funds.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'm not questioning the quality of the organization at all. What I question is Mr. Chester has a really good point. Is it our responsibility, government's responsibility, to be generous with public's money, to donate to nonprofits? I struggle with that because I've talked to so many people in the public who struggle with paying their mortgage, paying the insurance, and paying the taxes on their home. I mean, young people are having a hard time starting off. It's a huge problem, and so I'm going to ask it during our next budget season, probably during our when we set our priorities. I think we really have to wrestle with this problem. Is this a core responsibility of our government? When we just had a 2-3 hour talk on funding for storms where people are losing their homes. Money is a problem. Is this a responsibility of government? As great as a program as it is, and as much as I really like the people that are involved in it, so it's an issue that we're going to have to take up soon. Do we give to any nonprofit organizations? Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Brad, real quick. You said this contract is over soon?
This is the last year of the 5-year contract, and it's not a donation. It's competitively bid process for service, just like we do for any other service in this government. It's put out, and a request for proposals is given.
Okay. And if I heard you correctly earlier, is this something we can renegotiate in future contracts?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
So it sounds like there's some consensus that we probably want to talk about this. I'm undecided, but I will say this. In theory, we could talk about core responsibilities, and this is where I look at things a little bit different from my experiences in law enforcement. And I take a step back and I look at the core responsibilities of a community. And in my opinion, part of that is keeping our kids off the street, keeping them out of trouble, keeping them off drugs, keeping them busy, and keeping them out of jail. As a police officer, I saw that revolving door thousands of times. So I think we also need to ask ourselves, is this money well spent? Do we deal with this issue, community issue, and I believe it's a core responsibility of a community, in my opinion, in this case. Do we deal with this issue on the front end like this program, or do we deal with it on the back end where we're paying tenfold when these kids are going through drug programs, when they're going through these community programs, the court system, our broken judicial system, and in and out of jail? I could see both sides of this, but this is much bigger than just cutting a couple dollars, in my opinion.
Okay, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear. I think this is money well invested in our community, and this is not a donation to the Boys and Girls Club, as Brad has spelled out. We are contracting with them for services, and the savings I think the community sees is multiplied by a significant amount, in my opinion. So they do a good job, and I'm 100% behind them.
Anybody else? That was questions. Any other debate? I appreciate the comments we had. That's actually what I just said. We need to do is debate. Is this a core responsibility or not? So we just started it. I don't see anybody else that wants to talk. Carissa, would you call the roll on item J?
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
Yes.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. And it passes 6-0. And the next one is item M, agreement for lawn maintenance with L&K Moon Landscaping. Keith Chester.
I don't remember how long ago it was, a year or so ago. The county council said they wanted to pay all staff members a minimum of $15 an hour. Are we asking our contractors to do the same? Because ultimately we're saving money on the backs of humans that are working, doing the daily work, it's daily tasks. And the more we pay a living wage here, the less we have to pay it in social service handouts. So I'm just concerned that if it's embedded in the contract, they pay a minimum of $15 an hour, like is paid to county employees.
Okay.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second, Johansson.
The contract by David Santiago, and the second one was by Jake Johansson. Any questions? Debate? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 6-0, and we'll find the answer to your question.
Yeah, we already got 6-0.
And that takes us to item T. We had, I don't know if you heard, but the last vote came in. by Danny Robbins. He was out of the room, but as you know, can hear, so it was a 6-0. Item T, which is a custodial banking letter agreement with J.P. Morgan Chase Bank in connection with Cigna Health and Life Insurance Company self-insurance claims and administration.
No. Item T is a resolution
I'm sorry.
authorizing deferral
I'm
of
sorry.
impact
Yep.
fees.
Item T is a resolution I read the one above it, authorizing deferral of impact fees for new single-family homes. And is Clay still here? Okay. Keith Chester, if you'd like to speak, and then if there's questions that council wants to ask of. Okay. Okay, is there a motion on T?
Move to approve, Johansson.
Second.
Johansson makes a motion to approve. Councilman Robbins makes the second. Any questions? Don Dempsey.
Yeah, this is more of a comment. I talked to Clay Irvin about this for quite a while the other day, and I mean, I'm going to support it, but I kind of wish at some point we collectively could get to the mindset where we're willing to return money back to the government. It appears that we seem to have this mindset that if we don't spend it, we're going to lose it. And I've said this all along, is I don't like incentivizing more development. I don't like the fact that we're doing impact fee waivers to create more development. I think we've heard from the masses today, people don't want more development. And then if you really show them the second part of this, is we're asking them to pay more taxes, whether it's through their federal income tax or their state income tax or their county property tax, they're still paying for it. So I think it's, I don't think the majority of the people that packed this place today and spoke really like the idea that we're using their tax dollar to incentivize even more development into an area that apparently is one of the most flood-prone counties in the state. So I would like to see us just get to the point where we'll, hey, take that Transform 386 money and thanks but no thanks, or the state money, thanks but no thanks. But I mean, we'll take it, but I don't like the fact that we're, you know, they get to the front of the line for the permits, they get the impact fee waivers, they get all the special benefits because it's going for more development of affordable housing. I get it, but I just don't like seeing taxpayers paying more to create more development when that's what I think is not really the popular thing right now. That's all. But I'm ready to vote on it and approve it.
Well, we have another member of the public that would like to speak on it, and we also have Commissioner Councilman Johansson who would like to speak.
Me before them, then before me?
Well, she might say something that you'll have.
Go ahead.
Do you want to hear from her? Okay.
All right.
Jessica Gao.
For the record, Jessica Gao. Just a quick few points on this that I think are key components, and we heard from residents as well. This deferral of impact fees is something that the county has kind of been programming for the past 5 years at least of the strategy for affordable housing. It's identical to what you did for Habitat for Humanity. These structures are already built. This organization sells all residences at cost or below cost, so there is no profit for this developer in any instance because they're developing affordable housing at a loss willingly to themselves in most circumstances. Affordable housing is the only instance under state law that impact fees can be waived without an offset from the general fund. So they do have that set aside if you're worried about kind of the funding sources and all of that. Like I said, these homes are constructed. It's an opportunity to put 6 of our residents in a new home for the holidays, so we're really excited. We're here for questions, but wanted to clarify.
Okay. Councilman Johansson?
Yes, sir, thank you. I'm on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and you know, I battle with the same questions you have every day, Don. Carmen hasn't hit me yet, but she has given me the stink eye once or twice. My main concern with anything affordable housing or anything that runs contrary to what the state's doing is I always have that fear that they're just going to preempt, right? We had the Affordable Housing or the Live Local Act, and the things that are important to our county are not necessarily important to every county, but our legislators don't care when they throw the blanket over the whole state. The Live Local Act, we are fighting up here to prevent industry next to a subdivision. The Live Local Act allows subdivisions to be built next to or in place of industry. So they are forcing us to put apartments next to future fuel farms. So I'm very leery of not giving money back, but putting a line in the sand about stuff like this without having an eye toward the state to wonder what's going to happen. So a little bit here, a little bit there. This is a great project. Habitat, 4 or 5 homes, 1 home, right? 1 home here, 1 home there. I'm a big fan of that. And if it comes to mid-rise affordable housing, that mid-rise, infill, LID, there's a lot of wins there too, right? So I think this is great to approve, and I appreciate Jessica saying that this is like Habitat for Humanity, because I know some people are saying we're giving money. It was mentioned today in the comment, we're giving money to the developers. No, we're making affordable housing, which is in consonance with what the state wants from, by the way, a conservative supermajority legislature. So we got to consider that. So those are my comments before the vote. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Do we have another member of the public that wanted to speak?
For the record, Nico Hosseini, Ormond Beach. Just one thing I wanted to know, talking about LID, each of these houses, not only are they built at or below cost, but all 6 of these will be certified Florida Green Building Council. So they will have a certification for being green building and having Energy Star appliances and all of that. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. And Don, I think most of us are on the same page, and Mr. Johansson. Something that I would be open to discussion about in the future, and I'm gonna support this. But I do think, because I have residents that reach out to me, we're deferring some of these fees that have to be paid back possibly down the road, but what's not being deferred are the impacts that it still creates. And ultimately, in the meantime, we're putting those impacts on the backs of other taxpayers, in my opinion. Now, there's other sides to this story, but at the end of the day, it goes back to if growth's paying for itself, this slogan that we hear all over. And if we want to actually make changes, it's something that we're going to have to look at in the future. If it's not paying for itself, then we have to stop giving away freebies in this department. Or what it looks like, it just looks like a political punchline during election seasons. That's very disingenuous if we don't act on it. So I would like to have that discussion in the future. I don't know if I'd support another one after this, to be honest with you. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? We have a motion to approve and a second. If there are no more questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item T also passes 6-0 unanimously. And that takes us to the last one, item X, authority for the county chair to approve Sunrail Commission's local funding agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation, Chase Banking. Did you want to speak on that? You were good? Okay.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Kent, and a second was by Councilman Santiago. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And that takes us to already to item 3.
Chairman, I'm going to comment on AA and BB.
Yes, true, you did. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, we already voted for those, and they're approved, but to the public listening and also to the council. So I inquired with staff about AA and BB. You know, AA is the vintage car parade, and they're going to be in the Inlet Park entrance. And I look at that as a staging before their parade, so I was okay with that. And for BB, that's the Daytona Beach Shores parade of 50 vehicles and 1 tow car. So again, a quick event down there, having a parade on the beach, I'm okay with that. The reason I mention that is there was an item on the agenda that was pulled, but I understand will be coming back to us. I have some very pointed questions for that group, just because it starts interfering with the new toll price structure that this council has agreed to, that we have created and agreed to, and I believe it could have a negative impact, not only financially on this county, but also it sends us down a slippery slope that I'm not willing to go down to. Those are my comments. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, now we're ready for item 3. Donna Butler, she's coming down. This is a community development block grant, disaster recovery, Hurricane Ian. Oh my.
Good evening, Council. Donna Butler, Director of Office of Recovery and Resiliency. I'm actually very excited to be here tonight and present this to you, especially in light of all of the conversation that you've had earlier this evening. So the original item that was before you, but has been modified late yesterday, and I apologize for the late modification, had 22 projects. This has 18 total projects from 7 municipalities and then Volusia County, and over $60 million recommended from CDBG DR to be spent on infrastructure and mitigation. Here's a spreadsheet. You'll see that there are 16 projects from cities and 2 from the county, totaling that $60 million. A lot of stormwater projects to be accomplished in Volusia County, as well as 2 infrastructure projects. In addition, we put out a call to the cities to ask them if they had any additional stormwater studies that they wanted to accomplish, and the answer was resoundingly yes, please. So we have 27 requests totaling approximately $8.6 million. You'll see them all listed here. 4 from Volusia County, 2 from Daytona Beach. One of those is match for their already existing Army Corps of Engineers study that they have in the works. 3 from DeLand, 3 from Deltona, 6 in Orange City, 3 in Ormond, and Port Orange 3 as well. Finally, you've talked about this a little bit already. We are proposing to transfer at this time $18 million from 3 different categories. $5 million from planning, $3 million from the rental repair line, and $10 million from the new family construction, totaling $18 million, adding to the already existing $92 million for infrastructure and mitigation, taking that total to $110,910,000. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. And then we have a whole bunch of city staff that's been sitting here patiently, so in case you have specifics about their projects that they proposed, they can answer those.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and hear from them. I think we've lost maybe one. Before we lose more, is Mayor Depew still here? Edgewater runs on diesel. Diesel Depew.
Well, good evening, Mayor Diesel Depew from the wonderful city of Edgewater. I just want to take a moment before we get into this and thank each and every one of you guys for your communication. Chairman, you've gone to several of our meetings. Councilman Robbins, you've called me at least once a week ever since we flooded the first time. Checked in. Communication has been tremendous. Had a meeting with St. John's Water Management. You've been a tremendous asset to the city of Edgewater. We appreciate you representing your district well. With that being said, we have two projects in front of you tonight. Oh, and this is the interim city manager, Jeff Thurman. We have two projects ahead of you tonight. One being a canal armoring structure for Florida Shores area. It's needed. Mr. Robbins, you and I had a meeting with St. John's Water Management official. Our canals are deteriorating away. We need a way to armor them to hold more stormwater. And the second one is flood proofing of our public works facility. We had over 5 feet of water in our public works. This project would be a tremendous asset to the city of Edgewater. We would really seek your approval. It would certainly make our residents happy and prevent future flooding with this infrastructure. We appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Keith Jester.
When I spoke earlier tonight, and others have reinforced that one of the big problems we've had is deferred maintenance, that our cities and the county, it's a lot of the flooding occurred because of deferred maintenance. And now we're playing catch up. And whenever I look at this list, it all pretty much appears to be deferred maintenance. So there is no doubt in my mind, and I'm sure the minds of many others that were here tonight, that the problem is that cities and the counties have not been handling their core responsibilities well when it comes to floodwater and flood control. I'm glad to see that these projects are happening. I'm glad to see it's federal tax dollars, but the cities and the county need to step up their game and take care of their continued maintenance on these things and not wait until the room's packed full of angry citizens. So, and the other concern I have is the county is using millions of dollars here for an EMS facility. I consider that padding the budget. However, if we're honest about it, it is federal tax dollars, and if we can save local tax dollars, that's good, but it's a shell game. And I just hope that whatever local tax dollars we end up saving, we can put those into stormwater or something of that nature. And I'm extremely concerned, again, back to social programs. It's almost endless here that we're giving tax dollars to social programs that could and should be used for other things. It's every single meeting. Tonight was packed full of it. Here you have domestic abuse shelter, kind of like how Mr. Robbins thinks that that's a core governmental responsibility to a certain extent. But I have to tell you, you've got, this wasn't mentioned earlier, you got the Boys and Girls Club and Head Start. It's going to get millions of dollars for a new facility. That's probably money we could have and should have used elsewhere. And you have SMA Healthcare. They're going to be getting a good chunk of change. We already pay $18 million just to the West Volusia Hospital Authority through ad valorem taxes. But the big one is Pace Girls, Pace School for Girls, Pace Center for Girls, $3 million. Y'all already kicked that can down the road. You said you didn't want to use those dollars for it or use tax dollars for it. And now this, to me, I feel this was snuck in. I feel that this was a backdoor deal. It's the way I feel. So I can feel how I want. I feel that this is, I don't think that we should be, we pay $1.5 billion a year to the school system. We shouldn't be sending tax dollars that can be used for our core needs.
Thank you.
For schools.
I think you just drew a response.
Just to clarify, this agenda item was modified. There are no nonprofits on this particular agenda. They will be presented to you at a later time. So those were taken off of here. But just to set the stage for a future discussion, yes, it was 6.3 million that was proposed for nonprofit reconstruction of buildings that were damaged or destroyed. We're far lower than other communities at 7 million and 20 million for each of those, and this was 4 agencies. But we'll talk about that at a later time. No nonprofits on this agenda item.
Thank you. Also, let me just add, none of these projects are deferred maintenance. That's a whole different category. They would not be eligible for this money if it was considered a maintenance project. These are all additional, either replacements or additional systems that are being put in.
Dale Arrington. You will be followed by Alex Schuman and then Tanya Stanton.
Thank you very much, Dale Arrington, City Manager, Orange City. We put in for this project following Hurricane Ian, and after Hurricane Milton, I can say that we need it even more. It is a project that will immediately solve 2 long-standing drainage problems within the core area of the city that have been flooding for a long time. As you know, Mill Lake, not to be confused with Miller Lake, located to our south, is in the heart of our city and is a beautiful recreational area that we have left in a pretty much pristine condition through the use of ECHO funds. But it's surrounded by an older, low and moderate income neighborhood that has traditionally flooded because Mill Lake, much to our residents' sorrow, is also an FDOT drainage pond that carries all of the drainage through the center of the city into this lake that is beautifully redone so that it is a recreational area now. During Hurricane Ian, it flooded, and sadly, Milton brought even more stormwater to the city of Orange City. It was a 1,000-year storm, nearly 20 inches of rain in a short period of time, and all of the surrounding streets in this low moderate income area flooded. We had to close the Head Start School for nearly 3 weeks. We had to extract people from their homes. What we will do under this project is rebuild the old FDOT drainage line that goes out to the river and has been diverted to a borrow pit that the city of Orange City has purchased. It will be able, by rebuilding this line, we will be able to increase the number of gallons that we pump per day from 1.25 million gallons to I think over 17 million gallons per day. It's a 17-fold increase. So what took us 3 weeks to drain an area and get people back into their homes will take us 1 day. That's really pretty amazing. We will also build another drainage pond, a shorter drainage line, a shorter one. This is new, not replacement, from the old industrial area right down the street from this that provides hundreds of jobs to people and houses the United States Post Office. During Ian, it was closed for weeks. We found a temporary fix this time around, and it was only closed for 5 days. This will enable us to keep that job and employment center open quickly. The last thing I want to say is this is a spine you're laying, and the potential for adding additional drainage projects 2 miles to the west is really quite amazing. Because you're putting water in a borrow pit, with additional grading and redevelopment of that borrow pit, it can hold much more than just the stormwater from Mill Lake and from the industrial area. It can be added on to over years. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the city manager of Orange City? Alex Schuman.
Thank you all. Alex Schuman, city engineer for the city of Ormond Beach. All of the study areas that have been identified with this grant are areas that were impacted both with Ian and Milton. As we heard tonight, it's areas where we can help our residents get water out and get water where it needs to be to the Halifax and Tomoka rivers. If you have any questions, I'm available for comment to answer.
Any questions?
See Ormond on here.
Thank you.
Oh.
Tanya Stanton?
I think we were taken off the agenda, so.
Okay. Okay. Councilman Don Dempsey.
Yeah, Donna, I don't know if I could ask you a quick follow-up. This is a wonderful list. I'm so happy to see where this money is going. The only question I have, though, is the EMS operations building. I kind of share Mr. Chester's concern about that. It's been a while since I've done the old west side versus east side whining sessions. But, we've had the majority of the people here today were from the west side. I mean, we've got Taylor Road, we've got out there by the FFA building, we've got Miller Road, and other places that are routinely being flooded, but yet it doesn't appear any of those are being addressed here. So my concern is we've already used half of the money now. If we're up to $110 million because of the $18 million shift, we still have used up more than half of the available money for infrastructure and mitigation. What is so important about the EMS building that can't wait? I would much rather wait for these studies to come back, have a game plan to address all the west side. You've done a wonderful job on the east side, but there's only one thing being addressed on the west side.
Sure.
And I'd like to go down that list and make sure we have enough money available before we spend it on an EMS building.
First of all, the Orange City project is on the west side, and that's $15 million.
Yep.
The largest project.
Yes.
There will be more projects coming in the next grouping, so it will be on likely on the west side. Let me remind you, the EMS covers the entire county, and that building is the headquarters, and it floods. And every time we have a problem, a storm, we either don't have access to it, or we have to bug out, we have to raise all the stuff that's in there. You have almost 300 employees that work in and out of there. So, and I can tell you, some of the solutions are going to be coming before you, whether it's this building or houses. It's going to be tearing down buildings or moving people out of other buildings. So this is just one example, but this is one that happens to be ours. It's not the entire project. It's a contribution towards it, but it's important that we get this thing going and get out of that particular area. And we have a lot of photographs that show we had lost access during Milton and flooding, I think, during Ian in the building. So, and we've had another storm. Every time there's a major hurricane, they have to bug out. And again, it is the headquarters for a very large and very critical operation that we run. So that's the thinking behind it. And you can be assured there'll be more projects coming on the west side in the next round of projects that come out.
I hope I didn't misspeak, George or Donna, because I did acknowledge the Orange City. That's Ms. Arrington. She left the land, I guess, to go to Orange City. We miss her. But yeah, I'm familiar. I went down and looked at that area, and it was horrific, and I'm glad it's being addressed. But there's still, I mean, I know you guys have to bug out. The EMS people have to bug out 300 people, but all these people that spoke tonight had to bug out of their homes, too, when we flood. So I just want to make sure that we don't run out of money. If we have money after we figure out...
Well, if there's 6.8 million difference at the end, then we'll figure that out. But again, we've got millions of dollars coming, and these are the projects that were submitted in this round. We'll see what the next round comes, but, you know, these are picked, everyone who had a project that met the criteria is being funded on what they asked for. So, and again, there'll be more in the next round. If 6.8 makes the difference down the road on some project, then we can make that adjustment. But I'd like to go ahead right now and get started on our EMS project because it's critical.
Okay, Vice, you're done? Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just very briefly, I also am pleased with the positive impact what the county is going to be able to do and help these communities that are in this round. I want to give a special shout out to my two cities that I represent, Hot Hill, thanks for being here. Ormond Beach, thanks for being here. And, you know, I was pleased to see Orange City get 1/4 of the money on one project here. And, you know, I can tell you from someone that's been driving by that Lions Club in Orange City, goodness gracious, like when is the water ever going to go away? And on Graves, like people can't drive that. So like it's a huge problem, Don, and I see it with you. So I'm here with you. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Johansson.
Sam, thank you very much, sir. Donna, can you go back to the studies page?
Absolutely. It's 2 pages.
Yep.
27 requests totaling 8.6 million approximately.
Okay, next page. All right. So, absent from this list, and maybe it'll be round 2, but I'm interested that DeBerry doesn't have anything on this list. Have they submitted anything?
No, sir, not for infrastructure or for planning studies.
Got it. Interesting to me. Chairman, if you indulge me, can I ask Carmen Rosamondo or the Vice Mayor?
He's the city manager, yes.
Question about, so Carmen, earlier today we heard about somebody talking about, we got to pump water to DeBerry. You're not on the list. It seems like you're close enough to the water that you'd have some problems.
Well, during Hurricane Ian, we only had one house with water intrusion in Hurricane Ian. As we talked about, City of DeBerry's put in $32 million worth of infrastructure for stormwater because we were the poster child in 2004 and 2008 for stormwater. We flooded hundreds and hundreds of homes in 2004 and 2008. So DeBerry went on a mission to never happen that ever happen again. And so we raised our stormwater fees, we borrowed money, we put in $32 million worth of infrastructure. Hurricane Ian, and the difference between Hurricane Ian this year is Hurricane Ian in 2022 was the first hurricane we had in 5 years, and we didn't have the saturation that we had in this particular hurricane season. Now this hurricane season, we did have 20 homes impacted, had water intrusion. About 3/4 of those were private stormwater systems that had water intrusion. There's about 6 homes that around the DeBerry Plantation area that FDOT was pumping to as well, that we had 6 homes that were impacted there at the DeBerry Plantation entrance, but that was on the Glen Abbey side. But other than that, our systems are in place. The water was just overwhelming. I know we had 18 to 20 inches of rain. In generally a short period of time, we calculated about a 6-hour time frame. And so the water was just too enormous. FDOT ponds were overflowing. And so, it was a little more significant event, but we had a lot of private closed basin retention ponds overflow and damage people's homes that we didn't have any control over. And so, that's the reason why you don't see DeBerry on there, is that with Hurricane Ian, we didn't really have anything to apply for.
Okay.
Now, if you do a Hurricane Milton, we may,
Might be a-
we had some projects we need to do, yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
And I hope you're involved in the special meeting workshop in January. You seem to have gotten it right. I'm very pleased to see the list that we saw earlier. I understand that's round one. Don, I've been trying to get that list out forever. I was talking to Mayor Hall a couple hours ago, many hours ago, about Lantern Park and how I never take a vote personally, and that I really think about what I'm doing and try not to bias myself, but I'm tired of waiting in the Lantern Park to get my friends out of there every year, so I'm glad that project's on the list. I hope that the project that you have, Mayor and Les, are successful. I'm going to bring my shovel to make sure it doesn't happen again, but I hope this is the start of some momentum, George, to work on these things that we talked about earlier, these focused surgical attacks on low area, basically older subdivisions and older neighborhoods that are just getting wrecked by this water. Regardless of the original cause, it's there now. We got to get rid of it. So I appreciate it. And Donna, thanks. I hope you double your efforts and get the next batch out quicker than this one. It's something tells me you're on the roll now. It should be easier. So,
Mr. Johansson, I'd also be remiss, item GG too, was a $2.7 million stormwater project that you guys just approved today, under the, for Poozer Pond, which is just down the street from, and is located in Orange City as well. So, we've taken a really good approach, working really well with the city of Orange City, as we always do. And I think you're going to see significant change, because that was an area that we could target. We also just, I'll point out, there's a smaller $160,000 project that's occurring on Holland Boulevard. It's a drainage project as well. So besides this money here, there's other monies that are going into this as well.
thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Welcome. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Don, real quick, I hear you. What areas do you have in mind that we can, how can we help you collectively? You know some areas, and you're more intimate in the west side than I am, but what can we do as a board to get you where you need to be at with your constituents?
We've got Lake Gertie, where former Judge McFerrin Smith, all those guys live. They're routinely flooded. We got over by the FFA building on the truck route.
Are any of those in the city, like DeLand, or do we need to lean on DeLand, or?
They're on the border, if not, yeah, because, and they got development, obviously JC, Ronnie Mills, the Common Ground Farms, Ms. Joslin, all those people that have recurring flooding. I mean, I understand they're addressing Orange City. That's wonderful.
Can you make us a list, Don? Can you make us a short list where we can?
We could probably just pull half the comment cards from tonight and put them on that list.
I'm with you, but
every single one of those projects is being worked on right now by staff. We met with the city of DeLand. The city has graciously agreed to take some of those projects, the lead on some of them, and we're taking the others. So we already have the Taylor Road study is just about done, and that'll lead to projects up there. You'll probably see that here on one of the next meetings for the next step of that. Lake Gertie, the Craner Avenue up there by the farm, all we've divvied those up with the city. They're taking two, we're taking two. And then we're studying those areas, and we'll come back with, like I say, you take the one in Lake Gertie, that's probably going to be some sort of a buy property and dig out type of thing. The Craner will probably entail working with the Department of Transportation and finding a place for that water. and Taylor Road, we have a pretty good idea of what we're going to do there too. So already from preliminary.
Right, and just to, and Lake Winnemuset's another one. And I'm not trying to sit here and say the county's not doing anything or that we're sitting on our hands. I'm not saying that one bit. I know you guys are being very proactive towards finding a fix. What I'm saying is I just don't want to run out of money. I mean, we're already halfway through the 110 million. And George, you hit it right on the head. You said that we may have to resort to buying out neighborhoods. And I kind of see, after everything I've heard over the last 2 years, I think that might be our only viable resolution at some point, is we're just going to have to buy out some of these neighborhoods and improve our stormwater.
Right.
I think that's going to be way more than $60 million to buy out a lot of these neighborhoods. So,
well, it depends on the size. I mean, we'll be very strategic with that. Like in Lake Gertie, we don't have all the measurements yet, but I would say a few strategic purchases would probably go a long way.
Yeah. So I just don't want to run out of money. I don't know why we can't defer the EMS op building. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but let's deal with these problems in the land area that I just mentioned. And then if there's money left over, then we got money for the ops building. I just don't know why.
It's whatever you guys want to do.
Way around.
I mean, we'll work with however you need us to do it.
Yeah. I want to be a problem. I'm just trying to save some of the cash for, I think, what's going to end up being buyouts. Thank you. I hope that answers your question, Danny.
Okay. I was going to come back to the EMS just with a question about the current building, but this is their headquarters. I don't know how we can defer it and put it off.
I prefer not to. Like I say, it's going to get done. Well, put it this way: it will get done. It's just about where the money will come from. You know, and if this is not available, then I'll be asking for more out of the general fund to do it.
So you're relocating it.
It's going to happen.
Current building floods.
Right.
What's going to happen to that building?
That'll get sold. That's factored in. We'll sell that building. It's in an industrial area in Holly Hill.
Why won't it flood when they get it?
Well, that'll be up to whoever gets it to decide what they want to do. They can tear it down and raise it.
They might sell it to an aquarium company or something. You never know.
Can we preempt that and make it water storage? Of course, then we keep it and it's just an expense, but.
Yeah, well, we did something similar with our road and bridge facility. If you'll recall, the Northeast Public Works facility, which probably had 3 feet of water in it during these last few events, but we sold that property off. I don't know exactly what happened. I think they cleared it off to do something else. And then we built our facility out to the west.
Right.
So it's the same basic idea, except for in this case, we're trying to rehabilitate an existing building that we have already purchased.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you, Don, but when it comes to EMS and first responders, I think we really need to make sure they can do their job correctly and treat them well. They're in a can't live location right now. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, Danny, I just want to say I'm a little bummed out because Don isn't the only one that represents the West Side.
You're included in
didn't
that.
ask me. Oh, okay. I'm kidding.
You look grumpy.
I agree with the chairman. I think we should move forward with the EMS funding. Don, I think we're in a unique position too. At least the I-4 corridor is in a unique position because legislature's coming into session in the next few weeks, and I'm pretty certain they're going to have to address some funding opportunities for the communities, including Volusia. So we're gonna, I think we'll be okay. We got to make sure we activate and act responsibly to be in line for our share. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Santiago, I heard you say you agree with the chairman. It sounds like y'all are mending fences already.
Should we sing?
I'll take it. I'll listen.
I love good ideas.
No,
That's a good idea.
I wasn't going to be the one that sings. Councilman Robbins.
Yes, sir. Just to reiterate a little bit with just Don, with just EMS, if you go to that building, you can actually see the years that they've corrected it with floor joists and false floors. And I just took a CPR class there like 2 months ago, and some of those areas in that building are lifted up like 3-4 feet. I mean, and it's been redone, and I've been in and out of that building since early 2000s. So I would.
Well, can I ask you this? I mean, we just bought that building for Lisa Lewis. I mean, and there's a lot of extra space over there. I mean, we can't put them in there temporarily? Because I understand half that building is just going to be rented out to other potential tenants. I mean,
I'm pretty sure this ship has sailed.
Okay, all right.
Just an observation, but
I just want to make sure there's enough left over for the buyout stuff. All right.
Councilman Santiago.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the list as presented by staff.
Thank God. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Kent. Any other discussion, questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Respectfully, no. Yeah, opposed. I oppose.
Okay. Motion carries 5-1.
Danny's taking his money back, I think.
I think we also need to make a motion on the moving of the $18 million as proposed in the item.
And Mr.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
If you would indulge me just to make one comment on that, please, sir. It's proposed at 18 million. I know that you want to bring up a higher amount. We need to keep that below 20 million each time we make a move. We can have multiple moves that total a greater amount as long as they stay below 18 million. So if we can do 18 million now, we can do subsequent moves at later council meetings each time if you want. We just need to, otherwise it ties it up for 3 months. It's not your decision to move it then. HUD weighs in. If we keep it below the 20 million at one time, you can make it cumulative greater than that. But at one time, it needs to stay that way, otherwise HUD gets to weigh in.
Move to approve the 18 million transfer as proposed by staff.
Second, Johansson.
Why didn't you make it 19,999?
I could have.
But there's not time right now. Okay, we have a motion to move the 18 million with more to come, and the motion was that by you? Yes, sir. David Santiago, and I believe the second one was Jake Johansson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you move the money. Okay, item 4 is moved to a special meeting. Item 5 has already been disposed of. Item 6, first reading of ordinance number 2024-06, amending chapter 72 of the Code of Ordinance to allow for a 5-lot subdivision without a plat. And Clay Irvin's going to present that.
Good evening, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This was a directive from the County Council to go back and look at our subdivision regulations and come up with standards that would allow for easier methods for folks in the rural areas to be able to subdivide their property. And we've been able to process it through the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. Before you is a ordinance that would allow for owners of properties in the rural and agricultural zoning to split their properties into 5 lots without having to go through a subdivision. This means that it eliminates a lot of time, having to go through the process and having to prepare a final recorded subdivision plat. Staff initially recommended mandating that it could occur on a paved county roadway. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission felt that was too stringent, and the recommendation in front of you today would allow for this to occur on an unpaved road as long as it met the minimum safety standards for fire access and being able to provide for proof of legal access to that area. Staff also drew upon prior standards where we were requesting 10,000 square feet of the lot would have to be out of the floodplain and wetland areas. The PLDRC felt that that was too much and recommended 5,000 square feet. So that's, again, coming to you as part of your ordinance here. There was a discussion as to what would be the minimum lot size, and that's 2.5 acres. So therefore, what you're seeing is that anything with the rural zoning or agricultural zoning where they meet the minimum lot size of 2.5 acres, they can go through this process. The discussion about stormwater is such that we're not requiring a master stormwater plan as part of the division of this land, but will require that at time of building permit that the owner of the land would have to provide us with an affidavit indicating that they would not allow for flooding to come off of their property and impact their next door neighbor. That's what's in front of you today, and we'll be glad to answer any questions there may be.
Thank you. Councilman Robbins?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to make a motion to approve and just have a little discussion after.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item 6 by Danny Robbins, and the second was by David Santiago. And do you want to start do you have a question or discussion?
Discussion, or just to make a statement, Chair.
Okay. Yes, please.
No, staff, thank you. I know this was an issue, I believe, that originated with the Lusners in my district. Individual and the family have some kids that they want to leave properties to, and I think it's just looking a little bit in advance, you know, where it gives the ability to our constituents still in the rural or transitional areas to be able to do so without just the monotony and the red tape to give something to their children when their time passes. So I appreciate council support getting to this point, and hopefully we can come together and get it across the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Clay, a question. This is, I like this. It is less red tape. It's cut some regulations, but it's not without problems. And the problem that I see is a common, and maybe Chair Mills will be able to comment on this when he comes up as well. But right now, when we have housing going up on unmaintained dirt roads that the county doesn't maintain, the understanding is it's a private road and they have to maintain the road, and we get a lot of phone calls from people for change of ownership, or 10 years later they forget, or the condition of the road is so bad that they're wondering why the county isn't maintaining it. And I'm wondering, is there any way to tighten this up somehow to make that not an issue? Not a problem that comes back to the county to maintain a private road?
If this was a standard subdivision, in other words, they were going through it, we would require covenants and restrictions in a homeowners association to oversee the maintenance of the private road. You can still, if that's something that you feel is appropriate, that can be put in there as part of it. That's not consistent with what the PLDRC made as their recommendation.
Okay. All right. I'll let Chairman Mills, maybe when you come up to speak, well, not yet, because they might have more questions, but if you could touch on that, we'll give you a little extra time. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank the committee, because I read the notes, the minutes. They went through this pretty extensively, and I read the back and forth, and I do recall that this was a product that we directed them to do based on some previous hearings that we had. So I just wanted to thank the committee for all the back and forth that they did, and sounds like there was some good dialogue. I didn't watch the hearings, but according to what I read, it looked like there was some good back and forth with staff too. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. We do have a member of the public, Chairman Ronnie Mills. You still chair the PLDRC, correct? Yes. One of the busiest committees that we have in the county.
Yes, and also the PLDRC voted to let me speak on their behalf also.
Okay.
To this next, to address the issue of the maintained road, they has to meet the standards in order to get a building permit now for emergency vehicles and things of that nature. We just can't have a sand road out there or anywhere in these subdivisions. And in the agricultural areas where the permit is required for a building permit. And so that was discussed. We didn't want to add an additional burden. For the intent of the ordinance anyway is to have a family property that they could be able to split up without having to go through the subdivision process. That was the whole idea of it. I did need a clarification though, because we didn't see the final draft on this, but on item E in this, it says that the parent property and any additional lots must front on have direct access to an existing paved or unpaved street or easement. I don't want to rule out the fact that the parent property can't provide that easement to those lots rather than being existing. That was the only thing I found in the final draft of the ordinance that I had would like to be discussed on. And as far as the maintenance issue, being that it would be more than likely that you're talking a minimum of 2.5 acres, and a lot of these are going to be a lot more than 2.5 acres, strictly because of the zoning regulation. They still have to go by zoning. And so I understand where you're coming from, but a lot of the issues that you're hearing from are cases like in Orange City, on Hamilton, where you got these unpaved roads on these smaller lots when the original subdivisions were coming through. Typically, you don't hear that much from the larger parcels in rural areas. And that's why we really, because most of these properties are not going to be on a paved road to begin with. I would be willing to say 90% of them aren't.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And we have a couple councilmen that want to speak, and then Clay, will you, after the last two councilmen speak, will you handle the question?
Well, the issue is this, is that if you look through our staff report, the critical thing is that we were looking at is this was something that was relatively easy so that these property owners could share their property. We did not want to see, the reason why you have a subdivision in the first place is to ensure that roads, water, sewer, and stormwater are provided to meet the code requirements. And so we were saying that if you didn't have to provide those as part of this project, then therefore we could say a subdivision and the associated engineering plans are not required. That's why we were trying to say is that access should be through either an existing private or public roadway. Creating a new road is actually an act of subdividing the land beyond. We were looking at is saying you already have the access, you're just splitting it up so that you can get access to it. It's up to the council. If the council feels that it's appropriate to allow for new private roads to be created, I just want to point out that we already have an unpaved road subdivision. I know about it because I was the one who drafted it back in 2014 as part of your Smart Growth Policy Review Committee, where we allow up to 25 lots to be created and utilize an unpaved road, where we go through and address the issues that Mr. Santiago and what the chair were talking about in regards to the maintenance. So if you have a property owner who wants to do a more elaborate development, we have that avenue already in place. If you're looking for someone who is just trying to split up their parcels that are already front on a road, this gives them a quicker way of doing so. It's up to the council. You're hearing from the chair what he wants to see done. It's really your call on how to do it. Again, the mindset of the staff was a subdivision plat is required when we're seeing infrastructure needing to be provided so that you can divide the land. And so therefore, if you're trying to exempt it from a subdivision, then you shouldn't need to have to go through all the, for access, stormwater, water, and sewer. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Pardon me? Yes.
I got some questions.
Basically, what I'm asking is if you can access it by easement, we want to be able to have the parent property provide the easement to the additional lots. Because a lot of these easements come in, they may come in 60 foot wide. And if I'm dividing this parcel up 5 parcels, additional parcels, or 4 additional parcels, then I don't want to have to front each one of those on that 60 foot easement coming in. So it doesn't make sense for the parent property not to be able to provide the additional easement to the additional lots being made. And that's all, that was the only discussion I had on that. As far as the maintaining the road, you've got maintained road to the parent property as is. Okay?
Okay. So council will discuss it. We can either approve it as it is, send it back for changes, or maybe make a change. But Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Mills, thank you. I missed that. And I see your point in that, and something that I just want to point out. We're trying to make it easier, but this other verbiage, restrictive verbiage, gets kind of put in there. And once again, thank you for picking that up on it, because I missed it. I want to make things easier. And the only way to do that is for us to get out of the way a little bit with this stuff and give the responsibility. We can't be everything to everybody. We can't be the nanny state, as Mr. Chester puts it so eloquently in some of these emails. We can't be the nanny to everybody. At some point, we have to have personal responsibility. If there's a question of who maintains what, when you buy on a private road, you have to assume some responsibility of maintaining your access way. I think this accomplishes, if we can modify this with the suggestion that Chair Mills had made, I think it'd go a long way, and I'd be willing to support it. I won't support it the way it is now. I'll support it.
Are you amending your motion?
I'd amend my motion to bring it back and adjust the verbiage to reflect Chair Mills' suggestion to include the easement.
As a seconder, I'm okay with that, and I just had one comment, Mr. Chair.
To bring it back to the next meeting, or?
No, we don't need to. We can amend it here. Why add another item to the agenda? It's a simple language text that staff can do.
Sidebar.
Bring it back, I guess.
Okay. Do you need to bring it back? You can't strike it?
I would like to preserve the notice, so if you can make a motion to bring it back to a date certain, we can bring it back without, make those proposed changes without having to re-advertise it.
Gotcha.
Polo.
Why can't you just do it?
Why can't we just amend it here?
Oh, yeah, sure. Depending upon what you're proposing, I think you would just delete the phrase "each resulting lot" so that only the parent parcel must front on an existing road. Each created lot from that parent parcel can access off of a newly created easement from the parent parcel. Is if you delete that phrase, "each resulting lot" from.
So strike it through.
Just strike existing, because then you could sit there and.
Well, no, because you want the parent parcel to come from an existing lot. It's the each resulting lot issue. So on line 95, just strike "and each resulting lot." So only the parent parcel must front on an existing public or private street or easement. Each resulting parcel or each child parcel can come off of a newly created easement from the parent parcel.
So if Danny amended his motion to strike that line as you suggested, that would accommodate that?
Yes.
Danny moves that. I'm okay as a seconder.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I just want a quick moment to Chairman Ronnie Mills, if I may.
I was going to ask Chair Mills if he was comfortable with that. I think you just got what your concern was.
Yeah, that was our concern. Originally, like I said, there wasn't an easement in the ordinance itself. And like I said, 90% of these properties are on easements, the larger parcels. And this would eliminate having to, you could split it up, like if it's further into the parcel itself, that you could create an easement off the parent property, pretty much. Now, whether it must sit on an original easement for the parent property, you know, that's the discretion of, I don't see what the difference is of an existing easement or an easement. I would just make it an easement throughout the whole wording of the ordinance, rather than an existing easement.
I think we accomplished what he wanted. Oh, no, I wanted to say, Ronnie, just a moment of personal privilege. Our sister's leaving us again. She's
Yes, she
heading
is,
back
December
south.
7th.
Your blood sister and my sister in other ways. So
Yes,
I just
sir.
sorry about that, Michelle. He knows what I'm talking about.
Okay. Councilman Johansson.
I got a quick question, I guess, for Clay, just so I understand. You know, the scenario is a family wants to subdivide and give their kids or grandkids a house. So in the back of my 40-acre property, I give one of my grandkids the back 5. How is that person going to get in and out if he's got to go through mom and dad's front door to get there, the easement that Mr. Mills was talking about? Now, fast forward 20 years and the grandchild sells that property to me. Remember, Robbins said, we gotta take personal responsibility, and that's pretty easy when the whole family lives on the 40-acre property, but once you start parsing it out to people, next thing you know, it's like my private subdivision right now, where the first thing people say is, why aren't you coming to get my Hurricane Milton debris? Well, you're a private subdivision. I pay taxes, right? So what's going to happen with that road that's on private property with an easement that's private, that floods, and somebody's back in that back lot? How do we prevent ourselves from being held accountable for private roads like all the ones we're discussing now that have failed?
One of the things we're going to require as through the process is that the people who are processing this will put in a covenant and restriction on the property acknowledging.
Perfect.
So that when you purchase it, it says very clearly that you are accessed via a private road, not built to county standards. It's
never to be bought by the county, never to be maintained, never to be milled,
There's
never to be,
existing
never to be,
language that
never.
we utilize right now, and we'll just carry it over into this.
Perfect, thank you very much. I love the idea. I just want to protect the county in 30 years.
Okay. That looks like it's it. We have a motion, an amended motion completed, and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries unanimously 6-0. Okay, items 7 and 8 go together, but we need to take them up with separate motions. So we'll start with item 7, which is a quasi-judicial hearing. So if anyone has any ex parte to declare, please do so now. No one? Okay. Clay.
Thank you. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you tonight is a rezoning from B3 to B4 and a special exception for a car wash. Currently, in the way our zoning ordinance is written, car washes require a special exception in the B4, and they're not even allowed in the B3. So the applicant is requesting to rezone this property. The property is located right where 17 and 11 split, just on the north side of the existing commercial center there where there's a gas station. They are looking to put in a 7-Eleven convenience store with gas pumps and an automated car wash. So they're going through the rezoning process so that way they are consistent with what you see around there, in that we have existing to the south of this property, B4 property. And so this would be, it's not spot zoning, it's continuing on The special exception would allow for the automated self-service gas station, or excuse me, car wash that will be located along the north property line of this. It went to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval. We did receive a letter from an adjacent property owner in one of the manufactured home communities there who expressed some concerns with the property. As you can see, it meets our dimensional requirements, it meets the criteria for the special exception, so staff recommended approval of both the rezoning to B4 and the special exception. In regards to the special exception, just want to kind of touch on the site plan. This shows you the location of the convenience store and the gas pumps that will be out towards State Road 17. The building to the north there is the self-service car wash. So it's an automatic car wash where you go and basically utilize it yourself. Again, staff looked at it. It met with all of our criteria, recommended approval. If there's any questions, we'll be available to answer them.
Okay. Council? Anyone have questions? Does anyone have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve item 7 by Councilman Robbins, and the second was by David Santiago. I'm sorry, and we have a member of the public who wants to speak. I think you're representing the property owner, Jessica Gao.
Checking to make sure I can still say good evening. Lost track of time. Jessica Gao, Cobb Law Firm on behalf of the property owner. Like Clay said, this really matches up the zoning on the four corners of the intersection. There's no change in the setbacks from the B3 to the B4, so no differences there. And then the special exception is for just a single accessory car wash. I think generally the intent of the special exception is for a primary use, but we're going through this process just so everything's documented. We've got a 35-foot landscape buffer on 17. And I did want to note the one letter of opposition. She raised concerns about buffering and removal of trees in front of her house. She is well north of the proposed rezoning site and is actually in the remainder portion of the property that is not being developed at this time. So her view corridor will remain the same. And with that, we are here for any questions, and we have our engineer as well for any engineering questions.
So the buffer is only on 17?
No, there will be landscape buffers on all sides. 17 just has an increased 35-foot landscape buffer under the county standards.
How are you handling stormwater? I think I just saw a stormwater retention pond there.
Correct, and this has not gone through full engineering design, so this is the concept layout, but the initial thought is to have that stormwater pond right at the front there along where the intersection of 17 and 11 is. You can see that location.
Okay. So this will come back to us at that point? No?
It'll be a staff level site plan review.
It's approved by the Development Review Committee.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Jessica?
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second. No other questions, no debate. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm going to vote for it with reservations to see I don't want to see that mobile home park flooded. Flood it for the 500, or plan it for the 500-year storm. Item 8, special exception for a car wash. We've
Move to
already
approve.
heard about it, so yeah.
Second.
Motion to approve by David Santiago. Second one was by Jake Johansson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries 6-0, 7, 8. 9 is the 2024 ECHO Spring Grant Cycle Award recommendations.
That is correct. So this is the cycle that council directed staff through George to implement. We opened it and we actually had 3 applicants. We originally did it for DeBerry to be able to get their drawings in. They've done that. Council, the whole ECHO committee was consistent with their supermajority vote to grant Alexander Island, the DeBerry project, exceptional status. So you have 2 projects from Port Orange, one from South Daytona, and then one from DeBerry, all detailed in the agenda item. Here to answer questions if you have them.
Okay, David Santiago.
Move to approve the list as presented by staff.
Second, Johansson.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Santiago, second by Jake Johansson. Carmen, you're still here. Can I ask, can you come up for a quick question? The special exception. This is for this item?
Yes.
Wow. I have concerns about the exceptional status, but according to the way the ECHO is written right now, you meet that qualification. So my larger concern would be, this is 2.5 million?
Yes, sir.
For you? And is there an outstanding, you still have to raise 10 million?
No, this project, the city has matched 1.8 million against the 2.5 million. The city purchased this property in February of 2023 for 3.5 million. And part of that purchase is applied to this. This project here, if the city has not done anything else, will be a first-class nature park on the St. Johns River, and 25% of the berm and all the amenities will be complete. What is the long-range vision? Well, this as I submitted a letter to the council here a little while ago, a few days ago. I mean, we having a lot of opportunities, additional opportunities coming towards this particular project. So this project is so unique that it provides a lot of opportunities, and we're getting a lot of investors coming in wanting to be part of this particular project. For example, Rivington, on our council meeting tomorrow night, wants to donate 58 acres to the city that's adjacent to Alexander Island. And it has the remaining part of the historic oak hammock that exists on Alexander now. And it will now create a double. Our nature trail will be double of what was originally planned. And we'll fund that when we can. And so we have other investors coming in wanting to sponsor certain additions to this particular project, whether it be picnic areas on the river, whether it be more fishing piers, et cetera, et cetera. So the city will continue. Will continue to enhance this particular park. But this particular part here will provide this project to be a first-class park, just the way this money is set to be. But again, this project is going to evolve, evolve over time as investors come forward. Seminole County has come looking possibly to bring a ferry service, ask us if they could do a ferry service to this Alexander Island. They're excited about it. So we're considering all those, but as far as this ECHO project is concerned, this is going to build a first-class nature park as this ECHO grant and this matching funding provides.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Troy Kent.
And Mayor Chese had to leave, and so she also submitted a card there as well.
Thank you, Chairman. City Manager, before you sit down, and then Brad, I have a question for you, Dr. Burball. Is the plan of DeBerry every year just to come back and have ECHO funding?
No, there's a maximum to this particular project. Our plan is not to do that. I think we were eligible for a little bit more money based upon the match that we provided, but I don't think we'll be back for every single time to do a project on that. One of our letters we talked about is where's our funding going to come? It's going to be coming from investors and sponsors. The state legislature for appropriations. We'll also be looking at state grants and federal grants to enhance the project as we deem necessary in the future. So.
That's interesting, investors and sponsors. Thanks for sharing the information. Dr. Bobaugh, quick question for you. What does a project have to be to meet that special exception? Like I was, been talking to people and they're like, hey, it's just a box people are checking and then they're eligible for more money.
So just a little history on that. So two things it needs to, they need to show that it has countywide importance, and they have to show that it will serve a significant number of people countywide, excuse me. And so what your team did when I first came on board is this was a very subjective, saying those two things was interpreted differently by each committee member. And so we went back and looked at the 5 or 6 projects that had gotten grant funds before I was in seat and said, what did they use to prove those things? So what we came up with, so if you want to prove countywide importance, you need to either do a public meeting or do a survey, a countywide survey, asking people this question. Will you use it? Is it something that you will visit? Does it have a significant, is it significantly important in your life? Will it improve your quality of life? Show the economic impact of the project, a robust feasibility study, providing public input. Was there public input into the project, and is it a component of the master plan? So those are 5 kind of criteria that we list for that, and DeBerry completed 3 of those. So the other one is a significant number of people served. So the things that we've put as letters of support from other municipalities or business, they got letters of support from many municipalities saying our constituents will use this park. Current and future use projections, they have their Kimley Horn study that projected nearly 30,000 people would utilize this outdoor recreation project. A survey of potential users, they did that of countywide individuals. A robust marketing plan, they have a robust marketing plan where they're going to partner with the chamber and others in the area to develop partnerships to market this, not only here, but I think along the Sunrail line, because it's close to Sunrail. And then last are partnerships that will attract a significant number of people. Again, they talked about those partnerships with the chamber and businesses, especially as they come online with their downtown. So those are kind of the things that we use. Otherwise, it's a subjective judgment, and people who come to ECHO don't know what they need to do to prove this. And so by providing some objective things that these are what proves that it will be exceptional, it gives the grantees a fighting chance to know what the criteria are. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Councilman Johansson.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment that, it's 170 acres, Alexander? And I recall from our conversations just before you bought it that it was in the market to be developed, but you guys kind of...
This property was, already had an overall development plan to build 64 homes on this particular property.
Right.
On the uplands. And so we bought it to prevent it from being developed.
I think it's another opportunity here to highlight. It's not Volusia forever. It's not Florida forever, but it's another percentage of land that won't ever be developed. And in this effort to come up with that 50%, 50% development, 50% conservation, preservation that we talk about, but I don't think we promised anybody. I think this is a good step forward. I like it, and I've already been out there a few times. It's pretty nice, so I'm looking forward to seeing what you're doing with it in the future. Thank you.
Okay, we have some members of the public. Keith Chester, you're first, followed by John Nicholson.
Keith's passing.
You're done? John Nicholson, and the mayor had a family obligation she needed to get to. She's not here, and Carmen just spoke.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I've given you all a list that was provided me by Brad. As you know, I've come often mentioning that Daytona Beach is a donor city. Thanks to Troy, I had a meeting with Brad on Volusia Forever. The city of Daytona Beach has donated about $19 million to Volusia Forever. I thought it was 20, but 19 is close enough. And we got back zero, not a penny. So we went through Echo, and I look at the Echo. Because Don's always talking about East and West, we looked at East and West as well. And the western part of the county raised $28 million, and they got back $27 million. So there's about $800,000 that they haven't gotten back. With that $4 million or whatever, it's going to be a tremendous advantage to the western side of this county. Now, Daytona Beach raised $15 million, and they got back $5 million. So they have a net loss of $10 million. So when we look at East and West, the balance is not there, all right? It's about almost $20 million that the eastern side of the county has raised, but they've not been able to get back, all right? So when these things come before you, be a little bit generous, because I think I'm pushing for the city to ask for a super fund for the pier. It would be drastic change for our downtown. They're doing a study right now for Main Street, the chamber is. So hopefully, with the Consolidated Tobacco buying so much land on Main Street and the Brown & Brown project that might go in, it's a hotel condominium project, we're going to need plenty of funding. So if it comes before you, think of the pier as a countywide project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
So I just want to remind everybody that when it comes to Echo, when it comes to Forever, and when it comes to Florida Forever, obviously there's more land to Forever on the west side than there is to Forever on the east side, especially east of 95. But I see Echo projects as not winners and losers. We're all winners. It's Volusia County, and I can go to DeBerry to a park. I can go to the Springs to a park. I can go to the pier when it gets built with Echo money, and anywhere else in the county. So I don't see a tax dollar given to Echo as they got and we didn't, but I see it as we won, and we get to enjoy the environmental, cultural, historical, and outdoors of Echo. So just a comment. Thank you very much, Chairman.
You're welcome. No more comments, no more questions. So, Carmen, if you want to stand up, I'm going to call the vote. You don't have to, but you've been waiting for this for a while.
This is going to be one of the Volusia County's one of the greatest natural assets in Volusia County. I promise you that, and mark my words today, we'll do everything we can to make it a shining star in Volusia County.
Okay. All in favor of approving the list as proposed, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you very much. I
Approved,
appreciate it.
6-0.
Thank you.
That brings us to item 10, and the reason the rest of the people in this room are still here. The Cultural Council recommendations for award of a 2024-25 Community Cultural Grants Program.
Yes, sir. If I may just give council a quick recap of the timeline and the direction as to why we're here. So in November, there was discussion about bringing a sundown to the grant program. So we had postponed as staff or canceled the initial workshops that we have with grantees. In March, this council again discussed revisions to the program. At that time, the direction to George and to staff through George were to continue on with this year's cycle as you know, using the current criteria. And then we will simultaneously work with the Cultural Council to come up with recommendations for improvement. At that time, what the motion was is to guide kind of the changes that you would like to see to the program were to stimulate new cultural growth, enhance the program insofar as it improves the grantee's ability to attract new audiences, attract new audiences and increase revenue and funding from other sources. Basically, to not rely on government funding always. So what you have before you are the results and recommendations from your Cultural Council and the cycle that this council directed us to move forward on. As the Cultural Council, last week we met 2 times to finalize the recommendations and changes to the program. Jake told me he was going to ask me to talk about those, so I will just go ahead real quickly and talk about those changes. So one, to stimulate new cultural growth, what the recommendation will be to you coming in January, or in the first quarter of 2025 rather, would be to, in order to stimulate that new cultural growth, providing some general program support grants to new or small cultural organizations. And what that looks like is you can have some general operating support if you're new or small, but you can't have it forever. So there'll be a maximum timeline on providing that support if you're a new organization coming into the cultural sector. You'll have to provide proof of programming for 1 year, which is less than we previously had because we want people who are coming new into the sector to be able to access some support from council. The second is to enhance the program to attract new audiences by providing project-based support grants. So rather than just general operating support, you got to come to us with a good idea. You got to come to us with a project or a program that we'll co-invest with you on. And so that would be open to organizations, but it's not guaranteed. You have to come with a good idea that we will co-invest with you. The other recommendation that will come to council is to include $25,000 for capacity building as a grant for larger organizations, or even what the Cultural Council recommended is the county organize this kind of capacity building workshops the first year to help our nonprofits hire some folks that are, experts in the area of resource development, fundraising, and have our nonprofit leaders go through the program to be able to build their skill set in that area so they can go out and secure funding from other sources. So that's kind of the broad brush that will be coming back to you in January. But I did want to share because I knew I would be asked. So that's kind of where we are. The council worked real hard over the last week to try to land in a place where this council would be pleased. As I said, those will be coming back to you.
When do you?
Probably the second meeting in January, I think, is our goal.
Okay. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Help me with my memory. Did we ask last year for some of those changes to take place this year?
No. You asked us to continue this cycle this year, the 24 cycle, and those would take place in the 25 cycle was the motion.
Okay. And my second question is, looking through this, I didn't see Athens Theater on there.
So they operate under the Sands Theater. Okay. Sands Theater is I think they're a DBA, if I'm correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Athens is the DBA.
Was it written like that last year? I thought I remember seeing Athens Theater last year. Was it Sands Theater as well?
I think it was Sands. So Tim Bailey told me it was Sands last year.
Okay. That's all for now. Thanks.
Yes.
Councilman Johansson?
I'm going to skip and wait for comment.
Okay. Okay. 2 comments. I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate the the council getting together and discussing, what we asked them to, and I'm just wondering if were you involved in all the discussions?
Yes, sir.
Has there been any discussion on, it's probably very few of them, but any of the organizations that have large endowments to continue to every year put in a request for funding?
So the operational model that we have now allows them to apply every year because they're spending money on operations. The model that we're moving to will require them to come up with a good idea that we co-invest with, and your advisory council will make a recommendation on whether they think the county should co-invest or not.
Okay. It seems like that would help spread money around to some of they're wanting more organizations to come in, smaller organizations, and
yeah, so it levels the playing field. So if you have a good project, if you're a small nonprofit and you have a good project and you want $15,000 from us, you could get that $15,000, whereas now you're limited at $8,000 is the max based on your operational funds. So, but if you're a large organization, if we have a cap on it, whatever it may be that this council decides, they're all going to be at that cap.
Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brett. I want to applaud the council. I guess everybody can remember back when discussion of this kind of sparked, and it was intense. And I respected everybody's position that they shared there. But I think we've landed in a good place with these recommendations. I think it's healthy for you all. It got the juices flowing as far as how do we get creative, and I think I made the comment back then that I'd like for opportunities, because I've heard from others that it's hard to penetrate this funding, whether it was true or not. But I did have several conversations with many in the field, and it was very good dialogue. So those that reached out to me, thank you. It helped me learn quite a bit, and I'm in a position now to support what we have before us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All that said, we have an hour and 10 minutes of participant requests.
Can I make a motion to approve the list, Mr. Chair, so we can have that pending? Maybe that'll help some of the audience.
We have a motion by Santiago to
Second, Johansson.
approve, and a second by Councilman Johansson. So I will call on each of you if anyone is just wants to stand up and say, please pass it or don't pass it. You have that option.
I just asked them if it's approved that they will waive the time to speak.
We haven't voted yet. Okay. Keith Chester. That's 2 hours past your bedtime. Then you won't know how we vote.
For years, I've heard this body talk about cutting. Where can we cut? And when it comes down to cutting, you can never find a place to really cut. So where do you cut? In January, you're going to start talking about roads, infrastructure, and how it's going to be funded now into the future. Jake mentioned that, well, we may have to raise taxes. Our roads are crumbling. We've got desperate need of sidewalks. Our right-of-ways aren't being taken care of. We've heard about the stormwater issues. The list of core needs goes on and on and on. So there's only a couple ways to fix them. You wait and hope that you get a grant, but that hasn't worked because drive around, our roads are crumbling. They're not being taken care of. You can't say they are. If you drive around, you see it. There's from Jacobs Road, from the high school to 92, I see kids walking on our right-of-ways or county right-of-ways, knee-deep grass, walking down the road or walking down the side of the road. We have so many needs. So what are we going to do? Are we going to raise taxes? And those taxes you raise go to who the most? Our young people who are just starting out. Most of the people in this room are older. Like me, I only pay $1,000 a year. We've got deep discounted taxes, so we're not getting hurt. But if you have to raise taxes, it's going to hurt the young people. Where are y'all going to cut? Danny even said earlier tonight, he said, well, he sees it as, you know, for the Boys and Girls Club, he sees an importance in that. Well, we can all find things that we see importance. We want to save everything. But in the end of the day, you're really not doing your jobs. Your core governmental responsibilities are going unattended to. So we just keep letting it crumble? Are you going to raise taxes drastically? What are you going to do? These are handouts. Y'all, when you take our money and give to the organizations, you're making our charitable giving decisions for us. These aren't core governmental responsibilities. These groups are going to talk about return on investments. Well, what's the return on investments on roads? If you have inadequate roads, you're using up more gas, you're burning up, you know, the whole thing. So what's your return on investment there of having nice, adequate roads where you can travel about? That's what y'all are supposed to be responsible for. So, you know, y'all just keep kicking the can down the road. Council after council, I've seen it. And now you have Sunrail to pay for. How are you going to do it all? How are you going to take care of the business? And come January, when you start talking about these infrastructure issues, what are you going to do? So they should take this and do a United Arts type model and find funding through the private sector.
Thank you. Kathy Thompson.
I would love to understand your definition of core government. Roads obviously are. Our beach is important. Our park's important. I came to this area, and I'm speaking as a citizen of the area now, because of the arts in this area. I take great pride in the fact that every summer we take 30 to 40 children in that can't afford a fancy school arts program, and they get trained for free in dance, singing, and acting every summer. And I can't tell you how many letters I've gotten from the parents and the children, the mental health benefits that has provided. We take your grant, and we don't take it for granted, and we do not turn any donor away. We don't stop fundraising because you give us $14,000 a year, which is about what it's averaged for Daytona Playhouse for the last 3 or 4 years. We take that money and we subsidize what we charge the county camps for your children to attend our productions in the summer. We only charge $6.50 a child when we normally charge $10 to $15. If you take away the grant, I'm probably going to have to raise what I charge you. So I'm going to get the money from the county, or I will have to stop the program. I will have to stop going to the retirement centers and giving free performances to our seniors in the area. Much of what we do is because we are very proud of being a not-for-profit. Not a dime goes to any executive salary. We pay nobody on the board, and yet we are a full-time working volunteer board with 200 other volunteers volunteering. We only pay for the technical type services we must pay some money to even acquire to conduct the shows that we do. Very appreciative of what you all have done. I hope you're happy when you see the final agreements that we come to. You aren't our main source of income by any stretch, but I will tell you, please tell me the name of an additional donor I can go to, because I've run out of ideas. We used up almost all of that with just trying to do the echo. And we're seeing less and less donations and less volunteer time. We need your help and helping us with the grant. Return on investment, yes. You are partnering with an organization that then spreads the dollars farther. And our tourists are very happy to come back and visit here because they can be entertained at night. I mean, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Craig Uppercue. You'll be followed by Seraphin.
Mr. Chairman? Sorry, I'll wait for you. I wanted to see if, Mr. Chairman, if we can make a motion, make a motion to, because of the time, to modify our public comment time during this hearing. Not that I don't think it's important. I think we're going to hear a lot of the same respect for a lot of you, just so we can get to, I think I know where you're going to get to.
Agreed.
But I don't know if you want to entertain that discussion, Mr. Chairman, just to modify it to maybe 2 minutes.
Well, how about if we let the speakers make that judgment? If you can say it in 1 minute.
Perfect.
Or 2 minutes, do that.
We can absolutely do that. So Craig Uppercue, good evening. Thank you so much for your energy and commitment to the citizens of Volusia County and beyond. I am the president of the Volusia County Cultural Alliance, and I wear other artistic hats, like I work for the school district and support as the fine arts specialist at the district level. So one thing I did want to add of course, there is a direct economic impact. As of the last economic prosperity report, 1,472 jobs here in Volusia County were a direct result of the arts and culture. And it brought in over $48 million generated by these organizations. And a return of an impact created over $7 million in local tax revenue. So these proposed changes that you heard from Dr. Burbaugh, I love that you're Dr. Burbaugh, by the way. Didn't know that. I'm going to join you in about 2 weeks when I defend my dissertation. This streamlined program really does foster an efficient regulatory framework by directing support where it has the greatest impact. It will also enhance operational efficiencies for our smaller organizations that can apply for operational grants. And it will support projects for our larger organizations that expand audiences and will contribute to the expanded recreation and tourism that is one of your goals, drawing both new residents and visitors. Our joint support for the arts will really foster a solution-oriented culture, one that will continue to build partnerships, keep residents engaged, and strengthen our fiscal stewardship. And last, with my time remaining, I do want to thank each of you that we've had an opportunity to speak with you over the last couple of weeks and learn more about you and how you've grown up in this area and the arts that you've participated in and how meaningful that was to you. Thank you so much for your attention. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Seraphin, I'm going to let you tell us your last name.
Yeah, hi, I'm Serafin Zavlunov. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a student at the Athens Theater Youth Academy and have been for around 5 years. Before taking lessons at Athens, I would have never been able to stand up here and do this. Today, I raise my voice for the organization that has given me a voice. Organizations that promote the arts are a community touchstone. They have brought and continue to bring so many people together. I've made some of my most important friends through the arts, and I know I'm not the only one. Taking classes through the art programs have allowed me to improve my skills and come out of my shell in a way I could have never imagined. It has made me realize education doesn't need to be tedious. If we were underfunded, so many people may not have the opportunity to discover themselves and their talents in the way I have been so lucky to. Many artistic organizations offer a safe space where students who can't be themselves at home are accepted. They offer a place for students to practice, hone their skills, and meet new people along the way. Not only do they allow for safe spaces, but also an opportunity for people to express themselves through the arts. Also, I know some of you were concerned with keeping kids off the streets and out of trouble. Art offers a great outlet for these possibly at-risk kids with guidance provided by these artistic organizations. If you were to abolish funding, you'd be turning your back on the artistic community. You would damage the safe spaces that have been made for people to practice their art, and most importantly, damage the community that brings them together. Because of the proposed changes to the cultural arts funding, Volusia's artistic organizations will hopefully be able to continue to enrich the community through the arts in the way they have for so long. I hope you consider my words and consider voting in favor of Volusia's artistic organizations and what they represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Grace Boynton. Okay, did she take anybody with her? Sorry, Harrison Bitter? Bittler. Sorry, I didn't see that one wasn't crossed. Is this your first time speaking here?
It is. So good evening, good night, and as it would appear, almost good morning. My name's Harrison Bittler, and I'm a 9th grade student in the IB program over at DeLand High School. Outside of school, I'm working towards my Eagle rank in Scouts, and I'm working towards making the school tennis team. I feel really lucky to live in DeLand. It's an amazing small town with a super strong sense of community. We have a fun, vibrant, active downtown, but one of the main attractions is the Athens Theater. We're so fortunate to have a facility like the Athens in this town. My parents and I love to go grab burgers at Half Wall, see a show, and then go get ice cream or a different treat over at Pat and Tony's once we're done. But to me, the Athens goes beyond just an evening of entertainment. I've been acting and taking classes with the Athens Youth Academy since I was in the 4th grade, which means for the past 5 years of my life, I've spent a minimum of 1 afternoon a week there. The skills that I've been building there go beyond the arts: public speaking, memorization, teamwork, and overall confidence. These are vital on the stage, but they're also super important when you're becoming an adult. If you aren't able to make your voice heard, then you'll just keep getting run over all your life. In improv class, I've learned to adapt to situations on the fly and roll with whatever challenges come my way. When we've worked on dance routines, I've learned to step outside of my comfort zone and do things that scare me a little bit, sort of like this. In productions, I've learned that one person can't carry a show alone. It also takes an ensemble, a stage crew, a house manager, a director, and we all have to work together to create something worthwhile. While it's true that there is an arts component available through our schools, the funding to those programs are cut more and more every year. This grant helps the Athens Youth Academy and other programs like it to bridge that gap and keep these opportunities available to students like me. In addition to the Athens Theater and their Youth Academy, Volusia County has several other amazing programs currently benefiting from this grant. I've personally enjoyed camps and shows at the Gateway Center of the Arts in DeBerry, the Shoestring Theater over in Lake Helen, and the Little Theater in New Smyrna Beach. I love supporting my neighbor and art teacher when she sets up a booth at the Fall Festival of the Arts. Have you ever heard the Bel Canto singers perform? They're amazing. These programs make our lives fuller, and this is why I'm here to encourage you to approve the funding. Because I need the arts in my life. We all need the arts in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Moran.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. My phone's about dead and it's got all my notes on it, but we're going to plow through here. Okay. I know it's late and I'm going to go as quickly as I can. Thank you for this opportunity. I am with Jennifer Moreno with the Hub on Canal. Let me start off by saying that we work diligently to raise money through individual donations, corporate sponsors, grants, and fundraisers. We are constantly hustling to keep ourselves afloat. That being said, I'm here to ask you to support the recommended funding for the community cultural grants. Part of our mission at the Hub is to be certain that everyone can benefit and experience the art in all its many forms, regardless of socioeconomic status. Obviously, we all know we have lost the state funding, so our arts and cultural organizations are already in a deficit, some of us in a very large deficit. Not only do we lose as an organization, so something happened to our county funding, but so does the community at large. Without this funding, we simply can't reach those who benefit from our offerings, specifically our outreach programming, which is just one aspect of who we are and what we do. Whether it be veterans suffering with PTSD, ESE students, youth and adolescents who have suffered the loss of a parent, the list goes on. these are the ones who will lose the support of the education and healing that our outreach programs offer. I'm going to skip that just to be quick. We have programs like our Fashion Club that teach a real-life career skill in the fashion industry for grades 6 through 12. That middle school age group is where those girls are most at risk to start going down the wrong path. Programs like ours allow them to come to a supportive and safe environment where they can express themselves free of judgment while learning leadership and career skills, becoming strong, confident, and productive young women. We do important work, not just at the Hub, but all of the other amazing organizations behind me who rely on funding to make a real difference in our communities. I appreciate your time and understanding.
Thank you. Jennifer Coolidge?
Jennifer Coolidge, Executive Director of Atlantic Center for the Arts. I reside in DeLand, Florida, and thank you so much for your attention, consideration, and due diligence in all things, and your endurance for this evening. I just wanted to respond to the comment that was made about United Arts. I think we can learn a lot from United Arts of Central Florida and Orlando. United Arts is successful because of very significant funding that is provided through the tourist development tax dollars in Orange County. It's also, the county itself does other incentives to encourage these arts nonprofits to raise money and be matched 15% and then continue to reach goals and unlock additional support. I think we can learn a lot from United Arts, but it's not as easy as it seems, and it comes with great county investment in consideration of that. Just want to urge you to support the grants as put forward by the council because it does represent a continuation of decades of a public-private partnership with this county and these arts organizations that bring significant return on investment. We heard earlier from Dr. Craig Uppercue about the economic impact. Atlantic Center's economic impact return of the total is $4.8 million in total economic impact in the area, with supporting over 104 jobs in the surrounding area. And then this also trickles down into the household income from the benefits, and then local government support at 126,000, over 126,000, and then of course the state benefits as well. Wanted to respond to what Councilman Robbins said about paying on the front end or the back end with young people. I've spent 30 years in this business in arts nonprofits. Our goal is to change lives and change conditions, and we know that the arts are a powerful tool to turn apathy into interest with our young people, and every arts organization is working with young at-risk students and is augmenting the underfunded school systems programs with arts activities and partnerships that are not funded adequately, and we're here to serve. And then as we look at all of your goals, we want to help you be a strategic partner in achieving all of these goals, and want to thank you for the challenge and working with your staff to make this partnership even more effective moving forward. So thank you.
Doug McGinnis. Doug is no longer here. Robert Lease. Richard England.
Good evening. I had a whole bunch of stuff to say, but I'm not going to use any of that. Just going to echo a couple of things that you've already heard. I think all of us probably believe, all of us here probably believe that in some significant measure, the arts are effectively a public good. And like roads and other things, this is a class of benefit or opportunity or exposure which accrues to the benefit of everybody. And I would argue that it accrues even to the benefit of those who don't come through one of our doors because of the societal impact of what the arts accomplish. They cut down divisions and help everybody see things differently and imagine things to be differently. And those are important considerations. And, you know, it was mentioned earlier that if if you know another donor, we'd be happy to go after them, and that's absolutely the case. There is increasing competition out there for the donated dollar, and for the vast majority of us, the grants that we receive here are a fairly modest amount of the total operating budgets that we have, and we are constantly looking for other funding sources, mostly because we want to expand what it is we want to do. But taking those dollars away or reducing them in any significant way is going to have a negative impact on our collective abilities to provide the programming to the citizens of Volusia County. And I don't know if you're aware, but while overall philanthropy, this is a national set of statistics, but overall philanthropy to all nonprofits, not just arts-related ones, has continued to grow modestly but steadily over the years. But the share of the population that donates to any not-for-profit cause has roughly halved in the last 25 years. So it's getting harder and harder for each of us to go find more dollars that support those things that we do. So this type of support is invaluable. Thank you.
Lindsay from the Athens. Okay, thank you. You heard that you were just given your doctorate, right? You don't have to go defend your thesis now. Julia? Juillo? Okay. Mark Francis? Lloyd?
Thank you, Chairman Brower. Lloyd Bowers, resident of Daytona Beach, Florida. I am here as a 12-year member of the Cultural Council, and as you know, we are appointed by you to do the duty that we've been tasked with. And I feel like I should just say, these kids were incredible, and just say what they said, and then just sit down, because they were amazing. But that is why the county has done this for the last 30 years, and that is why you allowed us to continue to have the same program this year, which we did not know at the time in March when you agreed to continue with this year's program funding, that the state was going to line item veto all of the state funding. So it becomes even more crucial. Also, I wanted to point out that the $611,000, which represents, I believe, 0.02% of the county budget, is the same amount that we've been giving since 2012. So in 2024, you're actually awarding grants based on 2012 dollars, which have obviously decreased in value over the time. And I hope that you are pleased, because I still remember the first meeting you and I had when this issue started blowing up, and we talked about things that were important. I hope you are pleased, and all of you are pleased, with the work the council has done, not only with fast-tracking the grant workshops and the grant considerations and grant awards that we did during the brief period of time that we had, but also we received the memo from staff outlining for us, again, what you had said in past council meetings as to what you want us to address on October 25th. And then between that time and here, we've already had a public hearing, discussed that. We've had another council meeting where we met with staff and outlined the program, and we will be bringing back suggested changes to you in January. So, Mr. Chester, this is not one issue that they have kicked the can down the road. They, in fact, have grabbed the can and are running with it. So thank you.
George Pappas, followed by John Nicholson.
Good evening, George Pappas. I'm the chairman of the Cultural Council. And I'm going to, first of all, ditto to everybody that has been talking about how great the arts are, but I just want to be here just to say thank you. Councilman Santiago's not here, for getting me out of my box. I was a little skeptical when I went in to try to do some changes. I thought we were doing great, and I still think we were doing great. But I like the changes that we've implemented, and I think you will too. I think you will find that when Brad here, when they put it all together and we come back in January, you'll be happy with it, because I think It's funny, Tim and Brad looked at each other when I went, Brad, I think you having me come around to you. And I went, you're right. I like the idea of the council being able to see the projects that are happening. I don't think you were seeing the projects, and I'm not blaming you. I don't think we were communicating. But now with the grant writing, the way it's going to be, you'll see what's happening. You'll see how wonderful it is. And I want to have the opportunity for the council, for this council, the county council, to see what the arts organizations in this community are doing. As Councilman Johansson, where are you? Right there. Yeah, there you go. I was used to seeing you from over there. Said it's a win-win situation. You got these the trails, walking trails, and the beautiful nature. That enhances the taxpayers' quality of life. That's something government does have a responsibility for. The arts enhances our quality of life. Plato said that the government has two functions: education and health. And I think the arts and eco trails and things like that enhance our health and our education. So thank you very much for making this old guy kind of bloom out a little bit. Thank you very much.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. This topic came up before. With your background and talking about saving, I'm sure it'll come up again. But I think you're missing the point. As you know, I taught for 20 years, history, math, science, you name it. But what got me was when I was teaching math, I decided that my students, by the end of the year, need to be able to spell every word in the glossary in the back of the book. They had to define every term in the back of the book. Because what's the use of having math if you don't know what you're talking about? So if somebody presents you with a problem later on in life, you've got to know what they're talking about. What do they mean by arc? What do they mean by quadrangle? You had to know more than just the numbers. Likewise, it's the same thing with the arts. Anybody in music did generally very much or had an advantage over those that did not have art or music because it was a crossover. There are a lot of things that you learn in one area that goes in the other. The same thing with sports. How many coaches tell you what they learn on the field, what the teamwork means to those young men in their relationship with teachers, their wife in the future, their children? There's crossover, and that's what I think you're not seeing. The arts are a crossover to the quality of life, and we absolutely need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Culver Dorian. Pardon me, she had to leave. Patty Party?
Not here.
Sam with the Museum of Arts and Sciences.
Dugay.
Say it again?
It's Dugay. I just got married recently, so I'm getting used to saying it. So
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much. So it's new to me too. Hi, I'm Sammy with the Museum of Arts and Sciences. I'm the manager of development over there. And I'm coming to you both as the manager of development and our grant writer, and also as a citizen of Volusia. I'll be completely honest. I went to college here and planned to get up and move to visit my brother in Chicago and stay there. And I stayed because I fell in love with the cultural programs here in Volusia County. I wasn't expecting a little town in Florida. I'm from Colorado, and I was not expecting a little tiny town in Florida to have everything I'd ever wanted, including some of the greatest museums I've ever had the chance to visit. From MOAS's standpoint, this grant allows us to do some really amazing things for the community and something we feel really strongly about.
And that main thing is First Free Tuesday. Every first Tuesday of the month, the Museum of Arts and Sciences opens up its doors for the entire county to visit free of charge. This includes a story time with the library, along with other programs that we're really excited to provide. And these sort of things are really difficult to get sponsors for. We are incredibly lucky to have some really wonderful names who are not interested in sponsoring programs like this. They're interested in building brand new buildings, which you might have seen, and endowing things like planetariums and doing these really big, exciting things. They didn't really want to sponsor a free day. And so our hope is that with this grant and keeping this grant, the museum will have the chance to continue really wonderful programs like First Free Tuesday, Museums for All, Blue Star Veterans, which lets veterans and their families in for free. The museum regularly sees over 12,000 people at no cost every year, and this is about a $500,000 loss on the museum. And so this grant really allows us to bring these really amazing programs to the community. Thank you.
Sammy, I just some words of advice before you go, and then we have our last speaker, is that you really need to learn to kind of come out of your shell and express yourself a little bit.
You know, I've heard that my whole life. Thank you.
Thank you. Eileen? Is Eileen still here? Yes.
Hi, I'm Eileen Simino. I'm the education officer at the Commemorative Air Force Florida Wing here at KDED, the DeLand Municipal Airport. And when a child comes from a family that is not a legacy airline family, they go to an airport and they see a barbed wire fence. They don't know a path to a career in aviation, and we provide that through our STEM programming. We all know that flying is a little bit of science, engineering, technology, math, and a whole lot of art combined to make the magic of flying. We open our hangar door to youth of all ages, and they come in from ROTC groups, they come in from church groups, school groups, and scouting. Aviation Explorers youth come, and we provide hands-on learning, engineering challenges, and they get to sit in the flight deck of a T-35 trainer and envision a career in the future in the skies. We can't put a price on inspiration. We, thanks to your grant and your generosity, are able to inspire the next generation of aviators. Thank you.
Where?
The Commemorative Air Force at the DeLand Municipal Airport, the Florida Wing. KDED is the pilot talk for DeLand Municipal Airport.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, please, would you like to come for a tour? The Cultural Grant Committee had their meeting there a year and a half ago. We would love to open our hangar door to you as well as the youth.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the public comments, so we'll see if you talked yourself out of it or into it. Is there any other comments? Jake Johansson.
So I recommend we double Julia's because she chose not to speak and half everybody else's. Now, actually, I do have, I heard a lot about educating youth, right? There's a lot about educating youth. I didn't see if there's any funds that the school board provides. Is that, I'm seeing a bunch of head shaking. A lot of education, not a bunch of.
So no education dollars that I'm aware of for these organizations, and no school board requests as part of the request that's before you today.
Got it. So that might be a place to, everybody said if you know a donor, I don't know if I know him, but you can go get, it worked for us 30 years ago. You got in the door, keep chipping away. You can bring Mr. Chester with you. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is, this is just the right balance between funding cultural programs and making sure our taxpayer money is spent responsibly. Some would say, we've bandied the word mandate about a lot tonight, but some would say by our citizens approving ECHO, of which I think the C is culture, right, Brad? C is culture. That by approving ECHO, our public wants stuff like this. And we get 2 or 3 emails a day about core responsibilities. At least that's what it seems like, 2 or 3 a day. And I think our core responsibility is responding to our public. And so I'm not against funding cultural arts. And I know that's a big issue for the cultural arts community every year since at least the 2 years I've been here. So the thing that we just have to concentrate on up here is, are we using the taxpayers' money effectively and efficiently? Are we giving it to the right people for the right reasons? And I think the Cultural Council is coming up with some plans to make me feel more comfortable. My original thought is to wean people off the government's dollar. So I encourage all of you, and I noticed what your ask was compared to what your got was this year. But know that we will always look to pare down that $611,000. And I know it hasn't been changed since 2012, but it may change next year to something less than $611,000. So prepare yourself for that. I think there's a lot of programs that we're looking at that you'll hear the term sundown a lot during the budget season here in the next few months. And this may be one of them that sees a little bit of that. So prepare now. I'm here to help. I've talked to some of you. I've talked to many of you. And I'm willing to shake the tree for you on your behalf. I walk in some of your doors often. You all know my wife has the checkbook, so just hit her up for the funds, and we'll put it on. But thank you for everything you do, and I look forward to a good January meeting to find out what the recommendations are for next year. Thank you.
Jake, I think you just talked me out of it. Sorry. No more coffee for Jake. No more coffee. Oh, you got the bet.
Okay, Vice Chair Troy Kent. Chairman, thank you. A few comments for tonight. I'll just start with the Kent family. We enjoy the arts, and the 3 that we utilize are MOAS. I'm going to come back to your comments in just a moment. The Athens Theater and Daytona Playhouse. And I just call those out because those are the 3 that we tend to go to events and enjoy our time and, buy some Twizzlers while we're there and put a little money in the donation box and enjoy the local artists and talent. And it's always been enjoyable for us. And I said I was going to come back to your comments, and I'll just say thank you for sharing, because I hope those that were listening tonight online and the few that are still here picked up on the free Tuesday at MOAS. And I think that's wonderful that the museum has a free day for any and all. That's powerful, that's impactful, that means something. Is Athens Theater, Sands Theater, are they here? There, okay. Good call, not sending the same person you sent last year. Yeah, wildly inappropriate to get up here and, I think, blast this man and blast this man publicly about, I don't see your names coming and attending our events. And I was just sitting there going, gosh, that could have been me if I didn't purchase the tickets in my name to go see Misery with my family and The Christmas Story with my family. So good call. Because if I was more on my game last year, I would have denied your funding because of that inappropriateness of calling someone out. This isn't against you. I'm just saying it wasn't okay. I didn't and they're big guys, they don't need me to defend them, but it bothered me last year. that rubbed me in a way that I thought, that's not how you do business. And then I learned that, I think at that meeting, because I never met Don Dempsey a day in my life until we got sworn in together.
Thank you.
But Don owned a comedy club. You talk about art.
Yeah.
You know, right here, and was losing money year after. I say year after year. I mean, it's what you said.
Every year.
And
That's not real art, is it?
it's real art. It's just a different. It's just a different kind of art. And I probably should have asked this question earlier before all of you got up and spoke. And I'll segue just for a minute. Mr. Chester, I've said it multiple times. You and I have never met before I got sworn in here. I appreciate your comments. I think they're valid, and it makes me stop and think about our core responsibilities. And do we take this $611,758 and put it towards our flooding concerns? Like, you know, it's a heavy thing to weigh here. And your emails, you know, I don't agree with your style. I've said that now twice, which is ineffective as a speaker, repeating yourself. But I appreciate the way you always make me think in those emails. So then, you know, I go to Mr. Johansson's comments, which I don't know that he exactly said this, but it made me think it is, you know, it's how you value a community and a society is by what you offer that community and society. And part of that are the arts. And how refined are you? You know, when I started on the city commission in Ormond, anytime we built a public building, we had funding set aside for art in public places to have some type of sculpture to go along with that new building. And it adds a different level of happiness, I think, for people to see things like that. So the value is there. There's no doubt in my mind that it's there. But now back to what I should have said before you all started talking was, George, how long has this been going on? I heard 30 years. So, you know, how long has this been going on? And then I would just say, like, what's your plan? Is your plan for the taxpayers to always subsidize you? And if so, just say, yeah, that's my plan. My plan is every year to come in here and you guys give us, like, I'll put on Athens Theater, $58,122. That's my plan every year. I want you to give that to me. I don't care about our endowment or how much money we're bringing in. That's my plan. I'm going to come in and get that taxpayer money. And I just wanted to know, like, is there a plan to get off of the public funds? And then, council, this is not meant negatively against any of you. I think about myself with this. It's sort of, and we're all taxpayers. We all live in Volusia County. We pay taxes, but I feel like it's easier to just give away the money when it's not yours. Like, this isn't coming out of our checking account, you know? So I feel like that's something weighing on my mind as well. Is it's easier to just say, yeah, absolutely, $611,000, and at the same time kind of get browbeat a little bit about it because you haven't increased the prices since 2014, and you know, with inflation, it really should be a lot more. So this is a bargain. You should just do it for us. So now that I've taken you on an artistic journey from one side of the spectrum to the other, you have no idea where I'm going to vote on this, and either do I. But I'm getting there. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, Dr. Burbaugh, I was just curious, or somebody from the Cultural Council, are we getting the P&L statements from these nonprofits before we approve or recommend these requests?
And, we're getting operating costs, which is the basis of the formula that we use for their maximum allowable.
Are we getting their revenue statements as well?
No, sir.
All right.
Yes?
You are?
Okay, yes, we are.
You all did, okay. Could I ask maybe somebody from the Athens? Is there anybody here from the Athens, like, or this? Yes, sir, okay. I was just looking at this website, ProPublica. It's basically talking about the P&Ls for nonprofit organizations, and maybe you could confirm the accuracy of this. What was your revenue in 2023?
I did not write the grant, and now I only volunteer my time with the Athens, and so I can't I can't speak to that specifically, but I'm happy to get the answer and send you an email.
Okay, this is Cause IQ. I'm looking at this website, and they're purporting that you guys brought in 2.162 million in revenue in 23.
That sounds likely.
Okay.
There is a for-profit portion, so when we have visiting bands and things that come, those are identities that we have to pay taxes, or activities that we have to pay taxes on. However, the main season, when you come see a play or a musical, that's produced by the 501c3 nonprofit.
Okay, awesome. Now, unfortunately, due to COVID, you were limited to 1 million in revenue in 2021. It went up to maybe 1.4, 22, 1.3. But fortunately, 23 post-COVID, your revenues went back up over 2 million.
Sure.
Thank God. And your expenses were under 2 million, 1.9. That yielded you guys about a $250,000 net profit in 2023.
Right. So we've done some pretty major upgrades to the facility, which is great.
Yes, sir. And this website boasts about a wonderful job you've done, and I share the public comments about what a wonderful asset the Athens is to the community. I've thought about, I used to bring in national comics when I had my comedy club. We had Louis Anderson there, Michael Winslow. I had thought about even getting bigger names and renting that facility because it's beautiful. The renovations they did was astounding. 430 some is your capacity with the old-fashioned balcony.
431.
431.
431.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Great venue. And I noticed that over the last few years, you've had tribute bands. You've had, in 23, you had 170 performances and conducted 1,831 educational events, 224 classes, private lessons. I mean, you guys are a huge benefit.
It's pretty awesome.
Downtown. And I am a downtown property owner, so you add an immense value to my properties. And thank you very, very much for what you guys do. But getting back to how long should the taxpayers be expected, Mr. Chester, sitting right here, how long should he be expected to pay taxes to add to the $250,000 profit?
Sure.
That's what my debate mentally.
Yep.
So I thank you. I don't know, do we have somebody here from the hub?
The hub's here, yes.
Okay, may I ask you a question, sir? And I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you guys on the spot. This is stuff that I found, and I really, they're showing last year, I don't know if you want to identify her, I'm sorry. And I apologize, I've never been to your facility, I've heard wonderful things about it, but they're showing that you guys had a net income last year of 2.2 million. Now, okay, I figured that, okay, because yes. Did you guys sell an asset or something?
No, I think what probably impacted the numbers you're looking at is that my wife, who started and funded and built Jane's Art Center, which is a companion organization around the corner, she donated 100% of the assets to the hub, and that got counted as a donation, and more than likely that's figured into that figure that you see. On an ongoing basis, it's been a couple, 3 years since we had a positive net income figure.
Yes, sir. According to this website, it's showing that you guys had a 58,000 net income in 21, 83,000 net income in 22, and then obviously the $2.2 million year.
Yeah, 23 was actually a loss other than that.
Okay. And I guess the question is, do you have a plan to get off of the yearly requests for support?
The plan would, like for probably every single one of us, the plan would have to be to find more people to attend, to find more people to donate, to find more people to sponsor, and all of those kinds of things. And those are very challenging tasks. And this has been a difficult year, election year uncertainty, rising insurance costs, rising everything. We had to drop our flood and wind coverage because it was too expensive for us to renew. Would have cost us $37,000 between those two things, and we couldn't afford to do those. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. Thank God the hurricane season is mostly over, at least for this year. We'll see what next year brings. But it is a significant challenge. You know, and to the point somebody else made, one of the strategies would always have to be to either stop doing some of what we're doing or to charge more for the things that we do. And for every single one of us, just like the free first Tuesday at MOAS, the idea is here for all of us to expose as many people to the arts as possible. So I'll reiterate what I said the first time when I was up here, and that is, in some significant way, the arts are a public good to Volusia County citizenry. And in some measure, that means, I believe, and I'll only speak for me, but I suspect I speak for most, that means that it is not inappropriate for some ongoing level of support for all of us to keep the arts available and inexpensive and accessible to as many people as possible.
Yes, sir. And, okay, just to know where I'm coming from, like Mr. Kent said, I used to own a comedy club here for 6 years. I thought it would help the downtown. I lost money every year. Fortunately, I was able to subsidize it through my law practice, and I just would continue to lose money because I wanted to benefit the community.
Well,
and I will share the appreciation for the art. I consider stand-up comedy an art
Mr. Chairman,
form, but
I want to make a point of order.
all right,
I think we're out of our structured policy on how debate, because we're in debate now and not questioning back and forth of members of the public. I love you, Don.
Yep,
I got to rein us into our rules.
I'll do that. Okay.
He was asking questions.
We're in debate. We're in debate, and we don't go back and forth with members of the public. That's our rules.
Okay. I will just ask if there's the Atlantic Center for the Arts, last one. But is there anybody for that? Oh, you're here for that? Okay, Ms. Coolidge. It says here you guys lost $720,000 last year. And is that accurate? Okay. Do you know why that was, or? Okay.
We had, but what I can say is.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What I can say is that we offered a free-based residency program to be competitive with other residencies with with big endowments nationally, and so the leadership at that time decided to make that decision and expected certain grants to come in that were national grants that did not come in, and so they elected to take their some of the unrestricted endowment funds to plug that hole. So we didn't go into the red. It's just we took our investment money to fill that void. I wasn't here at the time, but that's what I understand was done, and that's why we're doing a new business model to eliminate the fee-based residency program, and we'll be attracting artists to come and pay for room and board, and then work with the artists with us. If that makes any sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Just to try to make a point, David, is basically, I don't know, a lot of these seem to be like consistently the same request every year, whether they have an up year of 100, 300,000, or whether they're down 700,000. Nobody's debating, I'm not debating that they're not worth our community's time and money, because they do benefit so much. But it's just, I'm hoping that the council maybe next year might look more into the P&L statements, attach those to the requests, so that we can have some idea, are these guys getting close? Are they at the point where they're self-sufficient and we should really not be granting them money, as opposed to the ones that may be hurting, down a couple $100,000, and maybe they are definitely worthy of taxpayer support. That's all. So I'm not trying to poo-poo their requests. I'm just saying I'd like council to maybe look into that more.
I think we're moving more, and that's what the change for Don, Councilmember Dempsey, is we're moving towards that with the project base. It's going to be more of a merit-based system. You better come with a good idea, because there's going to be competition. It's not going to be a division of the money to everyone who applies.
Okay. Thank you for your time and patience, guys. Especially Dave.
I think it's worthwhile. You can see the struggle up here. The council's trying to to do the right thing with you, you've sat here as long as we have today. And most of it was about flooding. Where's the money going to come from flooding? Money is always a struggle. All of you have said, well, actually, the hub said the trend is slightly going up of people donating, but for a long time it's been down.
Dollars donated have gone up. The share of the population has fallen.
Right. And my point was going to be that there's a reason for that, and one of them is because we take governments in general, from Washington, D.C. to the city level, take so much money out of the economy. People don't have money to give, and so we're trying to be very careful about how we spend other people's money, and if, as Mr. Chester's the resident bad guy tonight, and I appreciate the fact that he will speak up and sound the alarm that is it government's responsibility to be generous with other people's money. So I'm, much to Mr. Chester's dismay, I'm going to support this if I get two things right now, and I'll have to ask George if this is possible, and he's not here. There he is. I was going to ask Michael, but it's, I'll ask George and he can handle it with Michael Ryan. Is it, in order to help everybody increase their income and wean off government money, can we highlight maybe each month or a couple times a month one of these organizations on our social media page, and maybe you could do an interview with somebody, or let's help them promote the arts and what they do. Is that a possibility, Mr.?
Yeah, we can do that. We already do something similar with Echo, so.
Right, okay. Half of it is there. The other half, and this is harder, George, with your permission, I'd like to have a conversation, I guess, with Dr. Burbaugh about how do we move to funding the arts with a tourist development tax?
Well, it's actually something we need to talk about a little bit. It wouldn't be Dr. Burbaugh, myself, and I think our CFO would be where we'd want to talk, because right now most of that is being used, if all of it's being used, at the Ocean Center.
Right.
But we could take a look at what they are meeting, I think, most of their needs for upgrades and maintenance. So if that's the case, we may be able to do something out of the TDC money.
Okay. So we can have that, just say yes.
Yep.
The answer was
Yeah,
yes.
the
We can
answer is
have
yes.
that discussion.
Yeah, but I would prefer it would be with myself and
Okay.
and the CFO.
Okay. All right, and then we will include you at some point, whoever you want to appoint. I'll be glad to talk to you about it. I mean, that seems to be a trend in some other counties, communities, and it might be very beneficial for you. But so, okay. Any other questions? Then, Carissa, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Santiago, Mr. Dempsey,
Yes.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes. Okay. Do you need some money? Okay. Item 12 is a selection of the firm for federal lobbyists. We're going to clear the room now. How do you want, is this a secret ballot for me too? Okay, this shouldn't take long. I did watch the, all of the presentations. Do I need to give it to David to approve? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pam Wilski, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. Back on October 15th, we brought forward to the council two firms for the federal lobbyist, Becker and the Porter Group. The chair was absent that day, and when we completed that vote, there was a tie. So as you said, you have reviewed the presentations, you've also reviewed the packets, and you have now presented me with your selections. I'm going to quickly add that to what I currently have, and then I will read the results if that's acceptable.
Do you need Russ Brown to help you? No?
No, sir, Pam's capable of reading on her own.
Okay.
Oh, that's number one, so the other one's number two.
Gotcha. So now we have the results. The lowest score is going to be your winner. We have Becker with 11 and Porter Group with 10. I will read the individual votes into the record, starting with Mr. Brower. Becker and Polikoff 2, Porter Group 1. Mr. Johansson, Becker and Polikoff 1, Porter Group 2. Mr. Dempsey, Becker and Polikoff 2, Porter Group 1. Mr. Reinhardt, Becker 1, Porter Group 2. Mr. Robbins, Becker 2, Porter Group 1. And Mr. Santiago, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kent. I skipped, I'm getting tired. Mr. Kent, Becker 2, Porter Group 1. And then Mr. Santiago, Becker 1. And Porter Group 2. So what I now need is a motion to bring for a recommendation of award to negotiate a contract with Porter Group to bring back to you for approval.
Somebody want to make that motion, motion to approve the Porter Group?
Yes.
And motion is made by Don Dempsey. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Robbins. Jake Johansson.
Refresh my memory when this, you're going to bring this contract back. When does it start? January?
This one will
immediately?
Start, this one, the current one ends December. So yes, it will begin in December then, is that right? Yeah, it'll begin in December because the current one ends, I believe, November 30th. And so this one, we'll bring it back on the 15th, so it'll pick up midway through December.
Got it.
Okay.
I'd like to ask a question to the county manager. Do we have any ongoing projects that are going to be affected by a change?
Potentially, yeah. We have our Army Corps project that we've been working on. So, which is trying to get the funding. I know they worked hard. We're trying to take like a three-prong approach, I believe, to get funded for that study that's required to get any kind of further work done for the beach.
Okay. I have a little concern about that gap. I have a lot of concern about that gap after my conversations with the Army Corps and the way things are going and the movement of the people that were running this project for us at the federal level. So I'll share that with you as a comment, and I don't know if this is a suggestion, but I'd like to chat about maybe can we have two for a period of time on contract? I don't know.
Council can have as many as they like.
We could make that, if you want to make that motion, that they complete that project.
I would like to make the motion that Becker complete any project that they're working federal with right now that will impact our flooding, stormwater, coastal resilience, or anything that the county manager deems appropriate for a period of time of probably 90 days, 120 days.
That might be too short.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to talk to the firm and see what we can negotiate as far as the price, but I would imagine it would come within my authority.
Yeah, I think that's pretty important, so I'd like to make that motion and keep them along for these projects.
Yeah. Hey, sir, so you got a motion on the floor, so you can make that a condition of the original motion if the maker of the original motion wants to amend it to do that, or take a vote on the first motion, or whatever you want to do.
Go ahead, county attorney.
No, that's fine. I was going to suggest have it be a separate motion.
Yeah.
But
Okay, I'll make a separate
I
motion.
think we do it as separate.
I'm amenable to that. Let's vote on this, and then I'll make a separate motion afterwards.
Okay. All right, all in favor of the motion for the Porter Group? Actually, David Santiago, did you have a comment?
I'll do
before?
it afterwards. Don't
Okay.
about that.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Second motion by Jake Johansson was to continue with the Becker.
Maintain Becker for our pending federal projects to completion of success or failure with the budget, especially the Army Corps, until we can get, right now is a very tenuous time, and I don't want to lose momentum with Becker. Probably 120 days maximum would do to get the turnover and get the right people in the right place and spun up. Hopefully we'll get a new congressman by then and be able to re-engage and move forward. So motion to retain Becker for 120 days for federal programs.
Do you want to put a day limit on it, or just until they're complete?
Well, if complete takes 4 years.
Will it take 4 years?
I can come back if we think it's close and we want to continue, I'll just come back.
Do a renewal?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do 120 days first.
Is there a second to that? Councilman Robbins makes a second to Councilman Johansson's motion. I think that's a great motion. This is probably not the time to switch horses on that very important beach project. So, questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Becker Group gets a 120-day continuation.
And that starts today, Wednesday, right? Not Tuesday.
John Porter, Congressman Porter, I want to say thank you for your confidence in us, but we'll work with you starting right away. So thank you very much.
We need money.
Mr. Johansson and Pam, if I just confirm, when is the existing contract with Becker expire?
November 30th, I think it's supposed.
Okay, so 120 days from that? Okay, all right.
Thank you. Item 13.
Yes.
Are you here? Contract with Wharton Smith.
Good morning, since it's after midnight. For you today is a construction contract with Wharton Smith for our Southwest Regional Wastewater Treatment Facility. The council's already approved Part A and Part B for roughly $25 million. This is Part B Phase 2, which will finalize the construction price, so the guaranteed maximum price for this project, where we're constructing and expanding the wastewater treatment facility down in DeBerry from 2.7 to 4.5 million gallons per day. We're also increasing our reclaimed water storage, and we're upgrading our electrical facilities. The total project cost for this will be $62 million and change. It provides capacity for the anticipated septic to sewer conversions as part of the Gemini Springs remediation projects, and it'll increase our alternative water sources. The multiple funding partners with this, grants from the DEP, the Water Management District, as well as the utility fund and ARPA. But this project did come in about $6.3 million less than the anticipated budget, but that money will be applied to the next project, provided you approve this one. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Move to approve.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by Councilman Santiago, the second by Councilman Johansson. How much of, you got quite a bit of money from DEP? 31?
Yes, sir, $40 million for this project.
All of this? 41?
$40,800,000 from DEP and 1.7 from the Water Management District.
Who applied for that grant?
Mike Ulrich. He is the man when it comes to getting money for our utility projects.
And he's still awake.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, Jake Johansson.
And a quick question, Ben. What's the capacity of the reclaimed, is it a lake?
No, sir. It's actually a tank storage.
Tank storage?
Yeah, we have 4.5 million gallons, and we're upgraded 9.5 million. And really that helps us because during our dry times when people are maximizing their reclaim usage, it'll have more to go out. And then during wet weather times when they're not using as much, we have storage available as well.
Right, all right. As you well know, Orange guy, I'm a big lake fan, and I'm always looking for a place to put stormwater now, so it doesn't sound like this is a good place for stormwater though. All right, thanks.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve the contract with Wharton Smith, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries unanimous 6-0, which brings us to item 14, the contract with PC Construction Company for the Southeast Regional Water Reclamation Facility.
Staying with the wastewater treatment plant theme, this is our facility over in Oak Hill. Same type of project. We are increasing the capacity. We're doubling it from 600,000 to 1.2 million gallons. One difference between Southwest Regional and Southeast is that we're also upgrading this facility to advanced wastewater treatment, which is a greater removal of nutrients, which also helps the mosquito lagoon and helps our loading requirements that we have for reducing the amount of nutrients going into the mosquito lagoon. Council's already approved the pre-construction services. This is for Part B of the guaranteed maximum construction price of $31.5 million. Total contract price is $32 million. And as mentioned before, this also is receiving a significant amount of money from the DEP as well as ARPA, but we are moving a portion of the ARPA savings in the last project to this one to cover the increased cost associated with this one. Happy to answer any questions.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Santiago, second by Jake Johansson. Was that Jake or Dan?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Questions? Debate? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0, and that takes us to Ryan Osowski for the last two budget resolutions, since we're all bright and awake.
Good evening, morning, council. This year-end budget reconciliation is something we do every year by state statute. We have up to 60 days to amend the budget. Almost all of these, and materially all of these, are related to interfund transfers, reimbursements from one fund to another. There are some instances, like I think there may be one or two instances where there was a fund budget that needed to be appropriated, but other than that, these are all just moving money in between funds. Council approval is necessary anytime we move money between funds, even if the purpose is clear and obvious, like reimbursing our funds from hurricane expenditures or reimbursing from the federal PFC projects to the airport funds. The agenda item has a list of all the different transfers. If you have any questions, I can address that specific one, but in response to the time, I will end here and look for any questions.
Okay, Councilman Santiago.
Move to approve the resolution.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Jake Johansson. Questions for Mr. Osowski? Debate? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, one more.
And almost the same theme, but just a separate item on the coronavirus local fiscal recovery fund. Ben actually talked about the two biggest numbers on this spreadsheet, reallocating between the two wastewater projects. We also have some other reallocations that need to be done. This money has to be fully encumbered, which all the actions that council has taken today has actually gotten us to that point. By approving those projects, we really need to approve this one as well to get the funding in line. The B19 canal was approved at a previous meeting. That came in under. The Poozer Pond came in over. There are various other items that I've listed out in that item with explanations, but again, in the interest of time, I will leave it at what I put in the summary unless you have any questions.
David Santiago.
Move to approve the resolution.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by Councilman Santiago, second once again from Councilman Johansson. Questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any public participation?
Fell asleep, didn't fill out his note.
Slipped on that one. John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. With regard to funding for your flooding, if we had passed the half-penny sales tax, we'd be approaching $300 million at this point, which would be a great help in solving a lot of the flooding problems. So I'm asking you again at this point to consider putting a half-penny sales tax or a penny sales tax on the next vote, because if you ever going to get it, with the amount of people that are here and the anger and the animosity about the flooding, they will pass the half-penny sales tax to solve this, because especially downtown Daytona Beach cannot go anywhere without solving its flooding. It's stuck where it's at. So I'm asking you to think about it. I know you're Republicans, you don't want to increase sales taxes, but 38% of this is coming from our tourists, all right? And all of us, it doesn't affect me at all. I'm 40 feet high, but all of the residents in all of the areas in every city is affected by this flooding. So I'm asking you again to think about half-penny sales tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Which brings us to closing comments. County Manager.
Yes, sir. I just have one thing to cover. You know, there's quite a bit of distance between the last meeting and this meeting, and during that period of time, we, of course, started our debris removal operation. I think I originally had reported that there was some issues with getting equipment and resources, given what was happening all the way to North Carolina and down through the West Coast. So during that period of time, using my authority under the emergency declaration, I had to approve the request of our contractor, Crowder Golf, for unusual cost increases that were occurring. Just a few facts to look in there. Of course, there was the contract was pre-COVID 2020, 4 years old. So of course they wanted to invoke the employer cost index, both gasoline and diesel, and they also were reacting to the emergency order that was put down from the governor for 24-hour operations, which was not in our contract. And of course, the being able to get those resources. I am happy to report that with the proposed changes, they were able to get nearly 35 units brought in here, which is what we've been dealing with. We've now picked up 225,000 cubic yards, and we're actually finishing our first pass. Will be done by Thanksgiving. The key thing here to remember is that we have 100% reimbursement by the federal government if we can get all of it picked up by January. So we're on pace to do that. We'll have the second pass, which will go on between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I think with the resources that we were able to attain, we will get the 100% reimbursement. I just handed out where we were. The new proposed rate is running between $12 and $13 a cubic yard. Just to put that in perspective, one of the issues basically is on the west coast, Pinellas County, which was the hardest hit over there. You know, they're running at about $15 a cubic yard, and when it comes to C&D, the stuff from flooding, it's at $27 a cubic yard. And you'll notice we were able to negotiate, like I say, just under 13, and for the C&D, we're at 14.45, so significantly less than what's going on over there. I just also see that the St. Johns County contract was redone at $14.98. So again, we're below that. And they also had at 27. So I'm happy with what we were able to negotiate, and I just needed to, because it was done under the emergency powers, my duty is to report to you at the next meeting, and that's what I'm doing. And that's all I have.
Okay. County Attorney? Does anybody have any questions on that? Okay, County Attorney.
Mr. Dempsey, did you have a question? I know, I'm just kidding with you. I just had two ordinances I would like to bring back to you and advertise for adoption. One, I emailed you before. There was some federal court litigation that I would like to make a minor change to our meeting rules ordinance and bring that back to you, and I can elaborate during that agenda item if it's acceptable to council. If I don't have due to the lateness in the hour, I don't need a motion, but unless there's an objection, I'll do that. And the second is, I know there was a lot of discussion about the new public camping, homeless related ordinance that the legislature adopted. And we've been talking to other local governments and monitoring what they're doing. At this time, I'd like to bring back an ordinance that basically would incorporate state law. Some other counties are beginning or have done that. I see some of the benefit on it, and I can address that during the agenda item as well. So I can bring that forward unless there's an objection to. It would not be changing what's in state law. It would basically be incorporating it into our code for enforcement purposes. So there were two comments made earlier in the meeting I just thought I would touch upon. One, the issue of civil rights was raised and county action in that regard. Chapter 36 of our code currently is on civil rights, and it's rather elaborate. So just pointing that out to anyone who might be interested. That was adopted in 2011. A number of other local governments had done the same, and Volusia did as well. And also, I think there was a question by another member of the public on our contracts and requiring certain level of wages for the employees for vendors. That was a subject of a state law that passed this past session this year, and actually prohibits now local governments from controlling wages and benefits by contract. So we would be prohibited from doing that. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then from council members, this week we start with Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to start off with, and these are very brief items, but I promised Councilman Robbins and Councilman Dempsey, because you could not bring it up, but I'll make a motion at this time for us to be able to talk about the additional $32 million. We heard we can only have 20 million at a time, but we can figure that out later on. But a motion to bring up those transform 386 dollars in the tune of 32 million for us to discuss. I would say within the next 2 meetings that we have. Is that okay, George?
Yeah, January would be perfect. If you let us, yep.
Great. Perfect.
Questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
The next thing I just want to say is, we had a not to bring this meeting down, we had a very sad, horrific event in District 4 a couple days ago. We lost a 4-year-old named Waylon Childs in Ormond Beach. And, my wife was keeping me updated through social media about the number of people that were searching for this young guy and out there trying to help his family. And, I just say that the entire Kent family, our prayers and thoughts go out to Waylon and his family. Just horrible. Last but not least, Don, I am so happy to hear that you're having a town hall. I think that's fantastic. The people were jazzed up about it here, and I can just tell you that our team will get the word out, and hopefully it's wildly successful. And with that, I'll say January 13th is the next district dialogue in District 4 with Councilman Kent. It's going to be at Bicentennial Park. We're back to Bicentennial Park, and we talk about anything that you all want to talk about. The time for that is 5 to 6 p.m. Have a nice evening, everybody. Oh. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yes. Councilman Robbins.
Well, it was also, Troy, it was also Jake's birthday the other day. And Matt's, same day. And Chairman, Chairman, was it your birthday as well?
It was my birthday, and we don't talk about age. I don't want to talk about them, but I don't really want to miss one either.
Good point, Councilman Robbins. Good point. Yeah, happy birthday to those guys.
So I had Miss Debbie Dorino reach out to me a couple meetings ago. She asked me to bring a topic up to get placed on the agenda, upcoming agenda. It has to do with animal abuse that has no expiration date, I guess, in our database. I told her I would put it in front of the board and just to give her an opportunity to come in and talk about it and see if it's something we would like to adopt. She knows more about this than I do. That's all I can elaborate. Carissa, I sent you the email. Maybe we can just put that into the record. And Ms. Laura Roth also, I think, sent an attachment on there. I couldn't open it for whatever reason, but if Chair and County Manager, if we can somehow get that on there, have Ms. Dorino come in and just talk to us a little bit about it and see if it's something obviously we want to do. I guess it's a widely accepted practice.
One thing, I know you have a motion on the floor to get approval, but I think it was Mr. Reinhardt had brought this up earlier in the year, requesting some information, and a memo went out to you on that subject. So if you council does approve it, we can attach that as well, just for background.
Okay.
On
Should
the
I put
animal
that in a motion
database.
to bring it back?
Yeah, go ahead and make a motion.
Make a motion to get Ms. Dorino on the agenda to come in and give us a presentation on this animal abuse legislation, or an update that she wants to give us.
Okay. Is there a second? Mr. Robbins' motion, second by Councilman Santiago. Questions? All in favor say aye.
All right.
Any opposed?
And moving on, this is maybe for definitely for the board, but for the county manager. I had a couple people reach out to me for several different things. A lot of them are flood victims. What kind of leeway do we have, and Ryan's probably not going to like this, do we have powers to defer tax? Like if a home is destroyed, can we adjust people's taxes or residents' taxes or provide any kind of relief or prorated if they're displaced? And it was briefly brought up earlier today, but does the state have a program, or is that something that's in our purview to offer folks, or at least look at?
The state did something in one of our last storms. If they were displaced for a certain amount of time, then they were exempted from the property taxes. But I don't know if that was a governor's action or legislature. I can't recall. I don't know if we have the power. I just wanted to share that.
Council, would it be?
Hold on, I think Ryan has it.
Okay.
Now you made him mad.
There are state statutes that cover disaster damage and revaluing properties. It goes to the property appraiser's office. And then there's actually a reimbursement program where we can get some money back from the state as well. But it's not something where we can change our millage rate that we levy on a property by property basis. It has to go through the property appraiser's office.
Is there any way we can get that information out to the public at our level?
We'll get with the property appraiser and get you some information.
Maybe and maybe
also
have
the
it
community
like at the workshop. Have that information available at the workshop.
Sure.
That hey, we'll help them get through this process, because it kind of makes sense, and we all want to help, however we can, and I understand it. Whatever we can do. But thank you, Ryan. Another thing that was brought up, I briefly got with Ben earlier. People have asked about some of the material that we have at some of our county facilities, and it's a slippery slope, and Ben kind of reiterated that. And I know in the past I drove past the 44 depot, and there's just mountains of millings and other material. And what I was wondering, just so I can do my part, because it was asked of me, can we provide any relief, since it's really taxpayer-owned material? If it's material that we're not using or that's been stockpiled, is this something that we can offer our citizens and give back to offer them relief? Washed out driveways, or I don't know. Would this be something that would be even remotely possible? I'm just trying to figure out what I can tell my constituents or a couple.
We've done similar where we've put it on the main access roads, preferably county public, dedicated to the public, maybe not necessarily county maintained. We probably have put some on private roads that serve like a neighborhood. Right. I don't know about going down somebody's driveway per se. But we've done it under the, kind of the emergency access for safety vehicles umbrella. And it's not necessarily millings, it may be whatever material that we can use to get somebody in and out.
Well, and I get it, but it was more of, can we offer a service if we do have any excess material that we're not using? you know, so, just a thought. I'm trying to shake all the bushes here, to get anybody some relief. Do we want to talk about a cutoff for meetings? I'm down with nighttime meetings, but sometimes nothing good comes after certain times, like 10, 11. And especially what we deal with, we've spent millions and millions of dollars today, and sometimes a lot of us been up since 0400. Yeah, go ahead.
You've made me pleased to hear you say you're down with nighttime meetings. And if you're down with nighttime meetings, then I'm down with putting a time limit on the nighttime meetings. And I'm available to hear what you all think, but I think a hard stop time of either 10 or 10:30, I think is very appropriate.
And I just think too, you know, not just for us, but a lot of the folks allow people to plan a little bit more, but also too thinking about the performance in respect of employees as well for the next day. They're just like us. They're just like everybody else. They're not worth a damn, excuse my language. And we're not going to be getting much important, you know. But.
And Ms. Robbins, if you don't mind, I think 10 p.m. is actually a good number because it gives us 6 hours. And I give George a pass on this one because we canceled a meeting. You get a pass on this one. But when I looked at this agenda, I thought we'd be out by 10:30. Pretty far off on that one. But Jake, you lost at 12:30 also, so you're closer than me though. So yeah, that's something I would be happy to do.
Chair, can I make a motion for that now, or do you want to put it on a future agenda? I mean, this is something for us. It's going to benefit, I think, everybody. What are your thoughts?
I would make it in a motion. I think what we've decided in the past that we would send it to staff and bring it back to a meeting instead of making a decision the same night.
Okay.
So the motion is to end the nighttime meetings at 10 p.m.?
10 p.m.
Second.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Okay.
Does that mean we eliminate council comments too if we don't get there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Cut them right off. Done.
And hard cut, 10 p.m.
Okay.
I will debate all the way till 9:59 and then we go to council comments.
This is your idea.
Okay, we have the motion on the floor and the second to stop at 10 p.m. Jake Johansson.
Just a quick comment as we were discussing this. Do we want to consider limiting our meetings to 6 or 8 hours in an effort to force us all to be more efficient and effective with our time? And that may occasionally get us in a spot with an abundance of public input, in which case at the end of 6 or 8 hours that we vote to continue or vote not to continue. That way, if it's just us not managing our time correctly, we can shut it down. Whereas if it's, I think we had 3 or 4 hours of public comment, then we can advance it. Just an alternative thought.
I'll add to that, Jake, if I may, Mr. Chair. As far as, efficient in managing the time, I'll just share a practice that we did in the legislature. If you guys will like it, I'll support it. But what we often did in Tallahassee, when we had a topic that brought out people similar to what we had today, the chairman at that point or someone in the committee would suggest limiting the time or reducing the time so that we can get through everyone and be efficient. And we want to respect everybody who have the opportunity to speak, but it's oftentimes very repetitive. Let's just be honest, right? I think we should consider those so that we also respect the audience's time. So if we should consider those when we have those hot topics. We're going to have more hot topics. And I don't think we should stop anybody from talking, but considering limiting that time a little bit more for efficiency purposes. I don't know if anybody's supposed to. We do it in the legislature all the time.
Danny, will you adjust your if you feel comfortable, adjust your motion to maybe both meetings, if you feel comfortable to 6 hours, not including the 30-minute break we take. So.
That's fine. I'll make that motion, and that
I'll
actually
second, I'll
equals
still second that.
6 hours, so 4 to 6. Yeah, you're still looking at 10 o'clock, so yeah, that's
10:30
fine.
if we have lunch.
And 9 to 3, 3:30.
I can do that, yep.
And so,
It's a new day.
so what would happen,
You're fresh again.
what would happen if we're not done, especially if we're not done and there's a lot still hanging out? It seems like it just continues a problem. It pushes it to the next meeting where there's even a larger agenda.
It will force us to be more efficient with our time.
Yeah. I would just add that with land use items, because they call it a shot clock, but because we have a limited period of time to act on some things, we'll have to make sure we get through those. Maybe put them on earlier on the agenda, just so you're aware of that.
I heard Councilman Johansson say, and Danny, it's late and kind of on the fly, but maybe you'll adjust your motion again so that we could vote to extend the meeting depending upon what's going on at the moment.
That's right.
Majority rule to extend that, and I'm good with that also.
Okay, so either one, 4 to 10, 9 to 3:30, with the ability to extend the meeting. What did I say? 3:30?
It's a 6-hour meeting, not including the meal, if you break for a meal. Extendable by majority vote.
Okay. How many meetings have we had go this late? It's been, I think we had one a while ago.
It's been the second one, I think. It's been much better. George gets it passed.
Well, yeah, he really didn't have any option when we canceled a meeting, and we have one meeting in December.
That's correct, one.
Is it going to be packed?
Well, we'll have to take a look.
We gave you
The
a
agenda
bunch today.
conference is Thursday, so we'll go accordingly. The land use will be the trickiest part. The other stuff we can work around, and of course, but I think given that we've got the special meeting coming, that takes a little load off, and so therefore, I think we'll be fine.
I think we can work through a lot of this. Jake's getting up in age, and he has to be in Orlando. You know, we got board meetings, work.
I'm going direct. I got plenty of time.
Jake had a lot of energy today. I don't know what you're talking about, but he's...
It's the insure. Thank you.
Okay. Jake, you're still up?
I'm awake.
No, you're still up on the board?
Oh.
You're not that awake?
No. I'm good.
Okay.
Still up. I thought it was a question.
Okay, so the motion is cut off meetings 4 to 10:30, 9 to 3:30, with the ability to extend. You don't want to do a supermajority? Okay. All right, with the majority vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll try it. Okay. You done? Okay. Councilman Santiago?
Just one quick thing. Don, you quoted, you mentioned Michael Winslow today, right?
Yeah.
You said you had him over here?
Yeah,
Wanted to share with you. Yeah. I was in a movie with Michael Winslow, and I'll share the story with you one day. Yeah. I was a movie star for one day. So that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Were you a stunt double?
No, but he was doing a lot of those sounds in the movie.
Okay. This is why we have to cut off meetings.
Okay, can I call point of order on that?
All right. Councilman Dempsey.
Yes, as you heard the rumors, I actually have finally done a town hall. So that's going to be on December 5th at 5:30. And I might downstairs, yes. And my understanding is chair's going to come, and I hope, if you can make it, that'd be great. It's more geared towards District 1. I've had a lot of emails. I want to thank Ben and Clay, because up to this point, every time I've had a constituent talk about Lake Gertie or one of these flood-prone areas, they've been nice enough to just meet with them, and we have these meetings, and it's oftentimes the same thing with different residents. So I think it's more efficient just with all the influx that we've gotten since the 2 hurricanes. It's better just to go ahead and have one meeting with the same issues in the same areas, and hopefully you can answer, Clay and Ben can answer a lot of the questions. So I really do thank you for offering to do that. And and Ben, I know he took a little bit of heat tonight, but I drove through Taylor Road and all that stuff near JC's, Common Grounds, all that, before the storm and after, and I noticed that they had the big pumping stations out there, and they were just pumping in anticipation of the storms coming in, which I thought was incredible. And I mean, just hats off to Ben for all the preemptive work they did to alleviate a lot of that flooding. Even though we got flooding, I think it could have been a lot worse, but for his proactive work. So thank you for that. And that's all I have. Thanks, guys.
He was just rubbing his eyes back there. I'm sure he's not crying, right?
Chairman, may I please?
Extending the time, go ahead.
I am. I know. Council, I just received an email from Lion Bobby, and she says that they're holding a joint Lions Club anniversary on December 8th, which we won't meet until then. I know how we are with proclamations. She's asking me to attend and to present a proclamation for their Ormond's 70th year and Ormond by the Sea's 20th year. They're combining their celebration. Unprecedented. George, me to ask this right now. I literally just got the email. I'm looking at it and I'm going, I'm not going to be able to give her a proclamation unless this council approves that we can present a proclamation. George, do you need a?
Well, we can have it on, if you guys make a vote, we can have it on the December 3rd meeting.
Oh, perfect.
And then.
Perfect. Great. I forwarded you the information, so we can do it then.
Okay.
Thank you. Perfect.
Thank
Councilman Johansson?
Thank you, sir. Yes, tomorrow I'll be at the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council for Executive Committee, regular committee with Councilman Robbins, and then the Resiliency Subcommittee meeting. I'm interested to hear the rest of Central Florida's flooding woes and to see what they're doing to mitigate the damage where they found damage, or if they didn't have damage, kind of like the Barry, find out what they did right. I'll be bringing that back. Had a extremely productive couple hours with the commanding officer of the Army Corps of Engineers in Jacksonville, Colonel Bowman. We had a lot in common, told some sea stories in front of Suzanne, talked a lot about the study they're doing and what it focuses on and how they are working hard to expand what the meaning of adjacent areas means. And you heard a little bit that they may be expanding that study to include even more. So I'm looking forward to that. And they were very pleased with everything that they saw regarding the coastal restoration projects we have and what they might be able to do. Their Cole and his staff, I won't throw another county under the bus, but they were very, very happy with our cooperation with them for things like perpetual easements. So for all of us, regardless of what coast you live on here in Volusia County, I think it's imperative that we keep the pressure on and educate our public of how important perpetual easements are to getting 100% federal funding for coastal restoration and renourishment. It is key, and he hit upon it about 5 or 6 times. His staff talked about it, and there's another county that's not doing it, and I know where their project's going to weigh out when it's between ours and theirs. So please support that, and if anybody's got any questions, to contact our staff about the intricacies of that. Lastly, I think our new legislators got sworn in today, I believe, and they have committee weeks in December, and next thing you know, we're going to be 3 weeks behind because we haven't come up with our legislative agenda yet. So I already got the whisper, but I already knew. That's on our next agenda, start thinking about our legislative priorities so we can give them to George and Suzanne and have them give us theirs and come up with some good ideas to get some of that money. We have new representatives now. They're in different positions, some of it good, some of it bad, but we have to play our cards right back at home and up in Tallahassee. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody have a happy Thanksgiving, and we will see you in December.
Good night.
Yes.